As the group grew larger, it became more chaotic and bloated as well. They attracted more insectoids wherever they went. Time for a cull. Qin Feng was the first to break into the mall. The market was in a mess. There were signs of insectoids inhabiting the place. It was the knife-edge mantis. The mantis possessed sharp scythes as their front limbs. Even the glass and steel doors were unable to prevent them from marching in. The mantis did not live in packers, however, and were much easier to clean up. The large group entered the mall and started to get busy. They sealed off all ventilation shafts and windows to form a defense perimeter. They finally had time to catch their breaths. There were large quantities of food within the mall. They ate without holding themselves back. Although it was merely the second day of the doomsday, these people feasted as if they had not eaten anything for a week. The psychological stress had taken a great toll on them. Quite a number of them were crying. Some of them were even cursing. The whole crowd in the mall became rowdy. Bam! Qin Feng's gunshot sounded off once again. But it was not his energy weapon, it was his pistol. Looks like you guys haven't had enough. Would you like to try living in the ends of time once again? Qin Feng's eyes swept coldly at these people. The crowd turned silent instantly. In a cold voice, Qin Feng continued, "If you can't hold it in, then use the communicator. The rest of you, shut your mouth. Lu Shui, tally them up and divide them into groups." Okay. Lu Shui hurriedly stood up and began counting the number of people. 500 people was not that many, but it was not considered little as well. If it were a middle school, 30 people would make up a class. These people would just make up 18 classes. But in such a situation, if chaos were to erupt among these 18 classes, the only thing that would await them was to be turned into bug feed. Qin Feng was not asking them to restrict their movements, but he did not want them to give him any more trouble. After that, he went up to the roof of the mall. Wang Chen was already waiting there. "Boss," Wang Chen called out to him. After dividing into groups, Wang Chen had been by Qin Feng's side. To get closer to Qin Feng, he no longer addressed Qin Feng as Mr. Qin. "How's it looking? Some of the insectoids have either heard or smelled our presence. They're congregating toward our position. If we don't clean them up, there would be more of them coming," Wang Chen explained. Wang Chen as a gunner could also perform some surveillance and patrol duties other than offering long-range firepower support. Just now, he had already climbed up to the top floor and surveyed their surroundings. Qin Feng nodded and walked toward a window. He observed his surroundings using his sniper rifle before looking at the rift. The rift that was left untouched was like a giant, gaping mouth hole of a terrifying large beast. It could swallow up the whole of Han Town at any moment. Qin Feng knew that more and more insectoids would pour down from the rifts. It would become unstoppable. "Let's not worry about that first," Qin Feng said. "Yeah, but boss, there are too many people breaking out from here with us. If you're still going to save the kids, we better be prepared." Unlike the adults, the children over at the orphanage were a pitiful existence that was completely powerless. "I know. I'll be moving out tonight." Wang Chen nodded without saying anything else. However, things would not stop moving just like that. Although there were quite a number of people who were breaking out from the zone, almost 500 in number, the casualties along the way were not little as well. Some of the civilians were already panicking. When Qin Feng returned to the ground floor, Lu Shui was quick to meet up with him. "Qin Feng, some of the civilians no longer wish to break through the encirclement with us. There's a large underground bunker here that can take in 2,000 people. We should let them hide inside. We'll get them out when the Cold Storm Battalion comes in to reclaim the lost lands." They were the ones who wanted to break out from the encirclement. Now, they were scared for their own lives. Perhaps they would only understand the gravity of the situation when death comes knocking. Qin Feng did not reject their decisions. "Whatever you say then. How many of them want to stay? Get a quick count, and we'll leave right now. When night falls, it'll be harder to get them moving." "Yes, I've tallied up the numbers. About 200. Ask them to pack their stuff, get them underground in 10 minutes. "Yes," Lu Shui quickly replied before letting them pack their items. Although there were supplies within every underground bunker, the crowd still filled up their bags found from the mall with food and water. They carried their puffed-up bags and gathered round. Qin Feng led these people safely through the underground car park. There, they found a large steel gate. "Please open the gate. There are no more insectoids outside. We are seeking refuge inside," Lu Shui called out. There was actually a communicator outside the steel gate to prevent people from being accidentally sealed inside. In a short while, A voice came out from within the gates. There's no more room here. You'll have to go elsewhere. The crowd who followed Qin Feng and Lu Shui was enraged. On whose authority? This is a public facility of Han Town. Why can't we get in? How could there be 2,000 people inside? Bullshit. What's going on? Lu Shui too was furious. How could you be so selfish? Did you think we can't go in just like that? Lu Shui's communication just now was merely a formality. There was an emergency protocol built in public facilities such as this to prevent insiders from stopping other people from getting in. Of course, to prevent others from being scapegoats, not everyone could trigger the protocol. Lu Shui slammed her palm on the side of the gate. A screen appeared. Lu Shui entered a string of codes without hesitation. But Qin Feng suddenly stopped her. Did you leak the news about us going into the mall previously? Asked Qin Feng. Lu Shui nodded. Slightly embarrassed, she said. Although we have switched routes and have stopped here, there could be more people who would want to join us in the evening. Moreover, we have caused quite a commotion along the way. They should be able to hear us. So, is there anyone in the underground bunker who wishes to join us? There's none. Not even one. Qin Feng began to smile coldly. There must be something fishy going on here. Open the door then. The code that Lu Shui had entered just now was interrupted by Qin Feng. Luckily, there were 3 chances. Once again, Lu Shui entered a series of codes. Qin Feng hit the final confirmation button. A buzzing alarm sounded from the gate. Make way. Qin Feng waved his hand and signaled for the civilians who followed him to stay back. Qin Feng's question just now had alerted the already startled crowd. After one whole day of surviving in such dire conditions, the crowd was already quick on their toes. After Qin Feng gave the order, the crowd dispersed and stayed away from the gates. After the gate opened up by more than half a meter, the dark barrel of a machine gun emerged and fired away underneath the dimmed lights. Ra-ta-ta-ta-ta. A hail of bullets began to pour. The hail of bullets was nothing to a powerful ancient warrior. Furthermore, Qin Feng was an ability user. His consciousness was locked onto the bullets. They were not guided by a gunner's consciousness. They were just an ordinary outpour of bullets that had no consciousness attached to them. What an utter waste. But for Qin Feng, the act was similar to suicide. Negate. He injected his consciousness into the bullets and controlled them remotely. The bullets turned around. Ta-ta-ta-ta. The bullets hit the shooters. A wail of agonizing pain came out from within. But there were also sounds of people drawing their sword to block off the bullets. Clang, clang, clang. The speed of the bullets was not that fast. These people were able to shield themselves from the bullets. Their reflexes were pretty agile. It was like how Qin Feng used to parry the bullets with his verdant emperor saber when he fought with He Li. At this moment, however, the gate had been completely opened up. Within their sights, other than 7 or 8 corpses that were lying on the floor, there were 3 other ancient warriors who were wielding weapons. These ancient warriors had the capabilities of an F tier. You've got a death wish. Let's do this together. Kill him. The trio's eyes were filled with a murderous intent. But compared to Qin Feng, they were too weak. Burning sword glare. Qin Feng swung his verdant emperor saber. The area was enveloped by the glaring reflection of the flaming sword before the trio was knocked back by his slash. Arg! Qin Feng closely followed the trio who had been knocked back into the underground bunker. Under the dimmed emergency lights, Qin Feng was able to see what had transgressed in the underground bunker. His pupils suddenly dilated before he shifted his eyes away from the scene. Qin Feng stepped out from the room. Lu Shui, you should go in and console them, said Qin Feng. Lu Shui did not understand what he meant, but when she entered and saw what was going on inside, her eyes widened. Animals. There were only about 100 or more people in the spacious underground bunker. However, almost 100 of them were clustered in an area. There were 20 over young girls whose clothes were tattered. They were dazedly lying down on the cold surface of the floor. It did not take much imagination to know what they had gone through. There was also a pile of corpses in a corner of the room. Within a day, the corpses were already giving out a terrible stench. Lu Shui quickly went over. She found the girls' clothes and quickly helped them to dress up. Are you here to save us? One of the girls stammered, her eyes filled with intense hate. Lu Shui did not know how to answer her. Yes, we're sorry, we were late. Lu Shui replied with remorse. She did not even know what had transpired here. After the girls had put on their clothes, Qin Feng looked at the other 100 people. There were adult men and women in the group. There was guilt written all over their faces as they cowered in silence. They did not even make a sound after Qin Feng had come in with so many people. In one day, the whole world had seemingly collapsed. What happened here? Qin Feng asked in a low voice. The previous girl raised her head and looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng was the first to enter. Although he did not kill the 3 F-tier ancient warriors, he had severely wounded them. It's them. It's them. The girl gritted her teeth. We were hiding in the underground bunker last night. They came and harassed us. My classmates came to stop them, but they were all killed by them. They deserved death, death. The girl wept as she spoke. The other girls who were numb at first cried out as well. The large mall did not only sell groceries. There were clothing and accessory shops, as well as a cinema and karaoke center at the top floor. It was a large department store. The girl had only been injected with the awakening potion early this year. She was a high school graduate like Qin Feng. After the graduation, she had a gathering with her classmates. As it was a holiday, everyone got together to have a singing session. When everything started falling apart, they went into the bunker in an orderly fashion. But no one would have guessed that this was the beginning of a nightmare. As F-tier ancient warriors, the scene was all too familiar. Status came with strength. Including the people that they had rescued along the way, they had become kingpins of the bunker. They molested one of the students who was good-looking. Some of the students who had been injected by the awakening potion had their ancient warrior potential awakened. As they were young and hot-blooded, a fight quickly erupted. The fight was more like a massacre. After killing the newbies, these people became even more reckless. They deserved death. Qin Feng appeared to be repeating the girl's voice. She looked at Qin Feng. There were mixed feelings in her eyes. They did not know how Qin Feng would handle this matter. After all, aptitude users were the prized treasures of the colonies. If it were not the end times, aptitude users could ask for a settlement by paying them off with an amount of money that was considered trivial to the aptitude users. As she thought about this, the girl went into despair. But at that moment, they suddenly heard Qin Feng's voice. As you wish. Although Qin Feng had knocked the 3 ancient warriors back, he did not kill them. He had only wounded them severely. But right now, he was walking toward the injured trio without hesitation. What are you trying to do? One of the F-tier ancient warriors put on a brave face. Mr. Qin, we did something wrong. They had seen videos of Qin Feng before. They knew how strong he was, but they thought that they would get lucky. However, they were defeated the moment they met. It had crumbled whatsoever confidence they had. It was hard to believe that this person could possess such powerful abilities. Was he a gunner, or an ancient warrior, or an ability user? No matter what he was, Qin Feng's abilities struck fear in them. Being sorry doesn't mean anything with mere words. I personally hate sand that gets stuck in my eyes. If you're really sorry, then pay the price. After saying so, Qin Feng swung his verdant emperor saber. Another glaring flame ensued. The glaring knife edge had sliced off his opponent's necks. Their severed heads rolled on the floor, but no blood came out from the wound. They had all been turned into char. Qin Feng charged up his asteroid assimilation. The 3 F-tier ancient warriors' internal energies were absorbed by Qin Feng instantly. When they saw the scene, the girls who had been assaulted did not feel afraid at all. Instead, they felt much better. Dead. These people who had abused them were dead. Are you going to break out of this encirclement with us? Or do you want to remain here? Asked Qin Feng. The girls went silent. Only the first girl asked him in a hoarse voice. Will you protect us? Only you can protect yourselves. Qin Feng raised his hand. He threw a pistol in front of her. The girl stared at the pistol before clutching it tightly. I'm coming with you. At that moment, the girl realized something. She was never interested in killing before. But now, she was passionate. Only by having power could she protect herself. The only person she could trust was herself. Perhaps it was because of what had transgressed in the underground bunker. Some of the people who were with Qin Feng abandoned their wish to stay in the underground bunker. They had decided to break through the encirclement with them. Among them were mostly young, beautiful women. Qin Feng came down with 200 people. But when he left, he brought an additional 50 people with him. Lu Shui, get them some clothes from the upper floors. Their clothes were tattered and could barely cover the important parts of their bodies. There were 300 or 400 people in the mall right now, and Qin Feng did not want any additional problems to arise. Lu Shui nodded and took them for a change of clothes. Luckily, the floors had been cleared by Qin Feng so nothing eventful happened to them. Night had fallen, and the smell of food was too intense around here. Insectoids had started to gather, and soon, the whole building was surrounded. Qin Feng was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed as he meditated on his dantian. His chi had increased after killing some people just now. Qin Feng used an absorption ability to harness the chi. After the sparsely spread chi were absorbed by the veins in his body, the chi underwent a refinement process and quickly became part of Qin Feng's internal energy. The asteroid assimilation is getting stronger. Qin Feng could sense that as his internal energy increased, his asteroid assimilation skill was improving as well. He could feel a subtle field enveloping his body that was endlessly consuming the spirit aura from both heaven and earth. The people that he had slain had been turned into a total of 5 chi clusters this time around. Including the previous ones, Qin Feng's internal energy chi clusters came to a total of 50. His internal energy had exceeded an F9 tier ancient warriors by 5 times. The internal energy was strong and came in an endless stream. Huff! Qin Feng exhaled once and opened his eyes. At this moment, Baili was sitting beside him. She was so bored that she had started playing games on the communication device. On the other side, about 5 meters away from him, a girl had appeared as well. It was the girl who had received Qin Feng's pistol in the underground bunker. Mr. Qin, thank you for what you did. The girl was emotionally more stable now. Although her eyes were still swollen, her lips cracked, and her face bruised, her eyes were glimmering. I haven't introduced myself. I'm Shang Na. Hi. Qin Feng nodded. I'm Qin Feng. This is my girlfriend, Baili. Baili raised her hand in acknowledgement. She continued to be engrossed in her game. Shang Na smiled. Your girlfriend is cute. Qin Feng gave an approving, you've got good taste, look at Shang Na. Shang Na was not trying to flatter Baili, as Baili was really a perfect goddess that was impenetrable. Her perfection had made Shang Na feel ashamed of herself. Our communication devices had been destroyed by those people yesterday, or we would have sent out word. I've heard about you from the team. You seem to be pretty strong. Baili as well. Perhaps she was afraid that Qin Feng would think that her words were meaningless, so she paused for a moment before continuing. I was injected with the awakening potion this year as well. On the 5th day, I was able to awaken the ancient warrior talent. Having an awakening on the 5th day meant that she had great potential. Even Zhou Hao could only awaken after 10 or more days. But of course, it was one thing to have a natural talent. Aptitude was a whole other story. Shang Na smiled bitterly. I was afraid of danger, and I didn't dare to go into battles. I never wanted to train. I was afraid of pain and injury. That's why I hid my own strengths. But now I realize how foolish I was. Such was the way of the world. There were people who could not get what they wanted even if they begged for it. But there were also people who did not appreciate what they could get easily. Qin Feng, I know that you are an ability user as well as a very powerful ancient warrior. Can I learn ancient martial arts from you? I've heard that you have a colony of your own. All these while, Qin Feng had been quietly listening to her. The girl had a terrible past. He even felt that without the awakening, the girl would have died in the city. Qin Feng's act today had undoubtedly changed the history of Han Town. Many people who were supposed to die were rescued. Many people who could have lived died instead. Qin Feng looked at Shang Na's determined pair of eyes. He then finally spoke. If you manage to get out from Han Town alive, you're welcomed in my colony. It meant that he did not reject Shang Na. Shang Na was, of course, overjoyed. Thank you so much. She did not stay around and disturb Qin Feng. She needed to rest and fill herself up with food, or she would not be able to escape the next day. Furthermore, she would have to defend herself with a gun. After resting for a while, Qin Feng once again sprung into action. Night was the best cover. It was also Qin Feng's domain. As night befell the fallen city, the Umbra stallion leapt silently into the building. Qin Feng brought Baili along in the darkness. This time around, they were not hunting for targets. Along the path, they did not attract the attention of any ultra beasts. Found it. It was an entrance to a transport hub. To put it accurately, it was like a transport depot in Chungbei Colony. Vehicles would depart from here. There were still about 3 trucks remaining. Since these vehicles had to travel into the wilderness, the glasses were reinforced. There were also strut bars outside the truck and a machine gun on top. Qin Feng leapt into the truck. There was no key inside, but it was not a difficult task for Qin Feng. He tinkered around with the circuit and soon the truck came into life. The insectoids naturally swarmed the truck as they heard the engine. Bailey, scare them away with your aura. Oh, that's a piece of cake. Bailey channeled out her aura instantly. The insectoids could sense her Beast King aura and retreated in fear. After starting up the truck, Qin Feng towed another vehicle and headed straight for the orphanage. After 20 minutes, the truck stopped outside the orphanage. The insectoids had been scared off by Bailey's aura. Qin Feng focused his consciousness on the orphanage. There were no insectoids around, but there was no living person around as well. Of course, it did not mean that everyone in the orphanage had already perished. On the contrary, they were unharmed and hidden in the basement. Qin Feng could not care less about those people who cried for help in the communication device, but that did not mean that he was aloof. The orphanage in Han Town was tiny. There were only about 100 over children inside. These 2 trucks were enough to carry them. Bailey, can you leave your aura here to keep the insectoids from closing in? Qin Feng asked. What would she use to assert dominance in the area? The thought of what she might use made him feel rather devious. Bailey nodded. Okay. Hence, under the careful eyes of Qin Feng, Bailey plucked some hair from her head that looked like a patch of beautiful fur. Huff! She blew the hair, scattering them across the trucks and the ground. With these fur, the insectoids wouldn't dare to close in. Qin Feng suddenly felt that he had been overthinking it. Let's go. He rode the Umbra stallion and went back with Bailey. There was not a single human soul out in the middle of night, but there were more and more insectoids gathering around the mall. Even if there was beast repellent scattered about, the collective breaths of the people were still being dispersed. With adequate food around, it was a possibility that the insectoids wanted a full meal or to hunt to feed their offspring. To leave them alone until morning would mean that the insectoids could break in at any moment and kill everyone. Lu Shui and the others were patrolling vigilantly, looking through a small window. What should we do? Should we clear some out? He Ling suggested nervously. The people around him did not respond. Nobody knew what was the best course of action. Even Lu Shui would not dare give suggestions right now, as the price of a wrong decision would be someone's life. Boss isn't back yet. Wang Chun kept glancing at the communicator on his hand. He was looking at the time. Wang Chun naturally had Qin Feng's communicator number, but things had not reached a critical moment just yet. If he rashly called Qin Feng and ended up with nothing definitive, then it would only show that Wang Chun was not very useful. So he endured on. He could only wait for time to pass and hope that Qin Feng would return soon. It was not just him. Those around him were also thinking the same thing. Why isn't Mr. Qin back yet? It had only been 12 hours, and Qin Feng had become a pillar for these people to rely on. Without him, they would not have been able to hold out here. Neither would they have had the confidence to escape. Beast General. There's another Beast General. Wang Chun quietly sounded out, with a trace of fear in his voice. In the darkness, they could see the silhouette of a Beast General knife-edge mantis. Previously in the hotel lobby, a Beast General knife-edge mantis had appeared as well. It moved at a neck-breaking speed. The dizzying strikes of its sickle-like claws harvested up to 3 lives. With the existence of something like this, there was nothing that could be done to deal with it. The Beast Generals were not as patient as the insectoids, and they would not be deterred by the beast repellent powder. Rather, they would begin their rampage toward the mall and start killing everything in sight. As for right now, 5 Beast Generals were spread out in all 4 directions of the mall. One would not dare imagine what sort of scene would ensue if they were to break through. Only this time, a burst of flames suddenly came from down the streets. Dark red flames rose up into the night sky, but the burst of flame did not fill the air with light. The dark flames swallowed the disturbed uproar that was the swarm of insectoids on the streets. The flames ignited everything around them, but there was no smoke cover, nor was there a wave of heat that would warm its surroundings. Everything would have been in a calm quiet if it were not for the pained screeching of the burning insectoids. Qin Feng walked through the flames. This fire was made by him. Naturally, he would not be harmed. Carpet Hellfire was not a be-all, end-all ability. It would not be enough to kill off some of the stronger beast soldiers with strong vitality. Scree. That only made the insectoids angry. Nice. I don't need to go looking for you. Qin Feng watched as a knife-edged mantis flashed its wings and flew toward him. Its wings were thin like a cicada's, but it stretched itself outward and pressed forward. The way it handled its sickle-like claws indicated that it was quite skillful with them. Die. No matter how skilled it was, facing Qin Feng meant the end. The burning sword glare erupted outward as Qin Feng and the knife-edged mantis moved past one another. It was not until Qin Feng had moved 10 meters away that the huge knife-edged mantis collapsed onto the ground and got consumed by hellfire. Knife-edged mantis beast general. Slain. It was just a momentary face-off and Qin Feng had killed the knife-edged mantis within seconds. He did not stop moving, continuing his advance, not even stopping to look at the mantis. The dark Umbra stallion once more entered the darkness. Qin Feng's position changed, and another street was engulfed in flames. All 4 directions were cleared, and Qin Feng took down 4 beast generals. With all the necessary materials collected, his body also felt the comfort of advancing. F6 tier. It seemed like fighting for an entire day had its rewards. Of course, as Qin Feng's strength increased, the energy he absorbed after killing ultra beasts also increased. Before his rebirth, Qin Feng's combat ability was brilliant. No matter how seriously injured he was, his wounds would be repaired after killing something. As a result, death was not something serious to him. The moniker of Madman Qin was stuck with him for a very long time. Nowadays, his kind of combat method had advanced. Thanks to his darkness ability, Qin Feng was free to come and go without being worried about getting injured. After clearing the 4 directions, the other insectoids were spooked enough to start retreating with their tails between their legs, and Qin Feng returned to the mall. Looking at the time, it was already 2 a.m. in the morning. Boss, you're back. Mr. Qin, we truly need you. The beast generals were like paper paste. What do you mean the beast generals were like paper paste? It's clearly boss being strong, that's what. Everyone was talking one after another. A string of excited chatter filled the air as they felt relief over the fact that the beast generals were gone, their words becoming louder and bolder. Of course they were excited. Qin Feng, this man, was a rising legend. To have fought together alongside him, which perhaps in the future would become something to boast about. It was like playing a game, with one god figure guiding the rest ahead, and the way being cleared, the relief was overflowing. Everyone go back and have some rest. We will move at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning to find something good to eat. Qin Feng interrupted the people's enthusiasm. After all, after a full day of fighting, nobody's body was made of steel. The same applied to aptitude users. Qin Feng was naturally arranged to be in the most luxurious place. There were several places in the mall that sold beddings. The mattresses and futons were all brand new. He also took the liberty of bringing Bai Li with him. Not bad. I want to buy one when I get back. Hubby, yours looks so ugly. Qin Feng was speechless. It was not like he chose a defective product. But as a man, choosing some lacy, frilly pink sheets, was not something he would do. All right. If you like it, then set it up yourself. This is free after all. You mean things like these can be free? Only in small towns occupied by the enemy. Don't try this in any of the stores in Qingbei. Qin Feng and Bai Li went on to discuss several common-sense subjects. Bai Li was smart and could make her own analogies. This saved Qin Feng a lot of time. The next morning, when Qin Feng woke up, he could not find the soft and delicate body beside him. He furrowed his brows and immediately came to his senses. Qin Feng's consciousness twitched, and he sensed Bai Li's location. She was upstairs. What was she doing upstairs? Qin Feng called the other one's communicator. You're awake, Bai Li quickly said. Soon after that, her appearance popped up on the communicator's screen. Only thing was, she was actually wearing a set of sexy lingerie too. Pooh. Qin Feng felt that the morning's firepower was a bit too strong, to the point where blood was almost gushing out from his nose. Pink is a very romantic color. The laces and frills only emphasize how masculine it is. It's 2020. Nobody's gonna judge. Isn't she, like, an airfield? What are you doing? Qin Feng tried to maintain a straight face. I'm looking for the clothes I like. There aren't any as good as the ones we have on our side. I don't want any, Bai Li said with a huff, putting her clothes on and leaving with disappointment. An entire night wasted thinking about it, and ending up with nothing good. Qin Feng. Well, next time I'll take you shopping at a better place. Come down first. Seeing that the light of spring had been covered up, Qin Feng felt a sense of regret. The transportation in Han Town was not very developed. It was nowhere as modern as the large cities. The backward industry also led to the simplicity and antique style of the clothing here. While Xiaobai was vain, she was no cheapskate. The clothes were decisively abandoned by her. After a rushed breakfast in the morning, the remaining 500 people continued to set off. This time, the teams were reorganized and the people were able to follow in a neat fashion. Everything was progressing smoothly. Perhaps it was because Qin Feng only accepted those who came on their own and did not save the survivors trapped in the buildings. The people entering the group were significantly fewer than the people blindly escaping yesterday, but there were more aptitude users and people with normal combat abilities. As they got closer to the orphanage, the number of people breaking out began to skyrocket. Where was this place? It was a slum. Everyone had to fight hard. Otherwise, the next day, they would just be another body in the stinking ditches. So their combat potential was stronger and their drive for survival higher. Retreat to the orphanage's largest building and rest. Qin Feng gave the order and the crowd flooded into the orphanage. This was Hantown's orphanage and it was not designed to accommodate so many people at once. After resting for a while, the insectoids eventually gathered. The people that barely had their stomachs filled began to flee again. Qin Feng took Wang Chun ahead of time and went around the corner of a street to get the two trucks. Boss, you were not spending your time getting these last night, right? Wang Chun looked at Qin Feng with amazement. We don't have time for nonsense. You drive one and keep up with me. Qin Feng said. Yes, boss. Wang Chun quickly got on a truck and drove after Qin Feng, following left and right until they entered the underground parking lot. The underground parking lot of the orphanage was very small, and as it was not used very much, no one cleaned it up. It was dark and damp in there. The darker and damper, the more likelier there would be plow worms. As the trucks moved forward, the roars of the engines startled and mobilized the plow worms. Boom! A plow worm erupted from the ground, intercepting the truck by coming up in front of it. Qin Feng did not hesitate to expand his conscious energy. Fire beam. A blazing beam shot forward, impacting the body of the plow worm. Boom! The plow worm was blown into pieces by Qin Feng's fire beam, and even the burning bug flesh exuded a scent of fragrance. The plow worm's body contained a high quantity of protein, and it had highly nutritious meat. Qin Feng gave Bailey a glance. Bailey naturally grasped the idea. When the truck was further away from the area, Bailey used her spatial manipulation to put the body of the plow worm into her pocket space. Not only that, all of the plow worms that were still burrowing around in the dirt in the general area were sliced by the space blade, and the fragments were sucked into Bailey's space. Above ground, Wang Chun, who had been following Qin Feng's truck, did not know what had transpired. After a few tens of meters, they smoothly drove to the gate of the defensive facility of the underground parking lot. Qin Feng had already contacted the orphanage's teacher's communicator by then. Ms. Liao, you can come out now. Qin Feng's communicator broadcasted. After a while, the big metal gate slowly opened up. A mature beauty with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses came walking out. Following her were several young children, all holding tightly onto her hands or surrounding her. This was the orphanage's volunteer teacher, Liao Ying, a G3 tier ancient warrior. Mr. Qin, thank you for your help. Liao Ying thanked him quickly. Qin Feng's face remained serious. Now's not the time for that. Ms. Liao, take the children into the truck. Everyone else, get ready to go. Qin Feng drove the truck in front of the group without hesitation. While it seemed dangerous, with Qin Feng's help, this was the safest option. The cars that were blocking the road were arbitrarily or directly removed by him. Maybe it was because of Xiaobai's fur, or that the insectoids have not moved into the periphery. Their exit was very smooth. The moment they left the city walls and Hantown's moat, the people were actually excited seeing the wilderness. We're out. We're out. We're saved. We've finally left. Dad, Mom, I will live on for you. After a brief cheer came a stream of sobs and tears. There were people who were confused about their future. Most ordinary people had never left the colony and did not know where to go. On the other hand, the rich people who had already gathered contacts were eager to get to other colonies and lie low until all the fuss was over. It was day 3 since the spatial rifts had opened up. The Cold Storm Battalion heard the news and had arrived as a response. At this time, they saw more than 2,000 people appearing and were surprised by the turn of events. The leader of the Cold Storm Battalion quickly welcomed them. Lu Shui, Commander Jiangqi, Lu Shui quickly walked over. You rescued all of them? Lu Shui, you've done us a great service this time. Such is a task worthy of our Han town's most beautiful and most incredible captain. Jiang Qi complimented with a hint of yearning in his eyes. Jiang Qi was 32 years old, strong physically, but had never been married. As the regimental commander of Han Town's army, he was F7, tier in power, second only to the mayor. At this time, Shi Tianhai had also come over. In 3 days' time, Shi Tianhai seemed to have grown 10 years older. It was because this was a devastating blow. Lu Shui, you did well. It's all thanks to you this time. The people from Fu City will be here in 2 days. Then, you and I can reclaim lost grounds. The Cold Storm Battalion became a station troop, but then for the small Han town, this troop only consisted of 500 people. Of the 500, only 10 were F-tier. If they were to encounter a dozen bloodthirsty beetles, the entire army would be wiped out. I cannot take credit this time. Fortunately, because of the crystal shell beetle, a number of aptitude users arrived at Han Town. Otherwise, we would not have been able to break out. Lu Shui said bitterly. Shi Tianhai's face hardened. If it weren't for them, our spatial stabilizing device wouldn't be damaged, and you're still thanking them? I think they should be held accountable. My town wouldn't have been destroyed if it weren't for this. Of course, him being angry was useless. They did not even know who did it. Even if they did, how would the other party afford to make reparations? The aptitude users with their new lease of life ignored Shi Tianhai. After leaving the dangerous Han town, they planned to part ways. Qin Feng spotted Lu Shui in the crowd along with Shi Tianhai and Jiang Qi. He came over. The aura of his body was unsuppressed. The aura of an F6 tier ancient warrior made Shi Tianhai and Jiang Qi carry themselves more properly. Hello, Mayor Shi. Qin Feng stretched his hand out. The steady expression on his face stunned Shi Tianhai for a while, but he shook hands with Qin Feng out of habit. Hello, and you are? Mayor, this is Mr. Qin Feng who brought us out. He was the one that helped us out a lot, and even rescued the children from the orphanage. Lu Xie said enthusiastically. The corner of Shi Tianhai's lips twitched slightly, and a bit of impatience flashed in his eyes. He was already in deep water, and Qin Feng had to go save a group of inconveniences. How was he supposed to deal with all of this? These rescued children, would they not just add on to the mountain of problems they already have? How could Qin Feng have not noticed Mayor Shi Tianhai's expression? His face hardened, and he decided to no longer be polite. Mayor Shi, I think Han Town is in a dire situation. I just happen to know a colony that can take these children in. Han Town is occupied by the enemy, and until it can be reclaimed, I'm sure I can find a safe place for the orphans. So leave it to me. Shi Tianhai was overjoyed when he heard this. Okay, since this is the case, I'll hand this to Mr. Qin. A truly virtuous move from you, Mr. Qin. It's as I should. Qin Feng did not want to be courteous with the other party, so he excused himself for needing to deal with the orphans and left. Jiang Qi felt a sense of wariness in his heart, especially when he noticed the expression on Lu Shui's face when she was complimenting Qin Feng and showing her admiration. Lu Shui, who is this Qin Feng guy? And what about the other colony? Jiang Qi asked. Lu Shui smiled bitterly. Even I don't know that. What I do know is that he's very powerful. He took down a steel-limbed brood mother all by himself. His strength is incredible. Oh, Mayor, Jiang Qi, I also intend on leaving with Mr. Qin. What? The two shouted in unison, in utter disbelief that Lu Shui would actually say that. Regardless of how Lu Shui proceeded to explain to the two of them, Qin Feng, who had returned back to the crowd, had gotten even more frustrated. There were 2,000 people that had escaped from the colony. After arriving in a safe place, it had turned into a mess. Many people did not know what to do in the future. After escaping, they did not eat nor drink, but instead could not help but start worrying. The Cold Storm Battalion will handle it. Wait for them to solve it. Dream on. They didn't try to help out before. Onwards to Lixin Colony. I happen to have relatives there. So long as there's money in my communicator, anywhere is okay. Are we really leaving? Han Town's finished just like that? How am I supposed to live on? For the poor, this was a disaster. For the aptitude users, it was merely a new beginning. At this time, a group of aptitude users wanted to leave, but it was the question of how they would do it. After all, they had successfully escaped, but there were only 2 trucks available. which were a rare commodity now. Very soon, a quarrel ensued. There's no place for the orphans to go. Why are you asking us to get off the trucks? Liaoning asked angrily. Can't I use it to go to another colony? Why are you being such a nuisance? Back off, or I'll kill you. No, the bus is not for you. Liaoning was obviously angry too. It was at this time that Qin Feng returned. What's going on? Qin Feng asked calmly. His aura was unsuppressed. Anyone would know that he was seething with rage. One of the aptitude users suddenly rushed over, offering a cigarette. Mr. Qin, we're planning on using the truck to leave this dump. Do you want to join us? Qin Feng sneered. The bus is meant for carrying the orphans. Didn't we already escape? Just pass them over to Han townspeople and call it a day. We helped save people. It's not too much to demand for a truck from them, the man said in a rather pompous manner, believing that what he said was justified. Qin Feng gave a stiff smile and said, You saved other people? On the contrary, I think I was the one who saved you. So if I were to demand for your life right now, that wouldn't be too much to ask, would it? The man finally got the meaning behind Qin Feng's words. Mr. Qin, what are you talking about? He looked at Qin Feng anxiously. Qin Feng looked around. There were still a bunch of F-tier aptitude users around him. Almost half of the ones that came to Han Town before the crystal shell beetle attack. Undoubtedly, these were outsiders, not local Han Town aptitude users. From today onward, these orphans belong to me. They are my, Qin Feng's, people. I want to bring them with me, on my truck, and you want to take that from me? The people were shocked. No, Mr. Qin, I was wrong. I didn't know. Yes, sir. I didn't actually want to take the truck. I just came over to take a look. The group hurriedly tried to come up with excuses for themselves while the loud and arrogant one did not dare to speak up, quickly apologizing and slinking into the crowd. Liaoning was very surprised. Mr. Qin, you want to take care of these orphans? Everyone was worried about where they were going to go next. As a teacher of the orphanage, Liaoning must have been even more so. The person in charge of the orphanage had run away long ago, leaving her alone as a volunteer. When she heard Qin Feng's words, she felt at ease. Qin Feng was a strong person. A person this strong, with a small sum of money, it would be enough to find a place for these people. Qin Feng nodded at Liaoning and looked at those around him and said, I have a newly built colony, which is still under construction. Those of you who are currently facing a life dilemma, you can come with me and help out in the urban defense and development to become residents of the colony. You can receive a residential area free of charge according to the population and may even work in the new colony in the future. Those people who want easy work, don't like to work, or those who want to spend their days idle are those that I dislike and are not coming with me. Qin Feng's remarks caused a sudden uproar among the crowd. Qin Feng actually had a colony? If a new colony were born, would that mean new developments? Undoubtedly, as the first batch of citizens, they would get better treatment, and perhaps with a change of place they would be able to change their destiny. Mr. Qin, where is your colony? Mr. Qin, what's the colony's name? Are you the colony's mayor? Qin Feng answered the questions one after another, and then handed the matters to Lu Zhinshan to let him count the number of people. As for Qin Feng, he naturally went back to Han Town to grab a few more vehicles to drive back. He even brought over large tents and sleeping bags for people to sleep in. Except that this very night, many were not exactly able to fall asleep easily. In the early morning of the next day, Qin Feng came out of his tent and saw a group of people waiting near it. Other than Lu Zhinshan and Lu Shui, he first saw Wang Chun, those three that cooperated with him before, the newly awakened girl that they rescued from the mall, Shang Na, and the teacher of the orphanage, Liaoning. Boss, for your colony, do you need aptitude users? What do you think of us? Wang Chun said with a wide grin on his face. You are greatly welcome. Without a doubt, Qin Feng had reaped quite a haul with his return to Han Town. Among them were more than 30 aptitude users that followed Qin Feng, with 4 of them being F-tier aptitude users. There were about 600 commoners that followed Qin Feng to Fengli Colony. These people were impressed by Qin Feng's words. In fact, most of the poor were homeless, and they had been paying attention to the news of a new colony, but the wilderness was a dangerous place. Few people left for another colony with only the clothes on their backs. Qin Feng's request did not just ensure them a safe journey, it also offered them a new lease of life. The most important thing was that they saw just how powerful Qin Feng was. Mr. Qin is an ability user. His future achievements are definitely going to be good. Such a leader would be able to protect us. Better than that Shi Tianhai guy. Lu Jinshan is going too. Captain Lu will surely go as well. The new colony is definitely better. With these ideas in the minds of the masses, they journeyed with Qin Feng. Due to the large number of people and the limited number of hover tanks, Qin Feng led everyone through the longer way there. Perhaps it was also by Li's vigil that deterred the more aura-sensitive ultra beasts from attacking the convoy, which allowed them to go through smoothly. A week later, Qin Feng finally returned to Fengli Colony. At this time, Fengli Colony was being built up rapidly. Because of the invasion from the extra-dimensional beings, many materials have undergone groundbreaking changes. For example, the addition of the mucus of a type of insect in the cement greatly increased its firmness and had it drying faster. All kinds of building materials had been upgraded to have a greater effect. A 10-story high-rise building could be built in as fast as a month's time, and a colony would be formed within half a year with a sufficient labor force. When Qin Feng arrived, Xue Xingfu had already arrived to greet him. It had not been half a month, and Xue Xingfu still looked the same, while Qin Feng had become even more enigmatic. District Governor, it's been half a month since you were gone. You've really become someone who just puts work into other people's hands, huh? The head of this colony was naturally divided according to Qingyang City. The colonies surrounding Qingyang City were also the strongest colonies. There were also colonies much further away, but they were far away from Qingyang City, much like Han Town to the Fu City. Qin Feng's Fengli Colony was not that far away, and a public route was set up which had become a new district. Naturally, the head of the district was Qin Feng. I've troubled you greatly, but I'm afraid moving forward, you'll be even busier, Qin Feng said with an apologetic smile. I'm exhausted. The two people discussed the current situation, and Qin Feng handed over the 600 people to let Xue Xingfu figure it out. Among them, Lu Jinshan and the others were the most important. After that, Qin Feng took 3 cars full of people and headed to Qingbei Colony. This included more than 100 orphans and some young women, including the mother and daughter who taped their mouths shut that time they first escaped with Qin Feng. These were pretty much those under his special care. At the gate of Qingbei Colony, the 3 vehicles entered, and the garrison immediately stopped Qin Feng's car after realizing the situation. Come down and accept the inspection. The duty of the garrison troop was to protect the colony. If a group of people were to rush into the city, this was something worth investigating. Who knew what sort of diseases they could be carrying, or what parasites, which may threaten the entire city? Qin Feng opened the door and got out of the car. Without him even saying a word, the other party was dumbfounded. Mayor Qin. Hello. The man quickly saluted when he recognized Qin Feng. Qin Feng froze, then thought of what Zhengyang said to him back at Zima Mountains. To others, the dark rifts had only been gone for half a month. There was no way to carry out construction on those 2 mountains, and they had become part of Qin Feng's backyard, so to speak. For outsiders, it was unclear what this meant. As someone who had performed exceptionally well while on the battlefield, Qin Feng seemed to be a hero. Hello. These people are orphans I brought back from Han Town. I plan to send them to the orphanage here. I see. The garrison trooper hesitated for a moment, then put his foot down, saying, Then, you can go ahead first. I will inform the doctor and tell them to go ahead with the examination and prepare some antibiotics. Thank you. No, Mayor Qin. Just doing our duty. The trooper quickly waved his hand. Qin Feng returned to his car and drove into the colony. Qingbei was naturally more prosperous than Han Town. It was so close to Qingyang City that it could basically be considered as a neighboring district. Many things here were synchronized with Qingyang City. Towering buildings, brightly dressed crowds, aptitude users that were uncommon in Han Town were all over here. There were even many children who happily went to school. Point 1. When passing by a building, a video was playing on a big screen on the outer wall of a large building. In the video, there was the scene of Qin Feng wielding the Verdant Emperor saber, slashing away at F-tier zombies. Not only that, he also killed a burning ghoul. Due to the drone's overhead shots, the shot was perfect, beautiful, and exciting to watch. When the screen was doing a playback, a deep voice rang out. Heroes, always on the road. Heroes, immortal in battle. Heroes, fearless and persistent. Heroes, are there among you. It was a promotional video by Zhengyang. Although it was not specifically naming Qin Feng as a hero, there was without a doubt that after the Corpse Core incident on Zima Mountains that everyone recognized him as a hero. Not only that, he had also become the leader of a colony. Then the picture changed, and it was actually an image of Qin Feng. He was not sure when this was taken, but he was holding Bai Li's hand, tugging her along as they stood on a gray, ashy land and looking off into the horizon. Then several large letters emerged. Fengli Colony, waiting for you to create. After seeing that, Qin Feng suddenly felt very dissatisfied. Shuexingfu was actually advertising this here. He even put an image of Bai Li. Qin Feng was not informed about it at all. After realizing that pretty much everyone had seen Bai Li's face, he felt very unhappy. The little fox was his one. When Qin Feng's expression became gloomy, those in the car with him were completely stunned. Although they knew Qin Feng was powerful, being on this large screen was obviously different. It's Mr. Qin. Boss, that's so cool that you get to be on the big screen. So it turns out that Ms. Bai Li's a superstar? Very photogenic. Once again, everyone felt that Qin Feng was unfathomable. Qin Feng was utterly speechless. Inside the orphanage's building. Sorry to trouble you this time, Elder Dean. You rascal, don't say that. You've helped a lot this time. Dean Linderong said emotionally before sending people to help manage the group that Qin Feng brought over. Qin Feng, I was indeed right about you, but you've just grown up so fast that it's shocking. You must remember that it's the taller trees that will have their tops blown off. You need to remember to keep a low profile. Qin Feng smiled. If it were before his rebirth, he would have naturally done so, as it would have been the right thing to do. It was completely different now. If he wanted to stay low, the only thing he would have to leave in the dark was his dark ability. Other times, he had to remain high profile. The towering tree deprives other creatures of their nutrients to protect the birds above. Elder Dean, I won't let you down. Lin Durong froze for a moment, then laughed uncontrollably. Okay, we'll go with yours. Fight on. Qin Feng left another 5 million and the meat of the plow worms before leaving. The orphanage had become more depressing as of late. Although the tragedy in Qin Feng's previous life did not happen, in the past half a month where he had not visited, the children's immune system had become weaker. They suffered from colds, fevers, and viral infections. In the end, more than 20 of them had passed. Compared to the situation before Qin Feng's rebirth, it was considered much better. However, with so many children gone, the orphanage seemed rather dismal. With the new children joining, he believed that the mood might be uplifted a little. Of course, against the pressures of survival, this was one of the places that Qin Feng should provide a lot of aid to. After the Fengli colony was built, Qin Feng was sure that the children would have a better living condition. After leaving the orphanage, Qin Feng found a deserted area to have Bai Li bring out his hover car. The car was previously parked in front of Lu Zhinshan's shop. After the rift opened, Qin Feng had Bai Li put it away, and now it was finally taken back out. After returning to Qinghu Garden, and for not having a good break in a long while, Qin Feng comfortably lay in the large bathtub in his loft. Bai Li was beside him wearing a bikini. With a figure like that one could not help but get a nosebleed. Qin Feng was glad that Xiao Lian from before called Bai Li flat. After one whole night of relaxation, Qin Feng was woken up by his communicator with a call from Zhou Hao. Madman, didn't you say you are back already? We need to do an overall test and find teammates today. Don't tell me you're not coming. On the way back these past few days, Qin Feng and Zhou Hao were in contact, and Zhou Hao had urged him several times, much like this time, that he must not miss the spring hunting garden. Good thing Qin Feng managed to rush back. This time, Bai Li became a small fox again and rode shotgun. After being in a humanoid form for so long, Bai Li did not exactly like turning back into a fox. When in the human form, she had to focus on maintaining the shape of the physical form, and in fact, it was a kind of full-body transformation. Not only that, human fingers were extremely flexible. For Bai Li, controlling these was a kind of exercise. Although the trip to Han Town allowed Bai Li to obtain another Beast King crystal core, her strength had also increased by a lot. Yet, she still did not have much of a chance to shine. Qin Feng really treated her like a pet. Draping herself around Qin Feng's shoulders, she let out a yawn and went back to sleep. Qin Feng got out of the car and stepped into campus. After that, everything immediately felt different. To say that he was just a face among the crowd of students back then would not be an unusual thing to say, but now almost all of the people who had seen him screamed with excitement. Qin Feng. Hey, is that the ability class's Qin Feng who's also an ancient warrior? He's so amazing. Among the cheering, there was a girl who boldly approached him. Qin Feng, are you going to take part in the month-end test today and look for a team? Qin Feng was not too frigid. He kept walking, but he answered the other's question. Yes. It's a shame that I'm a sophomore. If you come back from the spring hunting ground and the team has been dissolved, I hope you can consider me. Qin Feng. We'll see then. It was considered a polite rejection. Ah, thank you, Qin Feng. That girl happily dashed back and openly announced. Qin Feng said that he'd give me a chance. Qin Feng. I didn't even say anything. Since he was gaining too much attention, he started to pick up the pace, and those who were eager to try and go after him simply could not keep up. Qin Feng quickly arrived at class. Only this time, something unimaginable happened. Qin Feng, the spring hunting garden's about to start. You should join our team. Yeah, Qin Feng. Take me aboard, and I'll use my tailwind assist to make you run speedily. Out of the way, you wind element ability user. You're just an auxiliary support ability user. Qin Feng furrowed his brow at the group of twittering teenagers. Did they not look down on him thinking that he had low elemental affinity before? Why did they want to join up with him for the spring hunting garden now? Qin Feng was not going to have these expressions of goodwill and join this group of people. Sorry, I need to discuss some things with my teammates. Qin Feng said. Who? With the genius Zhou Hao from the ancient warrior class. Ah geez, if Zhou Hao's with Qin Feng, they've already won. This group of people stared at Qin Feng with greater intensity. After all, those two together were too strong. Everyone knew that Zhou Hao was a certified G-tier ancient warrior. In the eyes of these students who had only newly awakened for 2 months and been in the school for a month, Zhou Hao's capabilities were already extremely powerful. Qin Feng was naturally strong as well, but it would never occur to them that Qin Feng had already reached F-tier. Even if the advertisement was broadcasted every day, they still believed that they could stand a chance against Qin Feng's power. Just as they were about to say something else, the teacher of the ability class, Cheng Chao, finally arrived and dispersed those surrounding Qin Feng. Qin Feng's back? Perfect. And I thought you're not attending this time's spring hunting garden. Cheng Chao was obviously delighted. He thought that Qin Feng would only be back the next day. Everyone prepare yourselves. This time we'll do the first examination. This exam is very important. I hope you don't embarrass yourself. If your score is lacking, you may not find a team. Ah! The students were suddenly in an uproar. Soon, with the announcement spread across the whole school, the people from the ability class also followed the rest to the central square. People of all classes were dispatched one after another. This year, more than 300 freshmen were seated on the stands beside the square. Of course, because the central square was surrounded by the other buildings, those within the lecture floors could still see the rest of the square. Just above Qin Feng's original class, among the ability classmen, Li Yaoyao was among the onlookers. Li Yaoyao was surrounded by her peers. They were chatting feverishly. Here come the new recruits of the abilities class. Is Qin Feng with them? Perhaps. However, despite being an outstanding ancient warrior, he may not be an ability user and equal. Yet I heard that his conscious energy level is off the charts. He can even use telekinesis. Is that so? Nonetheless, ability user or not, he would still make a formidable teammate. Our university is going to take the first place for sure this time. Li Yaoyao was looking dejected. Too bad we are not in the same year. Or else, I could join him at the spring hunting ground this time and mend our relationship. In the middle of the square, the headmaster of Chungbei University, Deng Nian, had once again taken the center stage. This evaluation depends greatly on what kind of teammates you manage to recruit. There's only one way to gather strong allies, which is by having considerable strength yourself. Thus, I hope you will give it your best and bring out everything you have learned in the past month. Don't be shy to demonstrate the best of your abilities in front of the crowd. Now, we welcome the first class of the 69th batch to showcase their talent. The first class would undoubtedly be the abilities class. Qin Feng walked down the participant seats and was ushered to the square with the others. Cheng Chao was standing beside them, and he announced proudly and spiritedly, "Release the runes." It was like this had been rehearsed multiple times. The students standing beside Cheng Chao became serious and triggered their strong conscious energy to unleash the runes stored within them. The released runes covered their masters and beamed in different colors. Their class rep, Zhao Yu, was the one with the best rune affinity. She scored A in that category, meaning that Zhao Yu was capable of absorbing 15 runes in 10 minutes and 90 runes in an hour. However, restricted by her consciousness, the maximum time Zhao Yu could perform meditation and absorb runes was capped at 2 hours per day. Besides, concentrated runes usually came with a hefty cost. The efficacy would plummet further if one were sensing and harvesting runes that dispersed freely in the surrounding. Even so, Zhao Yu had still attained more than 1,000 runes in 1 month. She also now possessed 3 G-tier fire abilities. Zhao Yu was the student closest to G-tier in the entire class. She was no doubt a destined prodigy. She would be the sole spotlight of the 69th batch if Qin Feng had not emerged. Buzz. The red-colored runes climbed above 1 meter high and surpassed everyone on the stage. Her red runes were the most eye-catching among the color palette. She was the undisputable first in her class. Aside from her, there was another alien among them. Naturally, that would be Qin Feng. He had not taken part in the class before and knew nothing about the details of this exhibition. Hence, he was 1 step behind everyone else. Qin Feng realized what he had to do only when others had already pushed to their limits to ascend their runes. I see. So we are asked to demonstrate our runes? I better not reveal too much about my ability. Qin Feng would not be shy of flexing his muscles on other occasions, but his dark flame would stand out too much amidst the orange-red flames of other students. As such, Qin Feng only slightly activated the most basic level of fire runes and appeared unpromising. He was on the other extreme, and as compared to Zhao Yu, he ended up with the same amount of attention from the audience. Why is Qin Feng's rune so timid in size? I heard that he has a low affinity to begin with. Moreover, he seldom attended class. That explains his subpar ability. That's truly unexpected. So he is mediocre after all. Cheng Chao felt helpless seeing that Qin Feng had become the center of attention. Qin Feng's affinity was only at G tier, which was lower than most ability students. Cheng Chao believed Qin Feng would fare better if he had chosen the path of a gunner or an ancient warrior. At ease. Though he had such thoughts running through his head, Cheng Chao did not forget that they were in the middle of an exhibition and continued to give out orders. The students retracted their runes swiftly. It took a toll on their conscious level to materialize the runes. Besides, most of them were overextending their power to impress the audience. To maintain the rune output in such a state for more than half a minute was the best the students could manage. Qin Feng also quickly put out the rune flames around him. He did not look upset despite the crowd's doubtful stares. Qin Feng's ability is unexpectedly underwhelming. Well, ability and rune affinity are not the only things that matter inside the hunting ground. Qin Feng's prowess in martial arts and gunfights is not to be overlooked. He is still a strong first-place candidate there. I agree. Even without the talent of an ability user, Qin Feng is still better than a lot of them. Don't forget, he single-handedly challenged an F-tier Beast King. Now that they had witnessed his rune capacity, the audience was curious to find out who Qin Feng would choose to be his teammates next. Ignoring the murmuring crowd, Cheng Chao continued to give out instructions to the students. The abilities class this term only had 30 students. 5 of them took a step forward to demonstrate their unique abilities first. This was the moment one could tell who was the real deal. Some could release flames, fogs, gusts, or falling rocks, which were all considered useful. Nevertheless, the brightest spotlight once again belonged to Zhao Yu. She first released a ball of flame, followed by 3 simultaneous burning bolas in 3 separate directions, and she ended her performance with a fiery ring around her. Those attacks hit all rubber dummies prepared by the university and set them on fire. A lot of ancient warriors and gunners noted her name down mentally and wanted to invite her to their team. Qin Feng was naturally the last to step up since he had rehearsed nothing. He did not move a finger after the other 4 students that shared the stage with him had done their parts. He could mask his true ability by exhibiting the most basic runic power, but any skill of his level now would immediately give out his disguise. Yet, if he were to do nothing, then he would be looked down upon. He contemplated and finally stepped forward. In front of the rubber dummy, Qin Feng directly swung his fist, and hit the dummy with his inner power. Two countering forces immediately exploded and formed a whirlpool of energy. Boom! The loud bang that resulted from Qin Feng's fist landing on the dummy stunned the crowd. The rubber dummy first twisted in shape, then burst into pieces. The impact of Qin Feng's fist was as deadly as explosives. On the grandstand, Deng Nian's mouth slightly curved upward. From the looks of it, Qin Feng has once again become stronger. But he is an abilities class student. Why did he use martial arts instead? How is he going to be ranked in this case? The training dummy was actually also a measuring tool. It would translate a student's power into a number after it had received the attack from the student. Qin Feng's battle power reached 5,000 points after he shattered the dummy with his bare fist. The maximum limit. So Qin Feng is as powerful as a G9 user now? Wonderful. Indeed, even without fancy ability, Qin Feng is still the strongest. Unsurprisingly, Qin Feng was dead last when the final ranking of abilities class came out. After all, the ranking was based on ability and not martial arts. His classmates would be infuriated if Qin Feng were ranked top using an unqualified move set. I only got 890 points. That's way off compared to Qin Feng's power. Zhao Yu lamented. Her classmates around her quickly gathered and patted her to console her. Zhao Yu, don't worry about it. You are more than capable of earning the G-tier badge. I am confident that you will be given one if you get a good grade this time. You might not even need to kill a monster. Stop worrying about things you can't control. Yeah, don't compare yourself to that physical freak. What he did could hardly be called an ability. Zhao Yu was comforted after she heard the reassuring words from her classmates. It was the ancient warrior class turn next. There were a total of 3 classes, so the evaluation was done on 10 students simultaneously. Nevertheless, it still progressed much slower than before. Zhou Hao was at his usual best. He and Lu Ming had earned a lot during the zombie invasion. He used the credits to resupply chakra pills and strengthening potions to boost his training. As a result, Zhou Hao was now steadily reaching G6 tier. A few rubber dummies were deformed brutally by Zhou Hao's punch during the test. The first place in the ancient warrior group belonged to Zhou Hao. His battle power, 3,190 points. After that, those from the gunner class came forth to take the test. This group was actually more splendid to watch. The better gunner was usually the one who had spent more on their gears. The loaded ones brought out machine guns and plasma bombs, while the poor could only carry cheap handguns. No matter how accurate they were, nobody was bothered to pay the latter any attention. Qin Feng, who was initially daydreaming, was suddenly intrigued by something he saw. He took a better look and was utterly dumbstruck. Chen Ming. How could it be? Qin Feng focused on him and realized that Chen Ming was holding 2 guns in his hands. The metallic gray weapons were 2 gorgeous-looking plasma guns. But what drew Qin Feng's attention was neither the guns nor his accuracy. He was focused on Chen Ming's legs. Chen Ming was wearing long pants, and the pair of legs hidden beneath them seemed absolutely normal. Zhou Hao, do you know what happened to Chen Ming? I thought that he missed the application date. How did he get into the university? Zhou Hao replied to him through the communicator swiftly. Since we had parted ways after the day of awakening, I have not contacted him much lately. From what I heard, he fawned over the son of the deputy mayor called Lin Kai and squeezed into the gunner class last minute through that connection. The official statement is that he is to be the companion of Lin Kai. Companion? More like a subordinate or pawn. Qin Feng did not see this coming. Thanks for the info. Qin Feng, don't trouble yourself with that guy. The one that abducted us during the reunion was probably set up by him. No matter how good our past relationship was, we can't risk trusting a dishonest person like him anymore. You got me. Zhou Hao knew that Qin Feng was always lenient toward Chen Ming. Though they had not been in touch after the awakening, Zhou Hao reckoned it was best to caution Qin Feng once more since he had brought up the subject. I know what to do. After he hung up, his eyes were still fixated on Chen Ming, who was still pompously showing off his skills. Qin Feng focused on his legs, and his frown deepened. After he cut off Chen Ming's legs, he had burned them to ashes right there and then. There was zero chance he could get those amputated legs reconnected. But no matter how Qin Feng looked at it, his legs were too natural to be prosthetic. No matter how advanced technology was now, a prosthetic leg would still not bend this naturally like what Chen Ming had just performed. What was more, it struck Qin Feng at odds that Chen Ming's legs were full of strength, and he was even stronger than before. As a powerful consciousness user, there was no way Qin Feng would be mistaken in assessing Chun Ming, who was a few tiers behind him. So, what miracle happened to him in such a short time? Perhaps Qin Feng was looking too hard, or perhaps Chun Ming had long noticed Qin Feng. When Chun Ming went down the stage and glanced through the student seats, his gaze locked straight onto Qin Feng's. A sense of resentment flashed across his face and disappeared rapidly. Qin Feng stared at him as well. Possibly, this old friend of his had guessed who was the one that had broken off his legs. That changed nothing, though. They were, after all, already standing on opposite ends from the day Qin Feng had been resurrected. The gunner course had 6 classes in total. 2 hours had passed when the whole exhibition event finally came to an end. The abilities class students were growing impatient as they sat through the whole event. The gunners were ranked first by the weapon grade, then only by techniques. Chun Ming sat at number 10, which was not at all a bad placement. Qin Feng, let's discuss our party formation. Do you think you can recruit Xiaoyu from your class into our team? Zhou Hao asked. Let me ask her now. Xiaoyu was sitting right in front of Qin Feng. Class rep, do you have a team yet? Xiaoyu was obviously everyone's target in the abilities class. In a party, there were 2 ability users allowed while no such restriction was placed on ancient warriors and gunners. Most of them were not familiar with Qin Feng, so naturally everyone would like to team up with the friendlier Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu did not accept the others' invitations hastily, because she was hoping to form an alliance with Qin Feng. Qing Chao had also mentioned that it was best to group the strong students in one team. He promised to match them up during the party formation ceremony later. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng asked Xiaoyu before Qing Chao had even said anything. Not yet. Xiaoyu shook her head. Then, join our team. What do you think? Sure, Qin Feng. I should thank you for inviting me. Xiaoyu accepted quickly. Qin Feng grinned and asked for her student ID. Another confirmed member of the team right now is the top student of the Ancient Warrior class. We still haven't decided on other members yet. You are speaking of Zhou Hao. Yeah, that would surely be a lot of pressure. Both of you are the best of the best. Xiaoyu was always the top in her class. That was only true before a monster named Qin Feng showed up. Although she was still ranked first this time, only Qin Feng and Zhou Hao were worthy to be called a genius in her opinion. She still had a lot of respect for Qin Feng, even though he was placed last in the class. That did not alter the fact that Qin Feng was the best warrior in their age group. Relax. Spring hunting ground is nothing too difficult. Qin Feng called back to Zhou Hao to deliver the good news. It's settled. Great. That means only 2 more slots left. I think we can ask one of my classmates. He is an ancient warrior with a unique ability. How unique? Qin Feng questioned. His inner power could heal internal wounds. He said that he is the descendant of an ancient warrior family that excels in healing. By the way, he is also currently studying medicine part-time. Sounds good. Qin Feng answered. Inside the university, other than the 3 main courses, there were other subsidiary subjects that were more technical in nature. Anyone could pick up such crash courses without the need of being enrolled in the university. These crash courses included medicine, cooking, agriculture, etc. These were means to help the general people survive the harsh world outside. A course like culinary took only 3 months, while plantation only lasted a year. The entire medicine course was relatively long, but it was shorter if only the first aid class was taken. Stuff like emergency treatment and stitching in the wild still required intensive learning and training. With such a dependable teammate around, Zhou Hao and Xiaoyu would receive better care if they were accidentally wounded during the mission. Better be safe than sorry. There were also chances that they might clash with students from other universities. While they were discussing the next candidate to invite, the ranking of the 6 gunner classes was finally released. Everyone marched to the field. Under the teacher's lead, the students left their seats and walked toward the square. The students' sight jumped from one line to the other, apparently searching for their suitable teammates. You may team up now. Party with 5 members should come forth and register with the teachers. The crowd immediately scattered about after Deng Nian gave the order. A lot of students swarmed around Qin Feng. Qin Feng hastily clarified, I already have a team. We only need a gunner with scouting skills now. This left those from the Ancient Warrior class in great disappointment. Students from the Abilities class also looked at Qin Feng and Xiaoyu enviously. They understood that it was meant to be. It was only natural for the strong to group together to achieve the best possible result. Soon, Zhou Hao came and joined them along with the classmate he had mentioned earlier. He was a gentle-looking teenager wearing a pair of gold-framed spectacles. His shirt was snowy white while his pants were made of linen. He matched his clothing with a pair of white canvas shoes. Though it was a common outfit any 16-year-old teenager would have chosen, this guy was too clean to the point where Qin Feng thought that he might be a neat freak. Hi, my name is Zhang Tianche. I studied a type of Nigong called revitalization. It could be used to treat an internal wound and replenish lost internal force. Other than that, I have also picked up basic medicine and first aid. The new guy introduced himself. My name is Qin Feng. This lady here is Zhao Yu. From now on, we will work as a team, Qin Feng said. Zhang Tianche nodded. Both of you are widely well known throughout the campus. It's nice to finally meet you two in person. Qin Feng quietly labeled him as a calm and steady person. Though he did not know about his background, Qin Feng guessed that he must be from a prestigious clan. Honestly, after he had time-traveled 10 years back, he could hardly get along with his classmates. After all, Qin Feng was 10 years older in age. The thinking and action of his peers at this age were too immature from his perspective. Qin Feng figured that Zhang Tianche might be different from the rest. He might have finally met someone that shared the same level of maturity as his. Zhao Yu was slightly embarrassed by their solemnness and giggled beside them. Stop acting so serious, you two. We are going to be friends and comrades in the future. Ease up. We still need to look for another teammate. Yes, we better be quick. Or else, we might be left with little option. Zhou Hao chipped in urgently as well. This was when an arrogant voice approached them. The crowd had consciously made way and opened up a path in the middle. A greasy-looking teenager walked over to them. He was wearing an expensive outfit and was escorted by several guys, who were obviously his followers. He did not even attempt to hide his pompous and egoistic behavior. So you are the famous Qin Feng? The teenager measured Qin Feng with an equal sense of scorn and jealousy. And this is Zhou Hao? The first of the ancient warrior class I heard. Not bad. Come join my team. But of course, I will be the team captain. The bystanders were dumbfounded. If these words were to come out from someone else's mouth, naysayers would definitely step out and rebuke him or her. However, everyone knew who the bragger was after studying at this university for 1 month. He was none other than the infamous son of the deputy mayor. Lin Kai was his name. He held the highest status among the students of the 69th batch. This was all thanks to his father being an E-tier aptitude user. In other words, he had the backing from one of the top dogs of Chongbei Colony, and thus no one dared to go against him. Chen Ming was standing right by his side. He smirked while looking at Qin Feng. He obviously enjoyed watching how his master was making fun of Qin Feng publicly. Qin Feng stared at them and was undeterred. So my little friend over there has found himself a powerful backer. Perhaps I could find more clues about the laboratory on them. Qin Feng sneered. No matter how desperate he was in wanting to fish out the next lead, Qin Feng was not going to bow down to them. On the contrary, Qin Feng was going to show them the consequences of provoking him once they were inside the spring hunting ground. My team has 4 members now. I am afraid we are unable to accommodate you and your gang. Qin Feng replied. Lin Kai narrowed his eyes and scowled at them. He saw Zhang Tianche and Zhao Yu beside him. He obviously had heard of Zhao Yu, so he turned to Zhang Tianche and bellowed, "You scram!" Zhang Tianche did not move. He remained calm as if Lin Kai was just an insignificant passerby. He maintained eye contact and smiled back politely despite the latter pointing at him furiously. Qin Feng scoffed coldly. Lin Kai, right? Are you deaf? Or are you just daft? Even if my team only has 2 members, trash like you will still not be welcomed. How dare you point your finger at my comrade? You wish to lose a finger or 2? Lin Kai's eyes widened in disbelief. The crowd was equally taken aback. Apparently, Lin Kai had never been humiliated by others this way since the day he was born. His face went red immediately, and he burst out in anger. What did you just say? I dare you to say it one more time. So, you really are deaf. Qin Feng curled his lips in disdain. Qin Feng, Lin Kai shouted furiously. Know your place. Who do you think you are, acting so high and mighty? You were just lucky to appear in one of the promotional footages. 1 order from my father, and you are nothing. You piece of SHD. Lin Kai did not believe one bit of the propaganda showed. To him, those were just tools used by politicians inside the colony to exert their influence. Such examples were aplenty. Lin Kai had seen it himself numerous times. Whenever his father wanted to promote someone he favored, he would publicize and exaggerate the contribution made. The person only needed to be slightly packaged, and he or she would be given a better position in the government. Even Lin Kai already had a bright future laid down for him by his father. Qin Feng awakened at the same age as him. How was it possible that he could be that strong? Those were just sweet lies to please the people. The people around them were swayed by Lin Kai's words. What? So those videos are just for show? It's only logical that way. How is it possible that Qin Feng could become so powerful in such a short time? I thought that Qin Feng has been given the mayoral position at Fengli Colony? If so, then why does he need to come back to school? The more I think of it, the more unreal it gets. Suddenly, the majority of the crowd began to doubt Qin Feng. Lin Kai was utterly pleased. He looked at Qin Feng conceitedly and thought that Qin Feng would become terrified and beg him not to do it. Unfortunately, Qin Feng disappointed him. Go ahead. Qin Feng was afraid of nothing. Call the deputy mayor and bring down the propaganda this very moment. Better still, summon the patrol unit and seize me. We shall see who would be mutilated more then. Qin Feng, I am not joking when I say I am going to bring you down. Lin Kai was fuming with rage. Qin Feng couldn't care less and glanced back coldly. We'll see. Perhaps the clamor was too much as the teacher had decided to intervene. What's the matter? Why would a simple task of finding your teammates lead to such ruckus? Cheng Chao frowned when he saw the two bands of people that were involved in the row. This is problematic. Just as he was looking for a solution, the crowd exclaimed in shock yet another time. Headmaster! It's the headmaster! Deng Nian had come down from the grandstand. Though Lin Kai was boastful, he was not that stupid to stand up against someone as powerful as his father. Neither did he want to stay and be lectured. He scowled at Qin Feng one last time before he left. Mark my words. If anyone from the gunner class dares to join your team, I'll abandon my surname. Lin Kai left after leaving those harsh words behind. His subordinates followed him with their heads held low. They never expected their boss to be intimidated. It was always the other way round. Chen Ming was exasperated too. Not only did Lin Kai fail to tame Qin Feng, he was even more aloof than before. Qin Feng, as a brother that came out from the same orphanage, I have to warn you that Lin Kai is not someone you wish to upset. You would definitely regret today's event. Brother? Do you really mean it? Qin Feng snorted. Zhou Hao furrowed his eyebrows hearing Chen Ming's words. Qin Feng, there's no need to reason with this type of people. I bet he has asked his master to humiliate you this time, but too bad. It backfired terribly. Chen Ming's face reddened in an instant. Zhou Hao had probably guessed it right. Zhou Hao, stop being so full of yourself. You will know the consequences of mocking us soon. Chen Ming diverted his anger toward Zhou Hao. Make it quick. I don't have much patience. As the fight was about to escalate, Deng Nian finally reached them. Why are you people gathering around here? Have you all found your teammates? Move. The crowd dispersed rapidly thanks to Deng Nian's intrusion. Deng Nian nodded warmly at Qin Feng and left without saying anything. This was not the right place to hold a conversation. Qin Feng's communicator vibrated right after that. He glanced at it and realized it was a message sent by his headmaster. He was asked to be present at the headmaster's office after he had finalized the team. That did not surprise Qin Feng. When he raised his head, he found that Zhou Hao and Zhao Yu were troubled by something. They were frowning out of obvious anger. Zhang Tianche, on the other hand, maintained his usual tranquility. What's the matter? Zhou Hao told him angrily. That bastard really went ahead and threatened the students from gunner classes to not join our team. How could he do that? Zhao Yu felt angry and helpless at the same time. Let me try. Qin Feng unlocked his communicator. After the ranking was released, students could directly contact others on the list. There was also a filter option where one could bar students below a certain rank from contacting them. Qin Feng had blocked everyone previously. He called up the setting and switched it back on. But most participants knew that Qin Feng's team only lacked a gunner now. Not a single gunner attempted to contact him. Qin Feng was unperturbed and proceeded to send an inquiry to several gunners that ranked in the top 10. He was asking politely whether they had formed a team. Some outright ignored him while others replied after a while, claiming that they had already found their respective teams. Was that so? Of course not. The reason was because one's name would be taken off the list immediately after they had registered their teams. After 10 minutes, Not a single gunner had responded to his invitation. The majority of the students had registered by now. No point in waiting further. Let's go. Qin Feng finally gave up. Zhao Yu was clearly worried as she said, "We will be vulnerable without a gunner. A sniper could easily take us all out." Gunners were the trump card in a long-range skirmish. No matter how powerful you were, you would not be able to defeat an enemy beyond your reach. "Have you forgotten that I am a gunner myself?" Qin Feng asked reciprocally. Zhao Yu was enlightened as she came to the realization. That's right. Qin Feng was the one that had outclassed our firearms teacher before. That's right. Qin Feng is extremely good with firearms too. We could gain more points this way. We should really get going. Zhou Hao had grown sick of waiting in the square. He especially couldn't stand it when students around began to look at them sympathetically. Some must be still thinking that Qin Feng was a fraud and was merely an actor used by the government in their propaganda. Bunch of idiots. Zhou Hao did not bother to explain to them. The truth would be out of the bag eventually. These people would know how stupid they were by then. The four of them reported to Qing Chao. The latter was slightly surprised, but he believed in Qin Feng. All the best. Our honor depends on you. Qing Chao tapped on Qin Feng's shoulder. I will do what I can. Qin Feng answered humbly. After the registration, some teams set off to continue training while some opted to take a rest. The 1-month intensive training before this had taken a huge toll on everyone. They had to assemble back here by 8 a.m. the next day and depart to Spring Hunting Ground by mobile. Should we undergo some special training? Qin Feng shook his head. Let's have a good rest. I still have something to attend to before we depart. All right, see you all tomorrow. See you tomorrow. They went their separate ways after saying their goodbyes. Qin Feng headed directly to the headmaster's office. Inside, Qin Feng sat down on a couch and shared a pot of tea with Deng Nian. I was told that you have brought back some refugees from Han Town recently. You even slaughtered an F-tier broodmother by yourself. Deng Nian asked. These things would not go unnoticed. Though Han Town was far from Qingbei, communication through the network still existed between the two clusters. After it was invaded, Han Town had been demanding for more aptitude users to go over and help with the rebuild. Naturally, Qin Feng's heroic performances were leaked out in the process. That's true, Qin Feng admitted. Deng Nian lamented. That's remarkable. You are going to outdo me soon. That's an exaggeration. My achievement is nothing compared to yours. There's no need to be humble. I am only speaking the truth. I am glad you are willing to join this mission. I have high hopes for you. Please be other students' example and lead them. We are often the subsidiary in an event like this. Deng Nian was straight to the point. Shenyang University in the federal city was always the leading institution among the 5 main universities. They had 3 times the number of students as compared to other institutions. As a result, they also produced more elites throughout the years. Who would have thought that a generational talent like Qin Feng would be awakened in Qingbei this year? What is your plan after the Spring Hunting Ground? Any plans to remain in the university? Deng Yin asked. Qin Feng replied without any hesitation. Of course, there is still a lot for me to learn. However, he would still be playing truant to take care of personal matters. Deng Yin did not care about those as he was already delighted to have such a reply from Qin Feng. If that is the case, I shall not continue to retain you as a student then. Didn't Han Jian give you the title of an honorary captain? I shall award you with the title of an honorary teacher then. Deng Yin giggled and raised his hand. Then, a box appeared on top of the table. This is a token of appreciation of an honorary teacher, and also my support for your journey into the Spring Hunting Ground. A token of appreciation? Qin Feng opened the box and found a glove inside. It was a red and large glove, and with its luxurious finishing, it could almost cover up to the forearm. There were also sharp nails that covered the fingertips. It was more like a claw rather than a glove. There was a red cobblestone-size ability core embedded at the back of the hand, while there were stripes that connected it to every part of the glove. The extremely sturdy inner part was revealed as the glove was flipped over, and it could even withstand forces from incoming bullets and weaponry. Ability Rune Equipment. Qin Feng was surprised with the ability rune equipment that was glowing in purple light, and all of a sudden, a label on the equipment caught his attention. Scarlet Fireclaw F5. It was a rune equipment made from the fire core of an F5 tier beast general. Due to the scarcity of ability cores, the price of ability rune equipment would be higher than rune equipment of the ancient warriors. However, Deng Nian had now gifted one to Qin Feng. Furthermore, it was obvious that the glove was meant for a left-handed person. Deng Nian had witnessed Qin Feng's battle where he would handle the verdant emperor's saber with his right arm. "Principal, I shall receive this thoughtful gift from you," Qin Feng said. It seemed that Deng Nian had immediately ordered for the glove to be made upon his return, as it would usually take half a month to make an ability rune equipment. Qin Feng felt honored and respected by such a thoughtful act from Deng Nian. "Haha, don't worry about it. From now onward, you are one of us." Deng Nian guffawed cheerily when he saw that Qin Feng had accepted the gift. The next day, bustling noise and excitement filled the university as many parents were at the campus. The spring hunting ground was the students' first journey to risk their lives by going into the wilderness. All the other aptitude users had already been exposed to the dangers of the wilderness earlier on. Now, their time had come. "Feng, please be careful," Zhou Hao's father urged. "Uncle, don't worry, we will be fine." After the seats had been allocated, there were more than 10 vehicles on the move toward the south gate. The students were excited for their first journey into the wilderness and chattered incessantly among themselves. However, all of them remained silent as soon as they arrived in the wilderness. The skies had become clear and boundless as there were no more high-rise buildings around the area. Zhao Yu looked toward the sky and exclaimed, "All of a sudden, it feels good to be free." Indeed, the colony was like a cage. The boundless freedom could only be felt in the outside world. However, sacrifices of fresh blood had to be given to obtain such freedom. Soon, all of them would realize the price to be paid for such freedom when they venture into the horrifying wilderness. Bam, 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 bam. The gunshots had alerted the students as they opened their eyes wide and immediately looked around the surroundings. There is something in the front that has blocked the road. Qin Feng and the others were in a vehicle that was behind others, and they were unaware of what had happened ahead of them. However, many of them extended their head out from the vehicle to look outside. They noticed that there was a wild boar that was rushing toward them. Its head was large, and its eyes were red as it bared its fangs. It is a wild boar. Although the wild boar was merely a G6 tier ultra beast, its massive and bulky body structure highly increased its attack power, and it was also covered with thick flesh that could easily handle ordinary bullets. The wild boar moved at high speed and rushed toward the side of the second vehicle. One of the students that had half of his body extended out from the vehicle immediately moved back into the vehicle. However, the wild boar acted fast with its fangs. Swoosh! The fangs of the wild boar swiped across the shoulder of the student, resulting in a whole chunk of his flesh being ripped off with blood splattering everywhere. If there were no guardrails around the bus, the chest of the student would have been pierced through from the attack. Arg! The screams from the student could even be heard clearly from a few vehicles away. Everyone that was there instantly felt fear mounting in them. It was because of everything that had just happened, the malicious wild boar, the splattered blood, and also the piercing cry from the unfortunate student. It was fortunate that the number of the wild boars was not that big and the situation was taken care of by the F-tier teachers that were around. However, the students were stifled by the intense atmosphere. Some of the female students were even trembling in fear. "It will be fine," Zhang Tianche, who was silent, said calmly. "Have faith in the leader. Furthermore, the three of us are ancient warriors. You will not be required to have close combat with the ultra beasts." Zhao Yu, who was pale, recovered slightly with his words. "Okay, believe in your companions, and believe in your own team members." Qin Feng spoke up. "The wilderness has never been a place to have solo combats. It was for that same reason that the university put the students in groups." The journey went smoothly after the short interruption. Shortly after, the city walls of Chengyang City appeared in everyone's eyes. When seen from afar, the city wall was 30 meters in height, and there were pale light rays that were extending from the top of the wall. The light rays had formed into a pale network. There was a space-stabilizing device placed at the center of the network. It was similar to the six-flare star as radiations were being released in silver light rays. City-tier space stabilizing device. Energy network. Oh God, what would the daily energy consumption be like to support such a size of energy network? Look, it is a tier 3 energy cannon. Every shot from it would be equivalent to the maximum destructive force from an E-tier aptitude user, and there are so many of them. Everyone was amazed by the scene. The city wall of the Qingyang city was not much higher than Qingbei colonies. It was because excessive heights would restrict the ability of the ability users. However, the wall definitely had sufficient thickness. As soon as they got closer, they noticed that they had gone through a tunnel and arrived at the inner parts of Qingyang city. The surroundings were more spacious, and the streets were clean and well-maintained, while there were luxurious buildings and greeneries that spread across the area. It truly depicted the glamorous life of a big city. Besides, aptitude users were seen everywhere, and there was also the presence of E-tiers. The pinnacle of life seen in Qingbei colony could be seen everywhere in this city. F-tier aptitude users were a norm here, and G-tiers were also seen everywhere. This had amazed all of the students that were in the vehicles. It was as if everyone had just seen a whole new world. Among all of them, with teachers being excluded, Qin Feng was definitely the only one that remained calm and unbothered. Before Qin Feng's rebirth, he had even witnessed cities that were larger than Qingyang City. Suddenly, Qin Feng felt something swiping at his shoulder. It was Bai Li. Bai Li had woken up and was staring at the various merchandise along the streets with her little fox eyes that shone like black glass, attracted to everything along the streets. Qingyang City was assuredly better than Qingbei Colony. All right. I'll bring you here for these as soon as the competition is over. Qin Feng brushed Bai Li's fur while he assured her, using conscious energy. Bai Li felt satisfied and nodded. The vehicles soon arrived at the inner parts of Qingyang City, where the military base was located. It was like a fort, densely enforced with metal and steel, and the giant square was already heavily crowded. Students from the other colonies had already arrived. Students from the Zeta colony were in dark green uniform. Students from the Dongling University were in sky blue uniform. Students from the Hunan University were in orange uniform. Those that were from Qingbei colony were in dark red uniform. Soon after, students from Qingyang University that was the nearest were the last to arrive. The crowd watched as luxurious vehicles drove into the military base. They had a sleek body shape that seemed to be fully made from metal, while the front part was inclined and connected with a rounded glass. This feature highlighted a special function when traveling at high speed, where the images from the surroundings would be slowed down to prevent dizziness. Furthermore, it was obvious to the crowd that all of the vehicles that were driving in were hover cars. Rich and imposing, Qingyang University had already displayed their strength to the others from their grand entrance. All four of the other districts were in discomfort when comparing themselves to Qingyang. Not long after that, students from Qingyang University got off from their vehicles. They were wearing snow-white uniforms combined with golden collars and cuffs. Under the rays of the sun, their uniforms were even emitting a pale white halation. Those uniforms are made from top-tier materials from combat fatigues. Qingyang University is too wealthy. This is why they are not afraid to use white color materials. The freely distributed uniforms from Qingyang University were combat fatigues that were designed to repel raindrops, sweat, as well as cold and hot temperature. As it came with an expensive price, it could even repel fine dust, or else they would not have chosen white. Students from the other universities that wore different colored uniforms seemed to belong to an inferior army. Students from Qingyang University got off with full confidence and looked at the others in disdain. Purplish-red color from Qingbei University looks gay. Blue color from Dongling University makes them look like they are waiters. Those that are from Zeta look the same as the army from the military. Yellowish-orange color? Isn't that too old-fashioned? Just like that, all four districts were criticized. All of the other universities were infuriated by the criticisms and planned to teach them a lesson as soon as they crossed paths later. Students from Qingyang University were not bothered by such threats they deemed unworthy of their attention. After all, they outnumbered the others. Did they think that it was 4 against 1? Definitely not. Assemble, fall in. The teachers gave their instructions while students got into their formations. As soon as the students were lined up accordingly, every university from the east, west, south, and north could see the large number of students from Qingyang University. There were 2,000 of them. Qingyang University had outnumbered the others by 600 students, even with all 4 other universities combined. Next, I will be announcing the rules. An elder took the lead with a deep and thick voice. Qin Feng was able to sense that the elder was an E9 tier ancient warrior and was getting close to D tier. Rifts in the spring hunting ground are stable and safe, and you may gather any loot and treasures that are filled with spirit aura, and those that you are able to gather would be yours. The crowd was delighted by the news, and their eyes were wide opened in excitement. Of course, there will be ultra beasts that have strong capabilities, and I do not need you to defeat them. The most important thing to do is to avoid them and survive. The students instantly became gloomy, while the faces of the students from Chungbei University were pale, as they were still terrified by their wild boar encounter. Any ultra beast would be harmful by nature, and they would threaten the lives of those that had yet to obtain G tier. However, your capabilities have definitely increased from past training, and so, there will be a challenge for everyone, and it is known as the Spring Hunting Ground Survival Challenge. Every student will have to remain in the hunting ground for 3 days and strip off name tags from the others. Every name tag obtained will be recorded as 1 point, while those that had their name tags stripped off will be automatically disqualified by the space expulsion of the spring hunting ground. Now, distribute the name tags, remove your communicators, seal off the space rune equipment. The teachers carried out the task as soon as the instructions were given. Qin Feng, this is your name tag. Remember, pay extra attention to those from Chungyang University. Cheng Chao said. Teacher, don't worry. Qin Feng nodded and took his name tag. It was about the size of a palm and had a purple base that was encircled with a golden ring, and it was labeled with the number 21. Zhao Yu had a similar one that was labeled number 1. Zhou Hao and Zhang Tianxie received their purple color-based name tag that was encircled with a silver ring. When looked carefully, there were also others that had black rings that indicated gunners. Every university was differentiated by the color of the name tags, while the ring would differentiate aptitude users, and numbers would represent rankings. Furthermore, the name tag was also a spatial passage device in itself, and this essential tool for the spring hunting ground was rarely available. Communication would be impossible without the communicator, hence, it would also be difficult to detect if anyone were to cheat. Zhao Yu felt anxious about the restrictions. Zhou Hao was also puzzled with the situation. Without the communicator, how would the performance be recorded? Would it just be as simple as stripping off name tags from the others? If that were the case, can we also strip off name tags from students that are from our university? It's the wilderness. Would it still be fair for everyone? Qin Feng looked at them and replied calmly. The teachers have already sealed off the rune space of the gunners to restrict usage of certain giant-sized firearms, or else, all of you would be in a much more dire situation. Zhou Hao recalled the moment when Qin Feng battled against the gunner and launched 3 bombs that covered the entire top part of a hill. If these students were there, they would definitely not be able to make it out alive. All right, students, there is no need to discuss the rules. All you need to do is to adapt to it. Cheng Chao told everyone with an unpleasant expression. It was unknown how many among these students would not survive through this annual event. During such a post-apocalyptic time that was filled with uncertainties ahead, the younger generations would have to adapt and grow at a faster rate. Or else, how would they rise up stronger and protect the colonies? Every single one of your backpacks have a bottle of water, a compressed biscuit, a protective helmet and vest, and also a wireless communicator. If you were to face any dangerous situation that is beyond your ability to handle, you can just take off your name tag, and you will be automatically excluded from this challenge. Gear up and enter the spring hunting ground. Everyone lifted their black tactical backpacks and suited up with their protective helmet and vest while the wireless communicator was placed in their ears. Zhao Yu, bring this along. Suddenly, Qin Feng took out a box and passed it over to Zhao Yu. Inside the box was the F5 tier fire scarlet claw that was given by Deng Yin the day before. This is an ability rune equipment. Zhao Yu was shocked. Qin Feng nodded. Zhao Yu sensed the dominating aura overflowing from the rune equipment and had mixed feelings about it. It is an F5 tier equipment, and I am not even a G tier now. It would already be considered decent if I were able to utilize 1/10 of its power. Its main attribute is defensive energy. Qin Feng turned the scarlet fire claw around and showed Zhao Yu the inner steel part that could protect her from bullets or attacks during close combat. Zhao Yu paused for a short moment and nodded. Then she put on the claw. Fire runes exploded from the purple rune equipment and formed into a glowing flame. Everyone around the area had also started to put on their own equipment. With restriction on spatial rune equipment, some of the top-tier wealthy gunners were revealing a ridiculous display of firearms. Even ordinary gunner students had also taken out countless sniper guns, rifles, hand grenades, bullets, and more. Some even required help from ancient warriors in their teams to carry the firearms. Of course, in the early stages, sufficient firearms would easily secure victory from such battles. Voila! Zhou Hao took out a cape and put it around him. Do I look handsome in this? Zhou Hao took out a dagger and placed it on his waist. Silver light rays that were emitting from the two rune equipment were eye-catching among rune equipment that were releasing blue and purple light rays. This cape is so powerful, Zhao Yu exclaimed. After all, it was made from materials from a beast king. Haha, this is a sponsor by a psycho friend of mine. Zhou Hao giggled and replied. Of course, Zhou Hao still had his inner armor as he did not equip those that were distributed by the university. On the other hand, there were silver light rays that exploded from a few massive rounded disc bases. The light rays crossed paths and formed into a network of giant passage that was about 20 meters in width and 3 meters in height. Zeta Colony is the first to enter. The sequence of entry had already been decided by a draw. However, due to the overwhelming number of students, Qingyang University would be separated into 2 batches and was always placed to enter last. Students from Zeta University took the lead and stepped into the giant passage. Qingyang University is well aware of their responsibility as the host and has allowed us to be the first to enter. It must be the arrangement from our principal to allow us to be the first to enter. We can definitely gather more useful items. I wonder if anyone will get conscious fruit this year. The chatter continued on as all students from the Zeta University had completed their entrance. A teacher continued to alter the space coordinates and released another batch of students for entry. It was obvious that the location for every university would be different from each other. Set off. Chungbei University was the 3rd batch to enter. Qin Feng followed the footsteps of the other team members and moved forward. After all 4 universities had entered, it was Qingyang University's turn. All prey have been released. Time for the hunters to set off. The young guys and girls that were in white and golden-colored uniform sneered as they made their move. This would definitely be a lopsided slaughter. After Qin Feng and the others had gone into the spatial passage, they immediately arrived at a wide turf. Even without any careful trimming, the green turf looked smooth and displayed early signs of spring, and also the warmth that came along. The surroundings were overflowing with greeneries that contradicted the late autumn scenery from the outside. There was a dense forest at a far-off distance, while a crystal-clear stream was flowing down from the left. This is magnificent, Zhao Yu said joyfully. Compared to the wilderness that was seen when leaving the countryside of Qingbei Colony, this place would undoubtedly be classified as a garden. Stop focusing on the scenery, let's go, Qin Feng remarked as he looked at everyone. Students from Qingbei University were all around them. Now that they had entered the area, all of them would surely not act rashly. Or else, they might risk leaving without any reward, and would that not be a loss? They might also give themselves a bad title of harming each other. With that in mind, the crowd immediately spread across the area. Qin Feng led the 3 others and slipped into the forest. The landscape in the spring hunting ground was beautiful. It was like they were on a field trip without any sense of danger from the surroundings. However, danger would always appear out of nowhere. Bam! Qin Feng took out his energy blaster and fired a shot toward the front. Before the others could react to it, it was as if Qin Feng had blasted onto some vines. Zhao Yu was still puzzled and wondered what Qin Feng was aiming for. It was only when they got closer to the vines that had fallen onto the ground that they were shocked as they noticed that it was a snake. Jade snake. Zhao Yu was shocked and inhaled deeply. It was a low-level viper that could paralyze their nerves with just one bite, and it could even cause death if the victim did not have strong conscious energy. Qin Feng was able to notice it from a far-off distance earlier on. Qin Feng, you are amazing. I thought that you were aiming for some vines. It seems that Lin Kai was not telling the truth yesterday, Zhao Yu said. Zhou Hao's lips twitched when he heard what Zhao Yu said. Zhao Yu, do you really think that Lin Kai was telling the truth? It was not only Qin Feng that had gone to the front lines. We have already earned ourselves hundreds of thousands from our past solid battles. Zhou Hao's ancient warrior ability had indeed increased at a fast pace, and he had benefited a lot as he obtained most of his energy supplies from the battle at Zima Mountains. Or else, without any financial support from his family, how could he afford such an amount of resources? Zhao Yu felt embarrassed. There are people approaching. Zhang Tianxie broke the silence and alerted everyone. Could it be students from other universities that have entered earlier? We should leave now, Zhao Yu said. Qin Feng felt the presence of those that were approaching, and his expression immediately became solemn. His eyes flashed with a trace of murderous intent. Let's go. Qin Feng took the lead and went deeper into the forest. What the others did not notice was that while doing so, he left small-sized bombs around the area where they were at. Half a minute later, more than 30 people had arrived at the spot. They were being led by Lin Kai. Is this the correct direction? Why haven't we found him yet? Lin Kai indignantly barked while anger could be clearly seen from his expression. This should be the right location. Chun Ming replied as he took 2 more steps forward. It was at that moment, a red light flashed from the ground. Tick, tick, tick. Immediately after 3 consecutive flashes from the triggers, a loud explosion was heard. Arg! The massive shockwave from the explosion impacted Chun Ming and 2 others that were beside him. They were thrown into the air from the impact. Chun Ming was the first to react, and he rolled backward. It was as if his legs were filled with a massive jumping force, and it was fortunate that he was able to remain unharmed by the explosion. Lin Kai was extremely shocked. Damn, luckily it didn't get me. Chun Ming was obviously infuriated. However, Chun Ming was quick to regain composure, hopping back up to his feet and running toward Lin Kai saying, Young Master Lin, I've got a feeling that Qin Feng went down this road, but now he's burying bombs in the ground to affect our speed and cause some damage to us. I've got a plan. We destroy the weaker teams first. We've got the number and the firepower. After collecting enough points, we'll go face off against Qin Feng. This will reduce our energy consumption. Chun Ming's words were very reasonable. He had yet to face Qin Feng, and he had already lost 2 of his combat powers. Facing off against Qin Feng would result in a bigger loss, and by then Lin Kai would not even have the guts to keep up with him. Fine. Let's go rob the others first. This time I will definitely be in the top 10. Lin Kai was not a reckless man, even though he did what he wanted. This time he chose to listen to Chun Ming's words. The top 10 could directly obtain a G-tier aptitude certification. Getting to the top 10 was much easier than killing 200 G-tier beasts. 1. The most important thing was that Lin Kai was actually a little bit afraid. Qin Feng's ears perked hearing that explosion just now. It must have been set off by someone touching the mines he placed. Qin Feng let out a frosty laugh. It seemed that Lin Kai had not given up yet. If Lin Kai were to show up again, Qin Feng was definitely not letting him go. Go! Qin Feng patted Bai Li's forehead. Bai Li swooped off Qin Feng's shoulder and rushed into the undergrowth. In such places, it was difficult for Qin Feng and the rest to maneuver around. But for Bai Li, it was like a fish in the sea. Zhou Hao was surprised. Why did Xiao Bai leave? To go get the good stuff. Qin Feng gave a sly smirk. Qin Feng was right. The 5 major universities would not allow students to bring in spatial rune equipment out of the fear that the students might resort to rampant looting and emptying out the spring hunting grounds. Bai Li's space, however, could not be detected by the people who were invigilating. The good things would of course be directly taken away by Bai Li. Otherwise, why would Qin Feng have come this time? To face off against the students from the other universities? The spring hunting garden was a huge forest, but everyone entered from a single point, so very quickly Qin Feng's group met their first group of people. Boom! The sound of a sniper rifle bullet leaving its muzzle rang out in a deep and resonating noise. Qin Feng had always been in the forefront. That bullet seemed to shriek as it soared toward his chest. The shot was on point. Even if he was wearing a protective vest, Qin Feng would still have been injured. Only that the strangest thing happened. The bullet stopped a meter in front of Qin Feng's chest. Qin Feng flicked his hand, sending the bullet flying elsewhere about 4 to 5 meters away. Boom! A blast came ringing in the distance. It turned out that the bullet Qin Feng deflected impacted a landmine. Damn! Zhou Hao let out a string of curse words, getting ready for combat. Bang, bang, bang. A series of bullets poured out. This time it seemed to be a dense volley. Take cover! Qin Feng roared. Zhou Hao and the other 2 slipped behind a big tree. Only Qin Feng did not stop moving. The bullets soared past him, none of them actually finding their mark on Qin Feng. Boom! Qin Feng swung his leg at a tree, and with one kick the large tree was cut off by the trunk. KSSH crunch. The large tree toppled over, and the people on it naturally came down with it. Such a scene caused the other party to scream out loud. Qin Feng did not hesitate. Click! He put a foot down on his opponent's rifle. What was a gunner without their guns? Qin Feng's move was the equivalent of cutting off the other one's hand. Not holding back, he suddenly changed his direction. No way. That's too fast. I can't even lock on. The ambushing gunner started to have cold beads of sweat rolling down his brow. The scene where Qin Feng kicked down the tree just now was terrifying. Boom. The gunner suddenly felt a great force coming in his direction and was shaken out of the tree. With a yell, he immediately face-planted on the ground too. He did not even get to finish his sentence before Qin Feng appeared. Qin Feng jumped off the tree and landed nearby. Just as he was about to get rid of the gunner, a wind slash more than a meter long came whizzing by. Qin Feng frowned and instinctively jumped away. Snap! The slash hit a tree, immediately cutting up a gash that was up to 5 centimeters in depth but was more than a meter long. If it were to hit someone, that would have cut their heads clean off. Qin Feng looked at the other party with rapt attention. The person was wearing a dark green school uniform. A name tag framed with gold was pinned to his chest. On it was number 3. No wonder they dared to attack Qin Feng. It turned out to be Zeta University's Ability Courses number 3. Ability Class number 21? Only knows ancient martial arts. You must be the lowest rank. The boy exclaimed. Zhang Ho. Slice off one of his legs. How dare he step on my gun? The gunner who got his gun snapped in half by Qin Feng's kick called out. His face was ashen and full of rage. Under the person's uniform was a sturdy piece of armor, and the gunner was a local tyrant, probably the child of one of the powerful families within the Zeta district. Zhang Ho's eyes flashed with a glare of disgust. He was strong but born into a poor family. This time he joined the other party because he was told that if the team ranked top 10, he would receive 1 million. Right now he was being directed to do something, and that displeased him greatly. Go help the others. Leave this one to me. Just now that team had a number 1 in the ability class, but it's a damn shame they've brought a piece of SHD. Zhang Ho called out. At this time, there were 4 people attacking Qin Feng with 10 others who had split off to go attack the other 3. Zhang Ho naturally felt that Qin Feng was not afraid, and letting the others leave was also his method of making sure they did not get in the way. This ambush was not set up with one team against another. It was 3 teams against 1. I kind of feel sorry for you. Who would have known you all would meet me? Qin Feng let out a frosty chuckle. A look of disdain flashed across Zhang Ho's eyes, and he chuckled, thinking that Qin Feng was all talk. You talk big, but let's see if you can handle this. Zhang Ho urged his consciousness. His power was indeed very strong, not as good as the first or second, but close enough. Everyone had their faith in Zhang Ho. Wind shear vortex. In Zhang Ho's hands, a spiraling sphere manifested. When he pushed his hands out, the huge spiral transformed into gale force winds and rushed toward Qin Feng at a very fast speed. At this time, Qin Feng raised his hands, palms facing the wind. Everyone who was watching Qin Feng's movements had one thought floating through their heads. He's crazy. Would wind shear vortex be that easy to handle? Qin Feng's hands were going to be ruined. However, as quickly as the thoughts sprang into these people's minds, the wind spiraled into Qin Feng's palm, and a red light burst from his hand. Boom! A huge gush of flame rushed forth, and the whirlwind collapsed instantaneously. Not to mention the turbulent winds that raised the flames high up as the huge wall of fire rolled toward Zhang Ho. In the next instant, an ashen figure could be seen being sent up to 10 meters away before disappearing into the tall grass. Qin Feng gently withdrew his hand. The several other Zeta University students were stunned. You can either give me your number tag yourself and just walk away, otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. The remaining 3 looked at one another, and one of them shouted, Scatter! Apparently, they had not given up yet and felt like they could escape. Qin Feng could not give them the chance as he compressed the flames into 3 fist-sized balls and sent them shrieking toward their fleeing targets, exploding on impact. His inspiration came from the whirlwind ability. Firebeam's destructive power was too strong. By condensing the flames into a smaller compact form, then causing an explosion was a much easier and less energy-consuming method. The backs of the three were badly mutilated by the explosion. Even the one wearing that ruined inner armor from before was blown away. Nobody could withstand that blow. Qin Feng approached to pick up their combat backpacks and took away their name tags. With the removal of the name tags, a click sounded as the button connected to their clothing shifted. A spatial passage then swallowed them whole. They would be returned to the military base. Of course, they were deemed failures and were eliminated. Even the third place of Zeta University's ability course? Not at all a challenge to Qin Feng. Qin Feng. Zhou Hao's voice came from the distance. Soon the three others appeared within his sight. All clear? Qin Feng asked. Of course, these rookies wouldn't ever be able to face me. Zhou Hao was a true G6 tier ancient warrior and had faced off and arrested criminals. Those who have not even reached G tier would find it impossible to be his opponent. Great. Qin Feng gave him a thumbs up, not being stingy with his praise. Zhou Hao grinned and said, "This group is basically blind, thinking that the only strong one in our group is Zhao Yu. Absolutely nobody came at me." Then they got a swift boot to the face. As Zhou Hao was wearing a cloak that had an ability to hide its user, after applying internal force into the cloak, the silver light surrounding him made Zhou Hao undetectable by the naked eye. There's enough food for all of us. After collecting the food from the three teams, the amount would be enough to feed them for 3 days. Looks like it's going to get dark soon, and there are 2 days left. Let's not rush. There'll definitely be danger at night. We'll rest here. Good thing when they set up the ambush, they placed beast repellents. All right. Okay, you're the boss. Among them, Qin Feng was considered as the leader. Technically speaking, these people did not deliberately set up an ambush for Qin Feng. Instead, this was where they were planning to rest. Then the gunner playing sentry spotted Qin Feng. At first glance, Qin Feng was just an ability user ranked 21st. Thinking that they were the lowest rank, the ambush was set in motion. Who would have thought Qin Feng was a wall of steel? The four found shelter and began to eat some biscuits, which merely left their mouths feeling dry. At this point, a clattering sound came from among the grass. Zhang Tianche and Zhou Hao were immediately alerted. Very quickly, a white blur rushed out of a clump of grass and flew toward Qin Feng. Be careful. The white blur was too fast, but Qin Feng did not make any attempts to retaliate. When the white shadow stopped, they saw that it was just a white Pomeranian. Oh, it's just Xiaobai. Zhou Hao dropped his defensive stance. Xiaobai did not return alone. In its jaws was a fat rabbit much larger than its entire body. Looks like we can add something for dinner tonight, Qin Feng said with a smile. Good, good. Some roast rabbit meat. Zhou Hao was also very happy. With a fire ability, making a fire was no problem at all. Zhao Yu released a fireball, igniting the collected dry branches. Zhang Tianche's scalpel swished, quickly skinning the rabbit and removing the offal. Then he slathered the meat with the juiced sweet berries they found earlier to give it a rich taste. Soon, the fragrance of roasted rabbit wafted into the air. Zhao Yu was starting to get a little bit emotional. I don't think we're here to fight, but for a walk in the park. An outing in the wild, but that still depends on strength. Zhou Hao chuckled. Soon the rabbit was roasted, and the sky had turned completely dark. The four surrounded the warm fire, heartily eating their delicious barbecue. While they were comfortable and relaxed, the others were terrified. The night was when the nocturnal ultra beasts came out one after the other. They had all arrived for their annual carnal feast. Humans, in their eyes, were food. A woo. A long howl came from the distance. A woo. One after the other. Wolf pack. Zhao Yu's face paled. It's not too far away from us. Qin Feng sat up straight. The situation did not look good. Worse still, it was happening a short distance away from them. The wolf pack was running through the forest, and soon a scream pierced the air. Help! Hey, don't leave me alone, help! The sound quickly disappeared. It was unclear whether they were killed by the timber wolves or they removed their name tag in order to get transported out of the spring hunting ground through the spatial passage. Their faces became solemn as they knew that the sound was coming toward their direction. Qin Feng and the rest were openly cooking their meat. Those gunners were not stupid and would have seen them while they were patrolling. After meeting the wolf pack, they started sprinting toward Qin Feng and the others. Whether or not they managed to save themselves, they knew that if they dragged more people into this mess, there would be a small chance that they could survive. Up the tree, Qin Feng ordered while climbing up a big tree. Zhou Hao and Zhang Tianxie grabbed Zhao Yu and hopped up the tree after him. Their internal forces and consciousness surged, condensing in their eyes. In the darkness, their eyesight greatly increased, and they quickly spotted the figure in the distance. It was someone wearing a dark green school uniform, a student from Zeta University. This was to be expected. The location they entered was right next to Zeta Universities. After entering the forest, those that they meet would surely be from that university. Zhou Hao's face twisted with anger. They're going to drag us under. I'm going to kill them. He prepared to line up a shot against them. Zhou Hao don't. In this situation, he'll die. Zhao Yu tried to stop Zhou Hao. However, at the same time, the sound of a gun rang out beside the two. Bang! The sniper rifle sounded boomingly. The Zeta University student who had been running for his life suddenly dropped to the ground. The shot found its target on the student's thigh. Zhao Yu and the other two subconsciously looked at the other big tree, also wanting to know just who in the world was the one that fired the shot. Qin Feng had a sniper rifle in his hands. It had been looted from the Zeta students that ambushed them before. He did not bring any firearms when he came, and those that he had were in Xiaobai's space, which would have been an inconvenience to take out. Guns or not, that was a perfect opportunity. Why not seize it? At this time, Qin Feng's face was calm and seemed to not have a reaction after firing at the other party, but Zhao Yu and the rest already knew what the future had in store for that person. Torn apart by wolves. This time, another round was fired. Bang! From where Qin Feng was looking, a timber wolf had pounced out into his field of vision and was instantly shot at, blood blossoming from its scalp. Whoa! The wolf howled and collapsed to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire kept blaring out, and the wolves were killed off one by one. The Zeta University student that was in despair lay on the ground, mouth agape, watching as it went on around him. There had already been 4 timber wolves that were shot dead the moment they showed themselves. He suddenly felt a trace of hope. This can't be a gunner from our university, right? To have this kind of power in the dark, they must be very strong. Despite his leg injury, he started to crawl forward. Bang! A bullet was shot right in front of him, dust covering his face. This was a warning shot, warning him to not move. At this time, the gunshots sounded again, and several more wolves were killed. This time around, there were 9 dead wolves. The rest tucked their tails between their legs and ran off. Food was tempting, but life was more important. They did not want the entire pack to get wiped out like that. The wolves withdrew, and the scent of blood filled the nose of the Zeta University student. Soon, 4 figures came into the student's view. The moment he saw the 4 of them, his face twisted into something rather ghastly. Are you going to move yourself? Or do I have to hit you first to make you move? Zhou Hao flexed his wrists. I'll go, the student quickly said, then hesitated before adding, please thank your gunner for me. The student dejectedly took off his name tag and threw it at Zhou Hao's feet. Then he was consumed by space runes. Zhou Hao curled up with laughter. Qin Feng, you shot him, and the result was him thanking you. The person did not recognize Qin Feng as the one who shot him. After all, the 4 that appeared were 2 ability users and 2 ancient warriors. As for the gunner, since they used a sniper rifle, they probably would not reveal themselves. In the end, the Zeta University student did not know who the other person was, only thinking that Chongbei University had such a gunner, a truly impressive person. Hurry up and clean up the battlefield. We're changing resting places, Qin Feng said as he ignored Zhou Hao's ridicule. Zhou Hao nodded, and the 4 quickly gathered their spoils and went in another direction. This was not destined to be a quiet night. The spring hunting ground was an incredibly peaceful place during the day, but at night it suddenly shifted into what felt like hell. The wild was truly a dangerous place. Those who had already stepped into the middle of the spring hunting ground were afraid to step back to the outer circle, and some even exited the forest entirely. At this time, the student remembered the words of the wise. I don't need you to beat them, just as long as you can survive and escape. Many people thought this to be the truth and faltered in their advances. The first night, the number of people from the 5 universities were reduced by 1,000 for various reasons. Half a night passed by in the blink of an eye. Qin Feng got up and gave Zhou Hao and Zhang Tianxie a pat on the shoulders. You two get some rest. Out of the fear that ultra beasts would attack at night, They had agreed to taking turns in keeping vigil. Zhao was a girl, and more importantly an ability user, so she needed all the rest she could get, which was why she was not playing sentry. The first half of the night was Zhou Hao and Zhang Tian's shift, and now it was Qin Feng's shift. Call us if there's something. Yeah, go. After the two had left, Qin Feng climbed up a larger tree and his surroundings seemed to become darker. Ability, Darkness Shroud. Bailey jumped off Qin Feng's shoulder and landed on another branch. Ping. Bailey transformed into her human shape, and Qin Feng, whose eyes had become adjusted to the dark, was affected by another kind of assault. Fortunately, out of habit, Bailey pulled out her clothes and quickly put them on. Qin Feng waited until after she was done before asking, "How was it?" Burp. Bailey let out a burp. Good. There are a lot of fruits. Qin Feng was speechless. You've eaten so much that you're burping. How much is there exactly? What about conscious fruit? Qin Feng asked. Yours. Bailey raised her hand, and very quickly a huge fruit fell into Qin Feng's arms. The fruit was about the size of a watermelon, almost 25 centimeters in diameter, but it had strange lines on its surface, making it pitted. I left 3 back there like you said. Bailey said. The number of fruits produced by the conscious tree varied from year to year, but this year had a full harvest. There were 30 fruits this year, and Bailey only left 1/10 of what was supposed to be there. What a pitiful number. Qin Feng was left with no choice. Hopefully the teachers don't find out. The conscious fruits were supposed to be the rewards. To have them stolen would make Qingyang's people flip. After all, the students were not particularly strong. They would have only been able to get a few. Eat, it's delicious. Bailey seemed to highly recommend it. Qin Feng took out the verdant emperor saber and carefully cut open a palm-sized opening. The inside of the fruit was actually liquid. In the translucent liquid there were thin threads floating around, like a bowl of vermicelli soup. So this is conscious fruit. Before his rebirth, Qin Feng had never seen it. After all, this kind of thing was only meant for ability users, and as an ancient warrior, Qin Feng was not interested. Such things were not normally found in the wild. Today he would get a taste of what it was like. Gulp. Qin Feng took a long sip from the edge as a sweet milky taste wafted along. Very quickly, the fruit was gulped down by him. His stomach swelled up and Qin Feng felt a burst of strength converging in his mind. His consciousness was rapidly growing. His consciousness that had not been promoted in a while rose little by little. Soon Qin Feng felt that his consciousness had reached a new height. F4 tier. His perception had greatly increased. Within 100 meters, everything was clearly visible. Through gun control, his consciousness could be extended past 4 kilometers. Not only that, Qin Feng could clearly feel that some things were changing. A clearer mind and sharper perception, far from something that could be brought by the mere ranking up of consciousness. It must be talent. I originally had an S-tier consciousness talent. If the rune affinity is the same, I could become an S-tier ability user in the future. Though now, Qin Feng felt that his consciousness talent was probably over S-tier by now. However, it was probably nowhere near SS rank at this point. One more, Qin Feng said, and Bailey passed him one more conscious fruit. Once more he quickly drained it after a few large gulps. Soon, the conscious fruits were down one after the other. By the 5th one, Qin Feng felt that his stomach could no longer handle it. Ability Absorb. Qin Feng urged his innate ability to consume the energy remaining within his stomach. Everyone absorbed energy differently. Some people absorbed it well, some people had a hard time doing so. To have taken in so much in one go, Qin Feng naturally would have had trouble consuming all of it. But since he had the absorption ability, it was not a problem at all. A huge wave of energy quickly spread throughout Qin Feng's body. His consciousness had a breakthrough once again. F5 tier. Qin Feng's perception increased again. It had now expanded to 200 meters, and his consciousness control seemed to have reached 5 kilometers in range. Again, Qin Feng felt that the hidden talent would soon be promoted. The potential of one's consciousness was really huge. The kind of potential that would normally be accumulated over time was triggered by Qin Feng's absorption ability, thus resulting in this rapid advancement. Bailey took the fruits out again, and Qin Feng ate them one by one. No normal being would be able to absorb anymore. He swallowed 15 in one single sitting. F6 tier. 300 meters now. The control was now 6 kilometers. Not only that, Qin Feng's consciousness finally broke that threshold to become an SS-tier talent. Qin Feng felt that everything had changed. Yet, he could not specify what had changed. Only that Zhou Hao and everyone else had suddenly woken up. They looked around and realized that there was no danger. Then they went back to sleep, scared witless. The second day came, and Zhao Yu's condition did not look any better. She had dark shadows under her eyes and had a spell of listlessness around her. On the contrary, Zhou Hao, who had experienced the corpse core on Zima Mountains, slept soundly despite being on guard the first half of the night, as did Zhang Tianche. "I'm afraid there are going to be tough battles ahead today," Qin Feng quietly said. "Maybe we'll meet the students from the other universities, like those from Qingyang University. They would have caught up by now." Zhou Hao peered around before starting to walk. "Yeah, maybe we'll have to fight them too." Zhao Yu slowly nodded. Zhang Tianche finally spoke, adding, "A person with weak strength would have just spent a night in the outer circle. Everyone in the inner circle is not weak. Combine that with being in a team, they can take down any G-tier beast. If one were not able to handle a G-tier ultra beast, they would not even be in the spring hunting garden in the first place. Regardless of all that, let's get moving. This time, I'll take point. Everyone try to keep radio contact." Previously, Qin Feng had been opening up a path for the team in the front. Last night's ambush would not have happened if Qin Feng did a sweep with his perception ability. Extending one's consciousness had a limit and was normally rarely used. Now, Qin Feng had reached F6 tier in consciousness. Even if he did not activate his ability, he would be able to see everything within 300 meters in his mind, just like a radar. In other words, it was a more convenient way to find a path. The other three knew that they had to be careful. Qin Feng was 50 meters ahead of them, and after a certain distance he would leave marks in order to direct Zhou Hao and the others on where to go. Being ahead, Qin Feng quickly found himself in a rather special part of the forest. There was a banana tree here. However, it did not have ordinary fruits. Nowadays, fruits have undergone mild changes in the wild, causing fruits in the colonies to be more expensive than meat products. Bully bananas. After eating these bananas, a person could increase their weak energy. While they were not as strong as fortification elixirs, they did not have any side effects. Large aptitude user families in Qingyang City fed their children these bananas as snacks to strengthen the body of the future generation. Therefore, those in an aptitude user family would naturally get stronger and stronger. Also, there were people here already. Zeta University's people. There were more than 30 of them. 2 of them were wearing dark green badges with golden rims, which had the number 1 and 2 written on each respectively. "Hurry up, people are gonna come. You, draw away those barbarous monkeys. Move it." Bully bananas were the favorite food of barbarous monkeys and naturally had become a hindrance to the students. However, due to the large number of people, they had come up with a good plan. Some people would lure the monkeys away while the rest would go and pick the bananas. If it worked out, there would be a bountiful harvest. "Guys, move 30 degrees to the right. There's good stuff over there. Let's go get it." Qin Feng ignored the Zeta University students. At this time, it was better to take advantage of the wild monkeys being drawn away by other people and reap the benefits. "Right? We'll be there soon." Zhou Hao's voice crackled from the radio. Within 2 minutes, the 4 had gathered together. This was a large forest. Qin Feng and his team harvesting here would not have them cross paths with the others. Bully bananas. Zhou Hao's eyes lit up. Sweet. Zhou Hao did not want to pay attention to the G-tier monkeys, rushing out to cleanly and quickly sweep them up. Of course, most of the monkeys were being distracted by Zeta University students, with only some left to pick them up. Needless to say, their actions would not escape the eyes of a Zeta sniper. Damn it, these people from Chongbei University are actually stealing from us. Steal from us. Kill them. Wait, one of them is from the ability user course. It's number 1. One of the ability users standing in the crowd raised his brows in interest. Number 1 of Chongbei's ability user class. Yes, Lin Mao, I'm sure. It's a girl. The one called Lin Mao was number 1 in the Zeta University ability class. His parents were both F-tier and had a high position within the Zeta district. Naturally, he had wanted to be a powerful ability user ever since he was small. Today, he even participated in the spring hunting garden with grades at the top of his class. It was no doubt that he was one of Zeta University's seeded players, a future hope. Due to him having strength and being rich, 5 teams had decided to follow him, including the second place, Qian Tao. This was Zeta University's strongest team. Since that's the case, why don't we go and take a look? Show them what happens when they steal from us. Lin Mao let out a frosty laugh, picked up his pace, and walked over. After the others got rid of the barbarous monkeys, they joined up one after the other and even ignored picking the fruit. Qin Feng naturally felt the movements of these people. However, they did not try to get a surprise attack on them with their guns, and chose to swagger over instead. Without Qin Feng having to say anything, Zhou Hao and the rest felled it too, dropping from the tree to stand by Qin Feng. Of course, the 3 surrounded Zhao Yu to protect her, waiting for the arrival of the others. Soon, the Zeta College students arrived, and for that moment, Qin Feng's 4-man team felt particularly alone. Lin Mao took 2 steps towards the group of 4 with a trace of contempt in his eyes. Number 1 of Chungbei Colony's ability class? Just the 4 of you? What, did your gunner die or something? Such power is too weak. The Zeta College students suddenly burst into laughter. They had originally thought it was a team of 5. They've made the assumption since they didn't see the remaining gunner. Not only that, because Qin Feng was standing in the front, the number tag on his chest could be seen by everyone. Number 21. Isn't that dead last? How many students are in Chungbei College's ability class? About 30. To think this kind of force is with the top student in class. Does Chungbei College not want to get number 1 this time? Then again, they've been falling off for so many years already, without anyone outstanding popping up. The group chattered rounds and rounds of ridicule. Too bad that hardly got a reaction from the other party, as if what they said were entirely untrue. At this time, Lin Mao let out a frosty laugh. I won't make fun of you. We duel, how about it? I was thinking about just how strong the power of Chungbei College is. Lin Mao was staring at Zhao Yu, trying to coax them out for a fair one-on-one. He completely ignored the others. Zhao Yu did not step out. Instead, Qin Feng did. Then you'll just have to go through me. Zhao Yu didn't have a lot of experience in fighting people and wasn't sure if she could actually beat Lin Mao in her state. Only when Qin Feng stepped out, the other party wasn't very happy. Just you small fry, is not worthy to face our class monitor. I'll fight you, a short, chunky teenager said as he walked out. On his chest was a number tag with his ranking. 13. There weren't a lot of ability users in Zeta College. The position of 13 could have already been considered as a middling achievement. Alright, Liang, kick his ass. He's dead last. Definitely not Li Yang's opponent. Liang has a fire ability with a strong attack. Won't that person die? Huh. The rest sneered and snickered from the sidelines, and Liang was also very excited, stepping forward. He wore a pair of gloves over his hands. Fire Claws, Set G1. Rune equipment. It was the kind of equipment worn by beginners. While low level, the buying price was also 53,000. Having these gloves also meant that their family wasn't weak either. Qin Feng stepped forward. Let's start. Don't dawdle. Lin Mao urged from the sidelines, as if waiting for Qin Feng to fail. All right, here comes the fire. Liang did not hesitate, shrouding his own body in flames, and then several fist-sized fireballs condensed in front of him. Rapid embers. As the consciousness was urged, the flames swept towards Qin Feng like a volley of bullets from the ambush from before, one after the other. Looks interesting. Too bad it's too weak. Fire. Qin Feng also urged forward his consciousness. Rapid embers. The same fist-sized fireballs surged forward, but the color was a dark red, hitting Li Yang's fireballs. Bang, bang, bang. The fireballs exploded in the air, and the flames blinded everyone's eyes. Only this time, there was a surprise cry from among the crowd of Zeta students. Liang, look out. In the flashes of fire, a dark flaming mass flew out and struck Liang right in the chest. Boom. Liang was blown out from his spot. Even if he had protective underclothes, Liang was blasted until his face was scorched black. After awakening, the human body receives greatly enhanced vitality and resistance to attack, and would not die immediately to such a blow, but Liang was still seriously injured. How could this be? Liang's eyes widened, coughing up a mouthful of blood, still trying to process what just happened. Everyone else's gaze began to carry themselves more properly. Both of them released rapid embers. The ability released multiple fireballs. With Li Yang's fire runes and consciousness, he could only unleash 5. On the other hand, The one with the lowest rank could release up to 6, and under the bombardment Liang lost. They found this hard to believe, but such was the case. I guess I won. Do we continue? Qin Feng asked casually. This successfully roused the anger of the Zeta College students. Kid, don't be so arrogant. You only just beat the 13th place. The one who hopped forward was number 10. Hydration. Water stamp. A water ability surged forward. A huge torrent of water rushed forward with great power. Qin Feng let out a chuckle. Fire impact eye. A huge fireball surged forward, at the same time transforming into what seemed like a spiraling dragon as it rushed towards the torrent. Water and fire collided, causing a huge cloud of mist to rise. The people of the Zeta College nervously looked at the two in the middle. Water against fire. Water beats fire. We'll definitely win. Yeah, take him down. He's too arrogant. Come on, oh. And they were going to start waving a flag too, but they quickly shut their mouth because the winner had already been decided in the center of that open space. The huge gout of flames swept the area, evaporating the torrent of water, and a wave of heat rolled over. Boom. The flames blasted the 10th place away. Unclear if they even survived the blast. The Zeta College students widened their eyes. Next, Qin Feng said, Kid, don't be too arrogant. Another stood out. This time it was the 6th from the ability class. Unfortunately, he too was defeated in one move. Qin Feng won again. Zeta College's people's faces had gone pale white. Know that although their team consisted of 30 people, it did not mean that all of the ability class wanted to follow them. They rejected the lower rank ones, and the higher rank ones wanted to get points themselves. Now that the 6th had been defeated, what chance did they have? You're still here? You can come now. Qin Feng looked to Qian Tao. After I beat the 2nd, I can challenge the 1st, right? Qian Tao and Lin Moa's faces were also pale. Hidden to the side by his cloak, Zhou Hao was laughing so hard that his stomach hurt, and was still at the side fanning the flames. Are you guys even trying? You couldn't even lay a finger on the worst student of our ability class. Our batch only has 21 ability users this term, and you are beaten up by the weakest of them all. Yet, you say you want to challenge our top student? Don't make me laugh. Those who came from Zeta University were fuming. Zhao Yu contained her laugh and followed through. That's right. You are not worthy of challenging me until you defeat him. Bullshit. I don't believe he is the last of your class. You jesters from Chongbei are clearly cheating. Qian Tao bellowed. Show them no mercy and annihilate them. Qian Tao decided to go all out on them. They had lost enough face along with 3 of their ability users. There was no need to hold back now. Lin Mao was the first to attack after Qian Tao lifted the restraint. The cruel look in his eyes showed that he was aiming to kill. Giant woodlock. Zap. The ground rose high up and multiple giant vines subsequently broke through it. The vines came alive and whipped straight at Qin Feng and co. Zhou Hao and Zhang Tianche dodged reflexively, while Zhao Yu summoned her fire ability to protect herself. The vines caught fire when it came into contact with Zhao Yu's flame and rapidly turned into ashes. Pow! 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 As the side with the advantage in numbers, it was only natural that the Zeta group had several gunners in their team. Bullets showered on Qin Feng and his teammates as soon as the fight erupted. I was hoping for fair competition, but I guess that's too much to ask for. Since you all were the ones who violated the battle code first, then I no longer need to withhold my power. Qin Feng said emotionlessly, but his outgoing attack was extremely hostile. Carpet Hellfire. Fire runes immediately covered the nearby lands and engulfed every enemy around Qin Feng. Arg. The students from Zeta University groaned in pain. Their shirts were charred. Their legs were burned. The fire even lit the bomb that they carried. Boom, 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 boom. The chain explosions set off blew them off their feet. Birds resting in the shrubs were startled and took flight immediately. Other students nearby that heard the explosion were also terrified and consciously distanced themselves from the battlefield. Qin Feng leisurely raised his hand at the center of the calamity. Hellfire dissipate. The fire vanished instantly with a poof. All 30 enemies around him were devastated by the ruthless blaze. They had completely lost their will as well as the ability to fight. How brutal. How violent. Zhou Hao shook his head while stepping on the ground that was still steaming. He checked on the victims and figured all of them had survived the explosions. The teachers must have mitigated the power of the explosives. Otherwise, these people would have been blown into oblivion. Off you go. Zhou Hao snatched a bag from one of the ancient warriors and removed the name tag on his chest. Damn you. You are coming down with us. Some of them tried to retaliate, but Zhou Hao easily neutralized their last resort and took their name tags too. In the process, Zhou Hao's cloak slid open and revealed his identity as the best ancient warrior of his class. Damn, Qian Tao cursed. He was hoping to bring at least one person down with them, but unexpectedly, the guy who was hiding beneath the cloak all this, was actually the #1 ancient warrior student in Chongbei this year. They thought that they were lucky to bump into a group of lambs, but it turned out that they were 4 ferocious wolves. I am leaving by myself. Qian Tao removed his name tag resentfully. Soon, a spatial passage wrapped around Qian Tao. Before he was sent away, a silver light was seen dropping out of the portal. It was his name tag. The reason Qian Tao retreated willingly was that he hoped to bring along the name tag out of the hunting ground with him this way. He did not want to benefit Qin Feng, but against his wishes, the examiner had foreseen such foul play and enchanted the name tag with spatial rune beforehand. In other words, nobody could smuggle the name tag out. Leave your bag and get out of my sight. Qin Feng ordered the remaining students. Lin Mao still refused to concede and threatened him. You can't be the last of your class. I am going to report you for cheating. Just you wait. Be my guest. Please remember to spell my name, Qin Feng, correctly when you do that. Qin Feng reached out and snatched Lin Mao's name tag. He did not care even if he was going to be disqualified. With his capabilities now, it did not even matter even if they were to emerge as champions. After all, he had achieved his main purpose in coming to the spring hunting ground. The 30 students from Zeta University were all done for. Their elimination left Qin Feng's party with more than 100 name tags. Other than that, they also gained a few bully bananas and other goodies. Qin Feng, you are really powerful. We don't even need to move a finger teaming up with you. Zhao Yu lamented. She then remembered something and laughed. You are really cunning, Qin Feng. You did it on purpose during the exhibition so that you would be ranked last, right? That's the only way we could lure in some greedy morons. Looking at their dejected faces when they found out the truth greatly amuses me. Huh, Zhou Hao said with a large grin. Zhang Tianxie collected the loot quietly. He alone was carrying 5 big backpacks. At least I am of some use. Though his medical skills were not needed, Zhang Tianxie was happy that he could still contribute as a transporter. The 4 of them moved on joyfully under Qin Feng's lead. The beautiful and usually quiescent spring hunting ground had turned into a deafening battleground following the arrival of 20,000 students. Roar! A giant tiger shrieked out in pain. Windbreaker sweep. Jet palm. Zhou Hao and Zhang Tianxi's attacks landed on the tiger beast aggressively. It spurted a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground eventually. It was a G-tier beast general on the verge of becoming a beast king. Yet, the monster was quickly dealt with by the team thanks to Qin Feng's containment. Other students would be in grave danger if they were to come across such a ferocious creature. It was the beast's misfortune to cross paths with Qin Feng's party. Let's call it a day. They gained a lot today and could no longer stuff more items into their bags. The team was slowly closing in toward the center of the hunting ground. They had defeated 7 teams from other universities in one day to reach here. These included students from Dongling, Hunan, and even from their own Chongbei colony. They were relieved as nightshade had finally fallen. Hooray! We are leaving this place tomorrow afternoon. It feels like forever, Zhao Yu said, her face weighing. Though they had earned a lot, it was still extremely unsafe to stay in the wild. The only good thing about this place was perhaps that no rift would occur spontaneously. You should rest early tonight, Zhou Hao suggested. It was her first time camping in the wild last night. Hence, she did not sleep well, which in turn lowered her fighting performance today. Yawn. I have no energy left to do otherwise. Zhao Yu went to sleep quickly. Zhou Hao and Zhang Tianxie kept watch for the first half of the night, while Qin Feng took over after that. It was a peaceful night. The next day, they continued to advance at an even greater speed. The number of students from other universities had lowered dramatically at this point. Only the strongest teams, coupled with some good luck, would be able to make it to the center of the hunting ground. Take the beast general they met yesterday, for example. It would be an instant game over if other students were to face the monster. They traveled for another hour and finally reached the top of a small hill. On the other side of the hill was a giant plain covered by fertile greeneries. However, no giant vegetation was spotted within sight other than the meadow. This made the crystalline tree that was standing in the middle of the plain extremely eye-catching. The trunk of the tree was no different from a crystal, while its leaves looked like snowflakes. Ice-like vines were seen dangling on the branches. Among the branches, 3 black and bulky fruits highly contrasted the other parts of the tree. Those were the conscious fruits. So this is the consciousness tree? Zhao Yu gasped. The tree was unlike anything she had ever seen before. Apparently, a lot of students had arrived earlier than them. But those participants were unable to go any nearer because as soon as anyone entered within a 30-meter radius of the tree, it would begin to attack ferociously. The consciousness tree was actually a mutated plant. In other words, it was more like an animal rather than a tree. At the moment, the tree was visibly ill-tempered. It whipped its vines and launched its snow leaves aggressively to chase away those attempting to approach the fruits. The consciousness tree was enraged after most of its fruits had been stolen the day before yesterday. It was understandable that the mutated tree would go berserk after more dreadful humans had shown up and were trying to take away its remaining fruits. Damn it, I thought that the F-King tree is quite tame. How are we going to get the fruits when the tree is attacking such a large area? Quick, hold back its attack. We gotta protect our ability users. Everyone was clearly flustered by the tree's unusual hostility. Qin Feng scanned the area and realized that students from all other universities were around, except for Zeta University. That was because those from Zeta, who could have actually made it here, had been eliminated by Qin Feng's party earlier. How unfortunate. The crowd of more than 100 students was all elites from Dongling, Hunan, and Xinjiang universities. There's too many of them. Zhang Tianche frowned. Luckily, everyone was staying close with their own party to protect their respective ability users. Hence, some vacant spaces could still be found around the giant consciousness tree. Let's go. Qin Feng was the first to stroll forward. Don't worry. They are not going to attack us. The battle between universities would only ensue after someone has plucked the conscious fruit. True. Zhou Hao quickly followed Qin Feng's footsteps. Zhao Yu and Zhang Tianche also followed suit, and soon, they reached the area where everyone was at. The consciousness tree turned more violent all of a sudden. All its vines struck straight toward Qin Feng. Obviously, the tree recognized the scent of the being that had stolen all its fruits. Bailey had plucked 27 fruits from the tree at one go and left only 3 behind. How shameless of them for showing their faces here again. No wonder the tree was infuriated. Qin Feng was focused in the face of the vicious attacks. The consciousness tree must have lived for uncountable years, but its attack was still full of vigor. Judging by its moves, the tree was at least an F-tier threat. Qin Feng did not want to see his comrades being hurt because of him. He unsheathed the verdant Emperor Saber for the first time in the spring hunting ground. Sword glare. Burning flames immediately wrapped around the saber and extended it by more than a meter long. Qin Feng swung the saber and dexterously cut off all the incoming vines. His impenetrable defense was startling, but that was not the end of it. He focused and unleashed his conscious energy. Bang! One of the conscious fruits that was hanging quietly on the branches a moment ago suddenly dropped to the ground without a moment's notice. What a sudden turn of events. The fruits could not be harvested by using brutal force. Since they were growing on the consciousness tree, they could only be picked by using conscious energy alone. Only an F-tier consciousness would be able to detach the fruits from the tree instantly. Of course, the pedestal would also loosen eventually if being attacked by lower-tier consciousness continuously. That was why the students from the 3 universities had been attacking it relentlessly. The effort had lasted for almost 2 hours. Unexpectedly, the fruit dropped the moment Qin Feng's party arrived. Dumb luck. Grab the fruit. It belongs to us. All the participants were tensed up and concurrently targeted the fruit. Zhao Yu made her move as well. Zhao Yu's consciousness was not as great as Qin Feng's. Nonetheless, although she could not immediately break the pedicle, she was still capable of using telekinesis, so she aimed for the fruit as soon as it started falling. Her conscious energy was activated quicker than the rest, so the fruit initially flew straight at her. However, the other ability students were not there as decoration. The conscious fruit stopped short and trembled in midair as several minds tried to control it simultaneously. Schwaff! A white cloth suddenly appeared, and wrapped around the fruit. The other side of the cloth was in the hands of Zhang Tianche. He grabbed with all his might and pulled the conscious fruit toward him. The white cloth was actually Zhang Tianche's bandage. Who would have thought that it could be used this way? The other students were agitated by Zhang Tianche's action. The fruit must stay. The students screamed and jumped hungrily toward Zhang Tianche. This was when another 2 loud bangs were heard coming from the tree's direction. The other 2 fruits had also fallen. The consciousness tree did not stop brandishing its branches and vines to sweep at those who dared to draw closer. Damn! Those who were attacking Zhang Tianche instantly switched targets and went over to grab the 2 newly dropped fruits. Zhao Yu once again triggered her conscious energy to snatch one of the fruits, while Zhang Tianche was planning to use the same trick again. However, the other competitors reacted faster this time. Pow! 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 A barrage of bullets tore Zhang Tianche's bandage in half. The white cloth was just mere fabric after all. The battle quickly escalated following the series of gunshots. Qin Feng's party was being mercilessly targeted and numerous bullets rained on them. Humph! Qin Feng snorted and suddenly, all the bullets that were about to reach them hung awkwardly in midair. Reverse. He infused his consciousness into the bullets and returned them to the opponents. Arg. SHD. Conscious rebound. How is this possible? The crowd squealed in disbelief. It was tremendously rare for a student to master such a craft. More importantly, he was doing it on a few hundred bullets. That was scary. What an absurd dominance. While the others were being attacked by the bullets, Zhao Yu seized the opening and secured one of the fruits. On the other hand, Zhou Hao infused his inner power into the vampire cloak and instantly turned himself into a blurry silhouette. With the extreme speed of his windbreaker style, he successfully weaved around the crowd and grabbed the last fruit. All 3 fruits were gathered by Qin Feng's party. That inevitably made them everybody's target. Time to go, Qin Feng yelled. His teammates did not hesitate and started to flee. They were retreating hastily. Go after them. Darn it. Don't let them get away. Put them down. Qin Feng's team was chased after by a large group of desperate participants. Pow! A cannon was coming fast at them. Reverse. Once again, Qin Feng used his conscious energy to rebound the cannon back to the assaulter. Stop looking down on me. The gunner bellowed and boosted his consciousness. He intended to push back the cannon. However, he was instantly defeated earlier on, so what difference could he have made now? Boom. The return cannon did not budge and bombarded him along with 4 other students. Stop using your weapon. Can't you see that his skills specifically counter gunners, you morons? Get them. Ancient warriors, siege them. Ancient warriors could move rather speedily. In a prolonged chase, Zhao Yu, the slowest in their team, could possibly be caught up by the pursuers. But Qin Feng would not allow that to happen. They were now at the edge of the forest. Qin Feng swung his blade, and 2 giant trees instantly plunged to the ground. Bang! Following the explosion, the 2 barks blocking the path were blasted away by a giant fireball. By that time, the 3 who possessed the conscious fruits had run far away, and Qin Feng was the only one remaining. FCK, a guy in snow-white color uniform at the front cursed. Boss, let's capture this guy and threaten his teammates. We will kill him if they don't turn back. That's right, they must be connected through the communicator. All the pursuers laid their eyes on Qin Feng. They were a humiliated bunch looking to vex their anger on him. Qin Feng remained calm despite being surrounded by a few hundred enemies. They might be gifted geniuses in this era and definitely had a bright future ahead of them, but unfortunately, their opponent this time was a monstrous being that had traveled back from the future. My apologies, folks. Qin Feng sheathed his saber and unleashed his inner power the next second. Carpet Hellfire was an overkill, so Qin Feng decided to use a more modest skill to deal with them. Asteroid Assimilation and Dash, Pull. A gale rose around Qin Feng and rapidly turned into a hurricane with Qin Feng at the center. What's this? This is not his ability. I thought he was a fire user. The pursuers were baffled and perplexed, yet they could not do anything about it. Everyone was being dragged in by the unseen force. In the next moment, Qin Feng promptly changed the force. Repel. A powerful opposing force arrived straight at their faces. Those being pulled in were suddenly pushed back. The group collided and suffered a great impact as a result of the 2 polar opposite forces. Crack. Someone's limb was heard breaking. Arg. Painful groans filled the empty plain. Puff. Some of them suffered internal injuries and spurted out blood. Inner force engulfed everyone within sight, as Qin Feng took care of the hundreds of enemies single-handedly. These so-called geniuses were trampled on brutally by Qin Feng. I am sorry. I have made my promise to the headmaster. Since you guys came uninvited, I will gladly take your points. Qin Feng acted innocently, but he was in fact wicked to the core against the enemies. Damn you! One of them vomited blood again. It was hard to tell whether it was because of the injury or due to the insult. Although they did not want to admit it, they knew there was no turnaround. Even those from Qingyang University were helpless. They finally gave up on resisting and removed their tags sullenly. They were soon withdrawn from the field by spatial passages and left behind their name tags. They acted decisively, because they had gathered multiple spirit herbs throughout the event. They still got to keep the herbs if they were to retreat now. These prodigies were kicked out from the spring hunting ground by Qin Feng just like that. Collect. Qin Feng gathered everyone's tags and the tags they had collected with telekinesis. The three groups had amassed a total of 400 tags. Those tags were enough to fill 2 big backpacks. Just as he was wrapping up the fight, Qin Feng's communicator suddenly rang. Qin Feng, come quick. His facial expression changed after hearing the SOS call. Turn back. He called out solemnly. A series of hushed footsteps and rapid breathing came through the communicator. Qin Feng, we met Lin Kai on our way out. They have overwhelming numbers. Zhao Yu reported urgently. Are they still chasing after all of you? Qin Feng was worried. Yes. Zhang Tianche has been injured. Don't panic. It's nothing serious. Zhang Tianche still sounded calm, but Qin Feng could tell that they were still fleeing frantically. His gaze turned cold, and he instantly launched his feet into a sprint. His face muscles were taut, and he was expressionless. Yet, the suffocating aura around him was telling enough about his killing intent. Lin Kai, prepare to die? We will settle our past and present grudge once and for all. Qin Feng ran faster than ever before. Zhou Hao and his other teammates had not run off too far away. They were only about 300 meters away from his position. He located them easily with his consciousness and dashed in their direction swiftly. Qin Feng maneuvered across the dense forest and reached his friends within a minute. Zhou Hao and the others were surrounded when he arrived. Bastard! Zhou Hao roared and delivered a fierce kick. Bang! Chen Ming met the kick with his own and successfully stopped Zhou Hao's attack. They were on par in terms of strength, and the battle was intense. Notably, Zhou Hao was at G6 tier now and was considered pretty powerful at his age. Yet, he had failed to overcome Chen Ming. Not only that, but Chen Ming seemed to be fighting with plenty left in his tank. He was toying with Zhou Hao. What's the matter, Zhou Hao? I thought you were the first in your class. Is that all you are capable of? The others laughed mockingly. Young Master Lin, they must have collected a lot of valuable items coming this deep into the hunting ground. So are their points. We would surely claim the top spot after defeating them. That's right. Congratulations, young master. Lin Kai was overjoyed as he watched Chen Ming battle with great satisfaction. My obedient pet is so strong, and it doesn't matter even if Qin Feng is here. He probably never expected this to be Chen Ming's true strength. Chen Ming's laugh froze in the middle of the fight, and a sense of fury appeared in his eyes. Zhou Hao laughed hysterically after hearing what Lin Kai said. Ha ha. Chen Ming, what's there to be proud of? No matter how powerful you are no more than a pawn. Lin Kai doesn't even view you as a person. Chen Ming was infuriated as Zhou Hao's mockery was dead on the target. You are no better. You are one good pet yourself. If not because of Qin Feng, do you think you will reach where you are now? Chen Ming kicked furiously and sent Zhou Hao flying backward. Ugh! Blood splashed out from Zhou Hao's mouth. If he were not protected by the Rat King chain mail given by Qin Feng, Zhou Hao's internal organs would have been crushed now. Chen Ming paced toward him slowly. Did Chen Ming ever regret up to this point? If only he had pretended to be Qin Feng's buddy longer. Would he be the same as Zhou Hao now? Would he also be supplied with martial arts techniques, carried by Qin Feng to hunt in the wild, and holding onto a Beast King tier armor? Who would have foreseen how strong Qin Feng had gotten now? They started off equally as orphans, but ended up in such a huge disparity. What makes you so special that you are able to get all the benefits from Qin Feng? I cannot allow you to continue to enjoy things that should be mine. Thinking as such, Qin Ming raised his foot and stomped down viciously. He was aiming for the head, and Zhou Hao's head would definitely be crushed if Qin Ming were to use his full force. Zhou Hao reflexively raised his elbow to block Qin Ming's foot. Before he felt the anticipated pain, the person above him suddenly yelped. Zhou Hao opened his eyes and caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. His savior was not wearing any protective gear, and his scarlet uniform remained untouched after the 3-day expedition. The saber on his waist was still glaring to the eyes, though the scabbard had concealed most of its radiance. It was none other than Qin Feng. He had made it in the nick of time. How dare you compare yourself to Zhou Hao? Qin Feng scoffed coldly at Qin Ming. Of course, there's a difference. He is my brother while you are just someone's pet. You think too highly of yourself. Qin Ming was clutching his belly after being kicked by Qin Feng. His whole body was quivering after the impact. But it was Qin Feng's words that had hurt him the most. I am not his pawn. Lin Kai is the one thinking too highly of himself. He is nothing more than trash. Qin Ming bellowed exasperatedly. Lin Kai's eyes widened in disbelief. He did not expect those words to come out from his pet's mouth. Qin Ming, are you insane? I am going to kill you. Qin Ming laughed hideously. He then struck rampantly. I have been putting up with you for too long now. Die. Qin Ming dashed toward Lin Kai and grabbed him. In the process, his fingers suddenly transformed into sharp wolf paws. It was an actual transfiguration and not the usual materialization of inner energy. Qin Feng and Zhou Hao were startled by the sudden turn of events. They immediately understood what happened to Qin Ming. After all, they had once hunted down someone with similar capabilities and Viper. You are a mutant subject? Zhou Hao exclaimed. But his exclamation was submerged by a horrible screech. Blood was spurting out from Lin Kai's neck. His carotid arteries were sliced open by Qin Ming's sharp claws. Arg! Lin Kai continued to scream in pain, but realized that more blood was coming out through his mouth. He thus stopped shrieking and held his neck with one hand while the other hand was reaching desperately for the first aid kit in his bag. Qin Ming stepped on his body mercilessly. Look, isn't he the epitome of trash? How dare you order me around? Huh? The only reason I ever listen to you is because you might have information someone needs. You dare call me your pet and pawn? FCK off, you disgusting piece of SHD. Everyone was shocked by Qin Ming's abrupt revelation. Qin Feng astutely picked out the key points within his furious babbling. What does he mean? Who would have wanted information from Lin Kai, who is nothing more than a spoiled playboy? He connected some of the dots, but there was too little information to make much out of it all. He did not dwell on the matter much since everything would be clear once he captures Qin Ming. Meanwhile, the other students could only watch in panic. Qin Ming, let him go. Young Master Lin is going to die at this rate. That's right. We can talk this out. Don't do this to him. They were all of Lin Kai's followers. Though he had not been nice to them, they would be held responsible if anything were to happen to Lin Kai. After all, Lin Kai's father was the deputy mayor. However, Qin Ming was too hot-headed and could not care less. He is just rubbish. Die already. He switched his gaze from Lin Kai to Qin Feng. Qin Feng, you were the one at the alley 1 month ago, right? His gaze now fell on the verdant emperor saber. Among them, only Qin Feng understood his question. Qin Ming was clearly referring to the incident where his leg got amputated. How about the incident at the gathering? Are you the one behind it? Qin Feng asked reciprocally. Qin Ming guffawed. You figured that out? That's why you have taken my legs. Just because of a peasant? She is nothing more than an ant. Qin Feng reprimanded him. She is our friend. We have been living together since we were 6 years old. We sat in the same classroom for 10 long years. Besides, if I am not at the scene that day, does that mean all of them were going to die? You should be grateful that I didn't take your life after you have done such an unforgivable deed. FCK them. Qin Feng, you are an ability user yourself. Why are you still holding to that useless and childish sympathy of yours? They are all trash. We are the special ones while those who are without ability are all expandable. Qin Ming, I can't believe you bought those brainwashing bullshit the Dark Coalition has been feeding you. Qin Feng chastised spitefully. Everyone was getting more and more confused with the ongoing conversation, except for Zhou Hao. Qin Ming, you were behind the attack last month? Why did you do that? How could you? Zhou Hao questioned angrily. A lot of people got injured that day, and Yang Qian even lost her lower limb. Why? Qin Ming laughed hysterically. Because I want more power. I have had enough. I am sick of being looked down upon as an orphan. I will become stronger and surpass each and every one of you." His eyes displayed nothing but insanity. "Qin Feng, you have my thanks. If you have not severed my legs, I would not have become what I am today. You will be surprised to see how powerful I am now." As he spoke, his body, especially his legs, began to transfigure rapidly. His pants were ripped apart, exposing the furry beast-like legs beneath it. It was a pair of hind legs from a beast, covered with grayish-black fur that was robustly sharpened. The shape of his legs had changed while his sport shoes were torn apart as they were unable to withstand the enlargement. Qin Ming's height had also increased tremendously while the muscles on his body had become bulkier. The height increase continued until he was 2 meters tall, and now, none of his body parts had the features of a normal human being. It was as if he had become a werewolf. Nonetheless, his horrifying aura was very close to an F-tier beast king. The presence of his intimidating aura would heavily put pressure on any G-tier aptitude user. Ugh, who? Lin Kai could not resist the gigantic force while being stepped on by Chun Ming's foot as he wheezed one final breath before his head drooped limply to the side, all life leaving his body. Soon after his death, it seemed that the name tag was able to detect the changes in him. There was a spatial passage that appeared immediately and teleported Lin Kai out from the space. Students that were in the surroundings were shocked and their eyes were wide opened, while fear started to haunt the crowd. It was unknown who took the lead to step backward, 1 step, 2 steps, and soon everyone had started to turn around and run away as fast as they could. Now, the area was left with only 5 people. Although Zhou Hao did not like Qin Ming, he did not expect Qin Ming to be in this state with such a shocking transformation. "You are mad. You really are," Zhou Hao said in disbelief. "Ha ha ha." Qin Ming let out a wicked laugh. It seemed that the transformation had also changed Qin Ming's voice. It was huskier and was totally unrecognizable. "I am mad. I'm not. It's just that I have become more powerful, and all of you will not understand." Qin Ming laughed coldly. "Qin Feng, you cut off my legs and wiped out my mercenary unit. However, I was lucky to be tipped off by one of my informants. Now, did I surprise you?" Qin Feng did not falter, although the words had slightly caught him off guard. "And you allowed him to perform the experiment on you? Qin Ming, should I consider you as smart, or should I consider you the opposite? Weren't you trying to catch a subject of experiment by putting all of us in a dire situation? And now you have allowed yourself to be experimented on. How am I the same as all of you? All of you are being deprived, and I am the one who has been strengthened." Qin Ming burst into laughter. "You are digging your own grave." Qin Feng replied in an uninterested tone. "Save it for yourself. You are only prolonging your time to face your death with your speech. Qin Feng, you are the one who cut off my legs. Now, be prepared to face your own demise, as I am integrated with the gene of an F-tier wolf king with boosted speed." Qin Ming pounced over before completing his sentence. He had the features of a wolf in his appearance, as his face was distorted with a more protruded chin, while saliva was dripping from his mouth, and his eyes had turned gradually from blood red to pitch black color. Those were signs that he had lost his mind. It was not that Qin Ming did not want to continue the argument with Qin Feng. It was that his mind that had slowed down. Furthermore, it was the best option to get Qin Feng killed. It was his plan from the beginning. Bam! A stomp from the foot had imprinted a huge pit on the ground. Qin Ming was like a bomb as he rushed toward Qin Feng at high speed. Wolf claws had turned into blades. Qin Feng immediately took out his Verdant Emperor saber. Bam bam bam. Both Verdant Emperor saber and Qin Ming's wolf claws collided with each other, and what followed was an insane number of clashes between them. The clashes dazzled at high speed, and the movements were also blurred. Zhou Hao and the 2 others around could only capture collisions of faded shadows. It was too fast. It was impossible to be captured with the naked eye. Both of them distanced themselves from each other, and now, Qin Ming had stopped the attacks. Qin Ming raised his wolf claws and noticed that they were dripping with blood, and one of the fingernails had even fallen off from his claw. He was in disbelief at what he had witnessed, as he himself would know how sharpened and powerful his fingernails were. However, they were now being cut off. The Verdant Emperor saber was very sharp, and it could even cut through fingernails of a beast king. Although Qin Ming might have already integrated with the genes of a beast king, but one would never know whether it was a genuine one. F-tier beast kings were indeed powerful. Dark-robed Ripper, Emperor Knight, and Steel-limbed Brood Mother. Any of those should never be belittled. However, Qin Feng was not the same anymore. Qin Feng had now achieved F6 tier for both of his physical and conscious energy, equivalent to the level of a beast king that was rich in internal strength that was quadruple of that of a pinnacle F tier and could even cope with any ordinary E tier aptitude user. It was at that moment where every self-satisfaction and arrogance of Chun Ming had turned into a laughing stock. Burning sword glare. Suddenly, Qin Feng's verdant emperor saber was engulfed in massive flames, and the flames swiftly surrounded Chun Ming. Slash. Qin Feng drew his saber across Chun Ming's arm, and it fell apart within a split second. The wounded part did not bleed and appeared to be roasted. Arg! Chun Ming let out a miserable howl. Double hit. Qin Feng waved his saber again and took down Chun Ming's remaining arm. Chun Ming's black pupils slowly reversed to its blood-red color, while fear and disbelief began to rise in him. It was not that Chun Ming did not attempt to dodge. However, Qin Feng was moving too fast. Chun Ming wanted to escape. However, it was too late for him. Triple hit. Qin Feng waved his saber again, and it was about to hit Chun Ming's waist. Chun Ming let out a bestial scream. He lost his legs as soon as the hit landed on his thighs. He was unable to stand anymore, and fell onto the ground heavily. Chun Ming, with his limbs all gone, wriggled like a human rod. He was no longer able to pose as a threat. Fresh blood gushed out from the scorched wounds and flowed out from all 4 openings from where his limbs once were. Chun Ming's struggle slowed down, while the grayish fur on his face retracted and revealed his original appearance. As black color had faded away, his pupils turned from red to white, and he could barely breathe with his weakened body. A pair of black shoes appeared before his eyes. Qin Feng squatted down. Qin Feng. Chun Ming gnashed his teeth as he yelled out the name. Chun Ming, I still have another question. Qin Feng asked calmly. Why do you hate me so much? Why? Don't you think that you are a hateful person? We were both from the orphanage. However, you had better luck. Everyone liked you. And in order to survive, I had to be close to you, or else I would be beaten up, extorted, and bullied by others. Since we were young, you were always ahead of me, and it had been my evil obsession to surpass you. Qin Feng recalled in his mind when Chun Ming was still 5 years old, when he was sent to the orphanage as his parents had died all of a sudden. He had led a reclusive life since then. He did not want to talk to the other kids as he was revolted by how dirty they were. When they had grown up, Chun Ming was provided with monthly allowance, and he cried in grief when he was robbed by some gangsters. It was Qin Feng that had risked his life in a fight and retrieved the money back. Since then, the gangsters had never gotten in their way ever again. In Chun Ming's point of view, was everything that happened merely his way of compromise in order to obtain what he wanted? Qin Feng thought that he and Chun Ming had developed true friendship. However, it seemed that it was merely his own assumption. Qin Feng felt even more tranquil and calm than he ever was. He maintained a calm expression and was about to find out what he had wished to know all these while. Since you have already obtained such an ability, why would you still get close to Lin Kai? Chun Ming knew that he was about to die, and he replied with a sneer, Why would I tell you? I will never satisfy your curiosity. Surprisingly, Qin Feng nodded and replied, True, if you do tell me, I might even explore further to find out. As the saying goes, curiosity kills the cat. Chun Ming was unbothered by the reply. Qin Feng continued, Since you are in contact with the superior of the organization, would that also mean that he has sent you over to spy on Deputy Mayor Lin? Did they assume that it was Deputy Mayor Lin that has taken away the experiment findings from the destroyed laboratory? Or perhaps the materials? Chun Ming, who was originally nonchalant, suddenly looked at Qin Feng. How did you know? Qin Feng started to laugh. Chun Ming's reaction had affirmed Qin Feng's assumption. It is because I was the one who destroyed the laboratory. Qin Feng moved closer to Chun Ming and lowered his voice with internal strength, and only allowed Chun Ming to capture his words. Chun Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Ha! Ha ha! Ugh ugh ugh! Chun Ming spitted out blood from his mouth. Chun Ming did not think that this would be his end. Chun Ming did not give up even after he had lost his legs to Qin Feng. He even knew that Lin Kai was the cause of the experiment on those people that were being captured. Therefore, After Chun Ming had volunteered himself to be strengthened via the experiment, he was assigned by the superiors to spy on Lin Kai and find out whether he had any information regarding the experiments, and also to revert back on the information obtained. However, Chun Ming did not know that he was wrong from the beginning. It was Qin Feng, and not Lin Zheng, that had destroyed the laboratory. Qin Feng, I can never understand you. Why would you know about these? Furthermore, why would you destroy the laboratory? Was it revenge for the students? Chun Ming questioned. Qin Feng would not answer that. He would keep the secret of his rebirth forever. Therefore, I am aware of the secret, and I also want to destroy it. Just assume that I am meddling in other people's business. Who is your superior? Do you really not want to let me know? Would you find him and kill him? Chun Ming let out a mocking laugh. I will. Qin Feng replied without any hesitation. Suddenly, Chun Ming felt a sense of anticipation. Many have said that before one dies, the final words the person leaves behind would be good ones. Chun Ming was different. Chun Ming looked forward to Qin Feng paving his own path toward death by going after his superior. His name is Liang Can. I still have his contact saved in my communicator. Chun Ming suddenly burst out in laughter. Qin Feng, you have to keep your promise to look for him. Liang Can was an E-tier and had strong experimental genes that had dramatically boosted his combat power. Qin Feng could never go up against him with his capabilities now. Chun Ming laughed till his final breath took him away. Qin Feng witnessed the mixed feelings of hatred and satisfaction from Chun Ming's expression. However, he remained unbothered by it and released the flames. Chun Ming was immediately devoured by the flames, and even if the spatial passage had teleported him outside, there would only be ashes left from his body. It would be best to keep Chun Ming's mutation as a secret from the others, as the implications were wider than anyone would expect. Qin Feng stood up, and there were no traces left on the ground. The remaining 3 people were looking at Qin Feng. Let's clean up the battlefield. Qin Feng gave his order. Okay. Zhou Hao nodded solemnly. Zhao Yu felt anxious and thought that there might be some alarming secret that had yet to be revealed, but she kept it to herself. How's your wound? Qin Feng looked at Zhang Tianche. It will be easily taken care of once we are safe. Zhang Tianche nodded. There was an arrow pierced through his shoulder. Obviously, it was caused by a crossbow. Most of the time, for aptitude users, hidden weapons were more threatening when compared to ordinary firearms. I am sorry, it was all because of my incapability. Zhao Yu felt guilty. Zhang Tianche wounded himself when he was protecting Zhao Yu during their retreat. Although he might not be highly skilled, being ranked 21st in their course was no easy feat. He could have easily protected himself from such attacks. We are in the same team. Don't you feel bad about this? Qin Feng calmed Zhao Yu down. Go and get the name tags. I will take care of Zhang Tianche's wound. Qin Feng was quite experienced in first aid treatment. Combined with Zhang Tianche's remaining arm that was unharmed, both of them took care of the wound swiftly, and Zhang Tianche managed to recover to a better state by tuning his Nigong. Zhou Hao and Zhao Yu returned with their loot. Indeed, the loot was in abundance. Most of the students remained at the outer ring during their first day, while the inner ring was mostly dominated by capable students that were after the conscious fruits. However, with the presence of Chun Ming, none of the students were capable of going up against him. Therefore, Chun Ming led Lin Kai and the others on an annihilation streak along the way and obtained more than 300 name tags. With the 400 name tags that were obtained by Qin Feng, and 200 name tags that were obtained during the battles from the past 2 days, Qin Feng and the others had accumulated more than 900 name tags that had been fully fitted into 5 backpacks. There were also about 6 backpacks that were filled with all sorts of spirit herbs and fruits. The amount was indeed overwhelming. The spring hunting ground is about to end. Let's take a rest here. There were about 3,000 participants that participated in the battle, and they had already obtained more than 900 names tags in the elimination round. Therefore, it was obvious that they had the highest chance of being the winner. Soon, the survival in the wilderness for 3 days and 2 nights finally ended at noon sharp. Suddenly, a giant spatial passage appeared in the sky, and silver light rays that shone from it enveloped everyone on the ground. Students that were still in the spring hunting ground were all wrapped by spatial runes and disappeared from where they stood. There were only 300 students that had survived the annual spring hunting ground. It was equivalent to 1/10 of the total number of students. There were two crucial factors that had contributed to the scenario. It was Qin Ming that had been active in the outer ring, and also Qin Feng that had looted the conscious fruits. Qin Feng's team aside, the remaining teams were just lucky to have survived, as none of them were even able to meet half of the expected requirements of a competitive team. All top-tier teams from the four major universities of Hunan, Zeta, Dongling, and Qinyang were eliminated. Hence, as soon as Qin Feng returned from the hunting ground, he was aware of the hateful glares from the surroundings. It was at that moment there were students that spoke up with anger. "Principal, I would like to make a report." It was them. They were way beyond our league. I suspect that Changbei University has committed fraud by allowing the use of their senior students. A student from Chengyang Colony that was wearing a white-gold uniform stared furiously at Qin Feng. Yes, it was them. He had even worn a number 21 name tag as disguise and duped us with this false impression. It was all his fault. The crowd that was pointing their fingers at Qin Feng were all wrapped up in bandages and supported by plaster casts. It was obvious that they were the elites from the three major universities that were attacked by Qin Feng's asteroid assimilation earlier. However, the elites ended up in a pathetic state. Frankly speaking, the results from the spring hunting ground were out of everyone's expectations, as every core team that had high hopes placed on them were eliminated. Those that had survived were the unusual ones that had not been under the spotlight. Of course, the teachers and principals could not interfere with the results if all the teams were eliminated. However, there was a team that seemed to stand out among the others, and the dissatisfaction toward them had escalated quickly. What had actually happened? Chu Kuan, the principal of Qingyang University, asked in a deep voice. It was the same person that had declared the rules of the spring hunting ground before their entry to the grounds. He was an E9, tier ancient warrior. "That's right, Principal Deng. Shouldn't you give us an explanation? All of our students were wounded by internal strength. This student must be an ancient warrior." Many among the crowd that were also dissatisfied questioned openly. The pressure from the crowd had escalated quickly as their dissatisfaction had risen higher. Deng Yin did not care about the crowd, as he was extremely satisfied with Qin Feng's harvest, as well as his accomplishment of eliminating students from other universities. "I can't help it, as I can't stop the students from performing well. However, it is true that he had just been injected with an awakening potion earlier this year. All of you should have heard his name before." Deng Yin smiled as he said, "His name is Qin Feng." "You are Qin Feng." Chu Kuan frowned and focused on Qin Feng, the current mayor of Fengli Colony. There were a few ambitious E-tier aptitude users from Qingyang City who wanted to advance, so they went to the war against the Corpse Corps in hopes that they could emerge victorious and lead a new colony. However, the opportunity was taken by another youngster. Furthermore, the outstanding achievement in eliminating the zombies single-handedly that made him stood out from the crowd had caught the attention of the higher-ups. They acknowledged Qin Feng's F-tier capabilities, and he could even achieve E-tier in the near future. Qin Feng heard Chu Kuan speak to him, and he replied, "Yes, I am. It's my pleasure to meet you, Principal Chu." Qin Feng reacted neither haughtily nor humbly, as his identity as the head of a colony had been discovered. He was no longer an ordinary student. "So it was you, but I have never heard about you being an ability user." Chu Kuan replied with a slight hesitation in him. Qin Feng's capabilities had exceeded everyone's expectation. Therefore, their curiosity had driven them to find out more about Qin Feng. Qin Feng replied, "There's nothing significant about my ability, and my results are not good during the test. I was able to take down the rubber dummy by using ancient warrior skills. Therefore, I was numbered as 21st by the teachers." Lin Mao and the others who were staring at Qin Feng were all infuriated. "He is lying. How could that be insignificant? His ability was definitely overpowered. All 20 of us were defeated by a single hit of his fire ability that covered the radius of more than 10 meters. He is trying to fool us." Zhou Hao sneered unintentionally at the side. "Although you are telling the truth, I do feel that it would be better to not diminish your own pride and acknowledge the achievements of the others. Just keep it to yourself." Lin Mao was instantly enraged, and hatred was reflected on his reddish face. It was as if Lin Mao was advocating Qin Feng's powerful ability while degrading his own status. The principal of Zeta Colony was solemn. Forget about it. Students were ranked to help them in finding a better team. While Qin Feng might be ranked as number 21, You should never underestimate your enemies. Honor them. And it goes the same to your own life. Never belittle anyone. Chu Kuan ended the dispute with those words. Subsequently, everyone started to record the number of name tags that were obtained as it would represent their accumulated points. Without a doubt, Qin Feng and the others who had absolute competitive edge secured the champion title. Top 10 teams of the Spring Hunting Ground would be automatically entitled a G-tier aptitude user badge. First place will be entitled for a G-tier purple ray rune equipment, a choice from a selection of secret manuals ranging from martial arts knowledge, ability knowledge, conscious energy practice, or firearm practice, and also an additional scholarship of 100,000. First and second runner-up will be entitled a blue ray rune equipment, a choice from a selection of secret manuals ranging from martial arts knowledge, ability knowledge, conscious energy practice, or firearm practice, and also an additional scholarship of 50,000. Fourth to 10th place will be awarded with a set of T3 combat fatigues, a choice from a selection of secret manuals ranging from martial arts knowledge, ability knowledge, conscious energy practice, or firearm practice, and also an additional scholarship of 10,000. Those who were awarded would definitely cheer for themselves. However, those that were not frustrated as they had obtained quite a lot of herbs in the Spring Hunting Ground, and it might even be more rewarding than the awards given. Communicators were returned by the teachers, and Qin Feng purposely approached the class of gunners and explained Chun Ming's situation. Just leave it to me, and I hope that I can have Chun Ming's communicator. The teacher, who was merely an F tier, became indecisive when standing before Qin Feng, who had revealed his true capabilities with his performance earlier. His identity of being the mayor of Fengli Colony was also taken into consideration. Let me put it this way. I'll give you the communicator. However, you will have to inform Principal Deng about this, as the mutant experiment is quite a significant issue. Furthermore, the teacher frowned and became worried. Furthermore, this is related to Deputy Mayor Lin. The teacher was aware of the death of Lin Kai and his body that was teleported out, and he also knew that something big was about to happen. I will inform Principal Deng personally. Qin Feng nodded. The battle that lasted for 3 days had finally ended. Some were heavily wounded, while some were extremely exhausted. However, they would still need to return to their colonies immediately. For those who were ranked within top 10, they could pick their rewards directly from their communicators. Qin Feng immediately picked a pair of G-tier purple ray rune boots and gave it to Zhou Hao as it was not useful for him. However, he browsed through the secret manuals of motion arts and found a secret manual of Spectre motion steps. Spectre motion steps was improvised by the later generations into a powerful motion arts, such as the Phantom Motion, Spooky Phantom Motion, and others. Adding on to that, with the Brahma sword being the prerequisite, there would be more opportunities to integrate cultivation methods with runes. Spectre motion steps is the exact match for dark runes. It will then explain the usage of my dark abilities. This is it. Qin Feng confirmed his selection and immediately obtained the cultivation method. Qin Feng, thanks to your contribution. Deng Nian had a big smile on his face as he was satisfied with Qin Feng's performance in eliminating the other 4 major universities and also earning respect for Chungbei University. It was an easy task for me. However, I do have a favor that I need from you, Principal Deng. Qin Feng explained the case of Chun Ming, and there was also the presence of the others that had witnessed how Chun Ming had killed Lin Kai. However, Lin Zheng might put the blame onto Qin Feng as he was the one that had killed Chun Ming. Even if this had not happened, Lin Zheng would still have hatred for him, and now, the hatred would be multiplied by 10 times. Deng Nian became worried when he heard about Chun Ming. In regards to this matter, Lin Zheng's definitely going to find a way to get back at you. However, Chun Ming's mutation must have something to do with Lin Zheng. Whatever filth that's in there, you really have no choice but to continue the investigation. I'm just saying that there's a chance that the situation's going to get out of control. If that happens, we're going to be in deep trouble. Deng Nian said. Qin Feng responded with a serious nod. We've got to investigate this issue. This case did not just involve a dark organization out to harm innocent people. No, it went deeper than that. Before his rebirth, the fate of being born as a genius was completely upended and turned into a life full of misery, hardship, and anguish. Who could understand his struggle? The higher Qin Feng strived, the more his hatred toward the Z organization grew. Now that he finally had strength that he could call his own, he would continuously build up his powers, up to the point where no one would be able to defeat him. And then, he would wipe out the Z organization from the face of this earth, once and for all. He could not afford to allow such a group to continue existing. This belief alone was the driving force for Qin Feng to continue growing. If you're thinking about it this way, then by all means, go ahead. I'll lend you my strength to block off Lin Zheng, said Deng Nian. Qin Feng nodded, appreciating Deng Nian's intentions. I'll remain at Xinjiang for a few days. You guys go back first. Aye aye. Of course, Qin Feng still climbed into the car and left with them as a group. Qin Feng, we've got a lot this time around, don't you think? How should we divvy up the loot? Asked Zhou Hao. Qin Feng was truly holding the reins of this entire situation. After all, the group's main efforts were centered around his strength. Still, Zhao Yu and Zhang Tianxie were too embarrassed to ask, so Zhou Hao was the one to step up and bite the bullet. We'll divide it equally, Qin Feng replied. No, this isn't right. Zhao Yu rebutted. If not for you, we wouldn't have obtained so many items. Not to mention the fact that a great deal of the rewards are ranked. It was Zhang Tianxi's turn to step in. Qin Feng takes 40%, we'll get 20 each. Agreed, Zhou Hao said as he nodded in agreement. Qin Feng smiled and nodded in unison. They had finally reached a consensus on the allocation of rewards for the time being. However, in the next moment, Qin Feng sent a message to Zhou Hao. You can have my share of the rewards. I want each of you to have a conscious fruit. Zhou Hao stared wide-eyed at Qin Feng. Through the communicator, he wrote, but you're an ability user. If it were up to me, I want you to have 2 conscious fruits, then leave the final one for Zhao Yu. It's not a big deal to her that she gets less spirit herbs, or at the very least, it won't negatively hamper her abilities. After all, it's not like you need those things now, right? Even the best ancient warriors need a bit of conscious energy. While it isn't the most important unit of their total power, it can mean either life or death at the most crucial moment. Also, do you really think that a consciousness tree is only able to bear 3 conscious fruits at once? Zhou Hao made a troubled expression. Qin Feng picked up Xiao Bai and held her near his chest while brushing her soft fur with affection. At that moment, there was a slight change in Zhou Hao's facial expression that reflected his sudden awareness of something. It became apparent that his mind had returned to the incident at the Green Hill copper mine. Back then, when Xiao Bai left, she went to steal the conscious fruits. His thoughts then turned to the bare consciousness tree of today. In remembrance of the principal of Chungyang University, Zhou Hao mentally lit up a row of candles. How unfortunate. The exchange between them stopped then and there. Try as they might, they simply could not think of anything to say to each other. Even the records on their communicators had been wiped clean. It was only after they had cleared the gates of the military base did Qin Feng get off the vehicle at a relatively busy street. As he did so, a great number of students looked up at him, eyes full of admiration. This was partly also because it was their first time coming to Qingyang City. Needless to say, just going around this bustling city once was enough for them to learn much more than they would elsewhere. However, most of these students would not be able to afford to stay around here for too long. On the other hand, Qin Feng had no such worries. After all, the huge amount of raw materials brought over from Han Town had not even been processed yet. Qin Feng managed to locate a relatively secluded corner and subsequently set up a dark shroud around its perimeter to prevent prying eyes from looking in. Bailey hopped down from his shoulder and morphed into her human form. She then put on some clothes, a cap as well as a pair of dark sunglasses. How stuffy. Bailey had grown to dislike staying in her bestial form now, as she could not fiddle with the communicator, nor was she able to wear pretty clothes in that form, boring her out of her mind. Qin Feng poked at her cute tiny nose. All right, after I'm done resting, let's go buy a new outfit for you. Hubby's the best. Bailey wrapped her arms around Qin Feng and licked his cheeks playfully, disregarding the fact that he had not washed himself for the past few days. They quickly looked for a random hotel to check into, one in which Qin Feng was able to take a nice, long bath. After thoroughly scrubbing himself clean, he threw on a fresh, casual outfit for the first time in what seemed like ages. Qin Feng, who was not wearing his school uniform but was sporting a casual outfit, appeared sharp nonetheless. Apart from that, due to his height and toned muscles, nobody was able to make out that he was in fact only a teenager. On the contrary, most people whose eyes met his would immediately be intimidated by his threatening presence. An F6 tier ancient warrior. After waving down a taxi, he brought Bai Li to a marketplace where she was given total freedom to pick whichever item she wanted. It was then that Qin Feng picked up Chun Ming's communicator. However, there was a password set on the communicator. Luckily, Qin Feng understood Chun Ming inside out, and after 3 failed attempts, he unlocked it on his 4th try. Liang Can. It did not take long for Qin Feng to find this name. However, to avoid alerting said person, he refrained from immediately dialing his number and instead quickly noted down the number. Qin Feng switched on his own communicator and connected to the BattleNet, on which he looked for a secret web page. Secret Door. Secret Door was a special intelligence agency who, given the right price, would be more than willing to sell any information that you were looking for. They also kept their secrets well guarded, making them more secure than any other agency. Qin Feng handed them Liang Can's name and the number of his communicator. He then stated that he needed a simple overview on the individual before paying forth 1,000,000 yuan. To buy such information with 1,000,000 yuan was way overkill. In fact, so long as the person remained in Xinjiang, Qin Feng could discover way more information about Liang Can for free if he were to put in a small bit of effort. However, he did not wish to go down a rabbit hole which he felt was inevitable, and what was more, he did not have too much time to spare at the moment. After merely half an hour, the information he sought was sent over. Liang Can, 28 years old, E-tier ancient warrior, second in command of the external patrol unit of Qingyang Colony. Liang Can's photo. Joined Qingyang Colony 3 years ago. More and more information about the man appeared below, but Qin Feng's eyes were locked onto one of the photos provided. It showed a close-up of Liang Can posing during a training session. It must have been a scorching day when the photo was taken, as glistening sweat could be seen covering his body. The sweat, however, had made the weird tattoos around his neck even more obvious. Qin Feng stared at these tattoos for a while. They looked so familiar. I must have seen it somewhere in the past. Qin Feng shut his eyes and went searching through his memories. His consciousness was spinning rapidly, like the gears on a train. Memories flashed through his mind like a film reel, moving at near light speed, but everything appeared to him as clear as crystal. Finally, a scene floated into Qin Feng's mind. It was before his rebirth, when he was around 18 years old. At that time, he had already reached F5 tier as an aptitude user. He was wandering around Fu City when he encountered the infamous Black Python organization. Of course, back then, the organization was in its infancy stage with only around 100 members or so. They were made up completely by mutants. None were aptitude users. They mainly operated by ransacking caravans and robbing logistic convoys. By sheer coincidence, Qin Feng was working as a guard for one of the targeted caravans. After receiving return fire from the caravan, they retreated back where they came from. One of the guys who went for Qin Feng's position was killed on the spot and had tattoos that looked just like the one in the photo right now. Obviously, that man was not Liang Can. Still, could it be possible that there's a connection between them? Somehow, Qin Feng felt that this was merely the tip of a colossal iceberg. He would be facing more chaos and confusion in the near future. Still, this is good news in it. At least Qin Feng would not be as clueless as he was in the past, when he did not even have an inkling of an idea about the Z organization. Qin Feng smiled unwittingly at the thought of this. This smile, however, did not last long. Hey, pretty one. Seems like you're really into these clothes. If you like it, why not buy 'em up? A man's teasing interrupted his thoughts. Raising his head, Qin Feng saw a grimy-looking fellow standing too close for comfort to Bai Li. Bai Li was completely oblivious as to the man's intentions. She innocently nodded in response to the man's words. Of course, I'll buy them all. Bai Li had tried on quite a number of clothes, and all of them looked pretty on her. The only thing left for her to do was to pay up at the counter. The man who had just entered this place, however, boldly assumed that Bai Li would not be able to afford these clothes. He thought that she was just here to try them out and lied about her intention to purchase the outfits. The one who was truly oblivious here, though, was the man. He was unaware of Bai Li's abilities, which were skillfully disguised to make her appear as your average, meek little girl. The only thing that set her apart from any other girl on the street was the color of her hair and her pupils. Still, It was not impossible to get her hair color, as hair dyes did exist in their world. Some people seek novelty. Her white hair and silver eyes could be included as such, not to mention the fact that she had an alluring face too. The tabs on me then. Name's Xian Jiaxing. I wonder what's the name of m'lady? Xian Jiaxing asked with a devious smile. Bailey glanced at this Xian Jiaxing with a weird look and responded with a simple, "Oh, you're trying to hook up with me? Buy me new clothes, stuff my belly with food? Are you what they call a rich man's son on TV? The evil villain antagonist type?" Bailey's eyes lit up, followed by a cheeky laugh. "It's my first time seeing such a character in person." Xian Jiaxing's smile turned stiff. Still, the exchange made him realize how innocent Bailey was. She did not show despise for him as regular girls would. Instead, she was just a playful but innocent girl with no underlying intentions. At least that seemed to be the case for him. A thought arose in Xian Jiaxing's head. This girl must have been raised in an abnormal family. Given the current state of life for ordinary people, even a 12-year-old child, let alone a girl her age, would have already learned many harsh lessons in life. Were you raised in captivity at a slave farm? Or are you an artificially raised subject from a laboratory? Your eyes aren't real, are they? Xian Jiaxing felt an urge to stretch his arms out and grab Bailei's waist, and so, he inched closer to her. Xian Jiaxing's ability had already reached the tier of F6, hence his eyes and ears were sharper than ever. He had only noticed Bailei's beauty just now, but upon closer inspection, he had come to realize that she was not wearing any colored lenses, nor were there stains on her hair, typically found on people with dyed hair. Despite her peculiarity, Xian Jiaxing could not help but reach out his grubby hands. Obviously, he was trying to take advantage of the situation. There was something erotic about Bailei's childlike innocence which caused his hand to itch. An itch which could only be cured by physical contact with the seemingly defenseless girl. Since aptitude users were infamous in their unscrupulous mannerisms, no one at the scene was willing to chase him away. No one dared to speak up for the innocent young lady. It was when Xian Jiaxing was about to reach out that Bailei's innocent gaze turned freezing cold, prompting his arm to jump back as if he had touched a piece of glowing hot iron. This was because Bailei had sensed a malicious vibe coming off of Xian Jiaxing's body. Moments ago, Xian Jiaxing had only planned to flirt with the pretty young lady. Perhaps he was drooling over her. Perhaps his mind had wandered off into dirty thoughts, but none of them were about hurting Bailei. But now, the situation was not the same as before. If not for the location right now, Bailei would have already struck at him with her claws immediately after detecting the malicious vibe. It was then that Qin Feng walked over, sullen-faced. It did not cross his mind that there would be some creep closing in on Bailei just after a few minutes of him not looking. "Apologies, mister, but my girlfriend here is a bit awkward around strangers. If she has accidentally said anything that offended you, please don't take it to heart." Qin Feng apologized in an attempt to defuse the tense situation. His cautious eyes then shifted down toward Xian Jiaxing's sweaty hands. "However, I sincerely hope you don't make any unsound decisions. Decisions which, when made, will result in consequences you may not be able to face." Xian Jiaxing smirked. A G-tier aptitude user spewing nonsense in his face? This was outrageous. "Who do you think you are? Get out of my face." Xian Jiaxing raised his arm, planning to shove Qin Feng aside and to grab at the grand prize hiding behind his back. Well, he did shove Qin Feng. It was just that the person in front of him did not budge as he had expected he would. A thick wave of raw internal power came from his core, crashing down on Qin Feng's body. Of course, Qin Feng would never head into a situation unprepared. His internal power swelled up in an instant, releasing 4 times the amount of energy of an F9 user. The power of both users clashed, resulting in Xian Jiaxing being sent flying backward through the air. Xian Jiaxing was royally pissed. Who would have thought that this guy would contain so much power? Though, Xian Jiaxing had not exerted his full strength in his previous attack, so he deduced that he could still take down Qin Feng with no problems. Also, Qin Feng had revealed to his enemy the extent of his abilities, which was up to F6 tier. Xian Jiaxing cackled. "Oh ho, so your plan is to make me back off with an initial show of force? Do you genuinely think that this is enough to defeat me? I can make a single call, and you'll be completely surrounded. You won't make it out of here, even if you had wings on your back. Now, Hand over that little missy behind you. Qin Feng's eyes were as cold as ice. And what if I don't? Then you shall die here today, Xian Jiaxing announced as he was about to unleash yet another attack. His move, however, was interrupted by the arrival of yet another aptitude user lurking in the luxury goods shop. This aptitude user was of F1 tier. It seemed that many forget that the people running such shops were not your average aptitude users. This one wore a formal suit, and pinned on his chest was a label with the words Manager. Master Xian, how about giving face to the Chung family? If you want to teach the ignorant one a lesson, best do it in a combat pit rather than here. Fight proudly in front of everyone while abiding by a fair set of rules. Within Qingyang City, especially in such areas where business was conducted, fighting was strictly forbidden unless done in specified areas. The patrol unit focused their efforts on making this place as secure as possible to facilitate the growth of local businesses. If anything out of the ordinary were to happen, they would arrive at the scene at a moment's notice. Apart from that, the Chung family was of significant status in the city. They were not people you would want to mess around with. With a single sentence from the manager, Qin Feng now knew the name of the man he was facing off against as well as the powers they possessed. Qingyang was a massive city. Although the strongest man here was the mayor, by Tianyang, a D8 tier user, there were also families who had a lineage of aptitude users stretching back generations. Pu, He, Xian, and Cheng, the four great families. He realized that the two men in front of him were members of said families. The four great families had fates that intertwined in Qingyang City. The power that they commanded was hard to grasp. It could be said that whoever crossed Xian Jiaxing, even if they were members of his own family, that person would meet his demise shortly after. But the man that crossed him was Qin Feng. Upon hearing what the manager had to say, Xian Jiaxing retreated angrily. At least the man was intelligent enough to hold back his fists. He shot a toxic glare at Qin Feng before leaving. Boy, I'll give you two options. 1. You and me fight at the combat pit. 2. Your corpse will be lying on the streets rotting away as soon as you step out from this shop. The choice is yours. Xian Jiaxing was not planning to fight here. He also was not planning to let Qin Feng go. From his perspective, either choice would end with the same result, Qin Feng's death. Xian Jiaxing was a new generation in his family that had exceptional potential for growth, hence the strength he possessed was to an extent unrivaled. Still, he hoped that Qin Feng would choose the former. Xian Jiaxing wanted everyone in the city to witness firsthand Qin Feng's humiliating defeat. Combat pit. Even if only one of us is going to walk out alive at the end of the day. Qin Feng scoffed. Xian Jiaxing was even more agitated after seeing Qin Feng's haughty attitude. That's right. Only one will remain standing. Very well. We'll settle the score there. Qin Feng was fearless in the face of his opponent. Manager, allow me to pay for my girlfriend's items. Yes, sir, right away. Hoping that these two muscle-headed men would leave his shop as soon as possible, he hurriedly completed their transaction. There is no need for you to pay. From today onward, I will be the one paying for that last behind you. These things that you bought, I'll throw him all away. Qin Feng chuckled. You've got a pretty vivid imagination, don't you? Qin Feng raised his arms and stored everything that they had just bought into his own spatial rune equipment before exiting the store. Xian Jiaxing, too, left the place, but in contrast, he climbed onto a rather luxurious roadster waiting for him outside. It was also another form of a hover tank. Qin Feng stood on the curb, and it looked quite obvious that he did not possess a car, which gave Xian Jiaxing a chance to sneer at him. What's that? You don't even have it. Halfway through his sentence, Xian Jiaxing was interrupted by Qin Feng raising his arm. With a simple wave, a hover car materialized out of thin air in front of his eyes. Xian Jiaxing had no choice but to take back his words, which almost made him choke on his own spit. The most important thing here was not how badass Qin Feng's car was. No, it was the fact that he had a spatial rune equipment. How much did a spatial rune equipment 8 square meters in size cost, you may ask? Well, it far exceeded the price of a hover tank itself. It was something that even Xian Jiaxing could not afford. You lead the way, Qin Feng said nonchalantly, as if ordering a small child to do something. Xian Jiaxing was reaching his boiling point. God damn this man. Why the hell is he so CCKY? I'll show you. Regardless of whether it's your girl or your possessions, they'll all become mine. A greedy look appeared in Xian Jiaxing's eyes. The hover tank floated into the air before moving forward at a jaw-dropping speed. Qin Feng followed closely on Xian Jiaxing's 6. Despite where they were headed toward, he was focused more on the question of how to maximize my gains from this fight. The combat pit of Qingyang City. What an exciting turnout of events. Like the underground arena of Chongbei Colony, the combat pit of Qingyang City was a place for aptitude users to slug it out. However, unlike the former, which was seen as illegal, hence the underground in its name, the latter was a place where the rich and wealthy came to entertain themselves as the people below fought for their opponent's blood. Here, fighting was done more formally. It was a place where the abilities of aptitude users were tested to its full extent. Thus, its official name was the Qingyang Coliseum. While the place did not reek of irony blood, the death rate of its participants surged higher by the day. This combat pit was where internal conflict was settled. In fact, the 4 big families would allow their young ones to slay each other right here every year. This ensured that the men above would remain untouched, thus allowing them to focus on reaping new benefits by engaging in deals with each other. To settle disputes would be less ideal in other places due to a variety of factors, so most people would think of the combat pit, which provided a sense of certainty, whenever instances such as the one Qin Feng was facing right now arose. For the past few weeks, Qin Feng had been facing a wall which stopped him from further growing his internal strength. Who would have thought that the solution to his problem would conveniently present itself in front of him today? Sitting beside Qin Feng in the vehicle, Bailey pouted. Why are you guys getting into a fight? Qin Feng laughed. Why, of course it's because of you. Bailey would not have understood what Qin Feng meant by that, but because it was not exactly her first time facing this sort of situation, she was able to grasp what had actually happened. Are you two fighting over who gets to mate with me? I'm not even mature enough to breed. Qin Feng's hand froze, which almost caused the vehicle to smash into a nearby skyscraper. Luckily, his reflexes were quick enough to steer the vehicle back on course. Immediately after that, he activated the autopilot system built into the vehicle to free up his hands, which he used to stroke Bailey's white, flowing hair. You're still young, yes, but you seem to know a whole lot about other things, don't you? Bailey sulked. You're going to that combat pit place. Judging from its name, I know that it's a place for fighting. We, silver foxes, remain monogamous throughout the rest of our lives, so we pick only the strongest mate to produce the best offsprings. Fighting to the death and all. How could I not know about that? Bailey wore a Mrs. Know-it-all expression on her face, which left Qin Feng speechless. Was Bailey really too young? With a little bit more time, this smart aleck would develop an ability for cheekiness. All right, you understand everything. Qin Feng said in defeat. He had a complete grasp on where Bailey triumphed. To be thinking about mating at this age, it was utterly devilish. Xian Jiaxing was riding on a roadster in front. Looking back through the rearview mirror, he observed the duo in the vehicle behind him, conversing and laughing as if they were having a good time. The scene sparked a bonfire within him, prompting him to step mercilessly on the gas pedal. Driving at such speeds, it was not too long before they arrived at the Coliseum. I want to observe firsthand just how much power you can come up with. When we're in the fight, best don't kneel down and beg for mercy. Qin Feng was too lazy to think of a comeback. Instead, his eyes studied the structure of the combat pit. The arena was a vast space with an open-air design. The total width of the arena was nearly 200 meters, and there were many stages for sparring matches within. The smallest ones were around 10 meters across, while mid-range ones were about twice as wide. The biggest, however, was a great 40 meters wide. Surrounding each stage were platforms for observers, so looking from afar, these stages would appear as little craters that dotted the entire arena's floor. Of course, there were also rooms that were level with the stage itself, reserved for private bookings from wealthy people of Qingyang. With Xian Jiaxing in the lead, Qin Feng went to the designated counter for the registration of participants. The facilities here were not at all inferior to the aptitude users verification hall. In fact, it appeared to be much more comprehensive. The rule here was that there would be rewards for every victor. However, to prevent people from hiding their true abilities and to promote fair fights, each aptitude user would be tested accurately in terms of their consciousness, their raw muscle strength, their internal powers, etc. Luckily, they did not test their rune abilities. or else Qin Feng would refuse to come here. Also to prevent fraudulent matches where the combatants would collaborate with each other prior to the match. No rewards would be provided in such matches if the scheme were revealed. Apart from that, each participant must pay 10,000 yuan up front and would be given only half an hour to end their match. However, 10,000 yuan to regular aptitude users was considered a small change. Xian Jiaxing was evidently not your average Joe in Chengyang. As soon as he had arrived, the manager of the place hurried over to greet him respectfully. "Young Master Xian, I see you have time to spare today. You're here to play a match or two, right?" Xian Jiaxing was not in the mood for small talk. Using his communicator, he picked a battle serial number and with a cold voice, he announced, "There's an ignorant fool who's sent himself here to die today. I've no choice but to teach him a once-in-a-lifetime lesson." Huh. The manager did not hesitate to kiss the man's ass. "I can't believe someone can be so ignorant. From what I've seen, no one can defeat young Master Xian. Please give me a moment, young Master Xian. I'll quickly arrange for you a ring to fight in." The manager hurriedly set off to do his task. In just a short moment, a crowd had already formed around the two rivals. These people knew who Xian Jiaxing was, or at least heard of him, so they all came together to witness his strength. Suddenly, Xian Jiaxing was caught under a spotlight. On the other hand, the observers scanned Qin Feng and Bai Li from head to toe with sympathetic eyes. There were, however, some that smiled sadistically, thinking that they were about to meet their demise. "Young Master Xian? So the one you're going to teach a lesson to is this kid? He's got balls, don't he? Calling you out to the floor and all. A G tier? How can this piece of SHD even compare with Master Xian? I bet I can take him down with one arm tied." "Bah, I can take him down with both arms tied. One kick's enough to cripple this fella." "Huh." Xian Jiaxing looked at the people throwing shade at his opponent arrogantly, which actually disgusted him to the point of gagging. He's no G tier. His strength is a force to be reckoned with, Xian Jiaxing declared, shutting the crowd up. "But so what about it? I will beat him down from the stage regardless." It would appear that these words alone were enough to prop his confidence up. The sound of the hooligans cheering for Xian Jiaxing erupted in the hall. Qin Feng remained unyielding despite the lack of support. His lack of reaction backfired on Xian Jiaxing, who was already nearing his limits. It felt to him as if he had smashed his fists into a pile of soft cotton, doing zero damage to his opponent. "What's the matter? Are you pulling out now? Your battle numbers are nowhere to be seen. Chickening out, I suppose." Xian Jiaxing proudly displayed his battle number, which quantified his raw strength, internal strength, and other specifications. As arrogant as he might be, his stats clearly stated that he was a talent class challenger, meaning he was quite the capable fighter. His title was not given to himself, which was kind of surprising given his narcissistic personality. It was obtained via a unique test available only in this combat pit. The different classes of fighters were, respectively, from the bottom, average class, elite class, talent class, hero class, and lastly, the invincible class. One could say that for Xian Jiaxing's current abilities, the chance of advancing into an E-tier user in the near future was pretty high. Should that day come, he would undoubtedly consolidate his position in Xinjiang City. Qin Feng was not chickening out. It was just that he did not have a battle number. After all, it was his first time coming to such a place. Qin Feng switched on his communicator and linked up with the public network. "Welcome to the Xinjiang Coliseum. Our Coliseum proudly uses state-of-the-art." The voice sounded warm and welcoming. It must have been officially recorded using professional equipment specifically for the combat pit. The voice thoroughly explained to the newcomer the requirements of entering the combat pit. Xian Jiaxing and his goons were speechless. He's a first-timer? Hey, maybe he ain't from Xinjiang. After coming back to his senses, Xian Jiaxing's anger only grew larger. For a member of the great Xian family to be casually challenged on the streets by a literal nobody. This was an outright assault on his pride. "Country bumpkin, I guess you're new to Xinjiang Colony, huh? No wonder you're challenging me. I'll make sure you die in the most agonizing way possible. As the saying goes, even the strongest dragon cannot defeat a mere snake that knows his surroundings." Qin Feng, being the outsider that offended Xian Jiaxing, was no doubt heading toward his own death. The people standing around could already foresee what was about to unfold. "Son, you don't need to listen to every word this thing says. There's a machine over there that gauges aptitude users' abilities. It'll scan your entire body once you stand on it. You'll get your own battle number, and it'll be announced when it's time for you to get on the battle stage. You'll be initiating the fight with young Master Xian, so you just need to confirm that the number called matches yours. Hearing the man's words saved Qin Feng quite a significant amount of time. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the equipment placed within the Great Hall. It was just like what the man had said. A beam of light from the machine scanned Qin Feng from head to toe. In the next moment, a series of beeping noises echoed across the hall. Bone age test, 16 years old. Raw muscle strength, hero class. Hero class. He was a dragon among men, a challenger chosen by the heavens. What was more was that Qin Feng was only 16. At most, it must have been only 3 months since his powers had awakened. Without allowing these people time to react, the machine read out loud. Consciousness waves detected. Consciousness, hero class. What? The onlookers started questioning if the machine had been busted. This was because the raw muscle strength that the machine calculated represented one's overall physical strength. For Qin Feng to possess such levels of power, they were sure that he was an ancient warrior. And yet, it was hard to imagine that his consciousness was hero class. The men could not believe their ears. On the other side of the hall, a stunned expression surfaced on Xian Jiaxing's face. He had been constantly provided with an endless amount of resources since young, and it was only due to this that his abilities were able to advance into the tier of F6, the capability of a talent class fighter. This came as no easy feat, even for him. It was precisely because of his achievement that Xian Jiaxing acted the way he did, looking down on Qin Feng as if he was nothing but a bug on the ground. No one else should be able to reach his level, let alone surpass him. However, right at this moment, all the confidence he had built up was shattered into a million pieces in the face of Qin Feng. Just what kind of a monster was he? Could a mere 16-year-old be able to command powers that matched his own? It was not over yet. Ancient warrior disposition detected. Internal strength. Invincible class. This was the pebble that would result in 1,000 waves. Invincible class. Who would have come to expect that someone from the invincible class to be standing right before them? If a parallel was drawn between the 5 classes of fighters and the ultra beasts, then a monster standing shoulder to shoulder with an invincible class fighter would be a beast king. Only a D-tier user would be able to possess such a title. The human form of a beast king, it was an utterly terrifying entity. Cold sweat started pouring out of Xian Jiaxing's pores. Analysis complete. The machine announced. The information had completed installation of itself into Qin Feng's communicator, and subsequently, a new combat pit account was created under his name. All the paperwork needed before a match was complete. Qin Feng stepped down from the machine to find Xian Jiaxing's face as white as a sheet of paper. Let's start this thing. Qin Feng kept his words concise. However, these words sounded in Xian Jiaxing's ears like the devil's curse itself. Let's start this thing? What is there to start? Start my slow march toward demise? Xian Jiaxing could no longer keep up his composure. The opponent was invincible class in terms of both internal strength and consciousness, while his raw muscle strength was talent class. Did he really have a choice to refuse when someone this strong was challenging him? Son, looks like you're in luck. Just you wait and see. You won't be able to defeat me with your powers alone. Insulting me and my family will only spell disaster for you later on. Xian Jiaxing bellowed. Qin Feng's facial expression had finally changed. What? Did you swallow your own words? I thought you and I were supposed to see this through till the end, where either one of us will remain standing. Are you chickening out? Qin Feng's attitude reflected just how irrelevant his opponent was in his eyes. Xian Jiaxing, who was blinded with rage, almost responded to his provocation but stopped midway. He was too afraid of the consequences. He feared what would result if he were to clash with Qin Feng. There was no way to go around it. He was chickening out at the last minute. Feeling that he had already lost all the dignity he had, Xian Jiaxing uttered random words that came into his mind. Stay here if you have balls. These words echoed clearly through the hall, but Xian Jiaxing turned and walked away immediately after saying that, as if he was running away from a tidal wave. Xian Jiaxing had run away. The people who initially cheered for the coward wore awkward looks on their faces. None of them dared to look Qin Feng in the eye. Despite them trying to hide mentally from the challenger, Qin Feng pointed his finger toward a random hooligan. Didn't you say that you could take me down with a single hand? Being pointed out so suddenly, the man desperately tried to save himself from humiliation. No, no, no. My class is miles lower than yours. There's no point fighting me. Qin Feng sneered, and just like Xian Jiaxing from moments ago, the man started running for his life. Qin Feng then shifted his gaze to another man. You want to have a match? Both hands tied right. One kick would take me down right. Beads of sweat decorated his forehead. This man appeared to be of a higher tier than Qin Feng, at F7. However, his raw muscle strength was just that of a regular person. So what if his level was higher than Qin Feng? In an actual combat situation, he would be decimated within the first minute. I gotta go take a SHD. Oh, it hurts. I gotta go to the loo. That man ran off with his tail between his legs. Most of the people there knew that rationally, this was the best choice to make. Pride did not matter when one's concern was that of survival. Is there anyone here that would like to step up to the challenge? I, a country bumpkin, came here from a humble village and would like to learn a trick or two from you masters by way of the fist. Qin Feng emphasized on the words country bumpkin. None of them believed that Qin Feng was a country bumpkin anymore. At such a young age, with such powers, even if Qin Feng were to say that he hailed from the one and only Emperor Dragon City of the Eastern Mainland, they would all eat it up like the idiots they were. I think I left the stove on at home. My favorite TV show is premiering live right now. Hello? Wifey. You're going into labor? I'll be there in a sec. Within a matter of moments, these people acted as if they did not even know who Xian Jiaxing was, nor sneered at Qin Feng just minutes ago. All of them, at the same time, had matters to tend to elsewhere, and after giving extremely lame reasons, they scattered off like rats when a cat enters the barn. Qin Feng sneered in disgust at the cowardly bunch, but made no effort to stop them from leaving. Right around then, the manager who went off to make arrangements for their match returned, only to realize that Xian Jiaxing, one of the fighters, had vanished. It was not just him that had disappeared but the rest of his goons too, leaving Qin Feng standing by himself in the middle of the hall. The manager, who was famous for sucking up to members of the Xian family, wore a troubled look on his face. He looked over at Qin Feng in contempt. Where's young Master Xian? He ran off, replied Qin Feng. The manager couldn't understand why the young master would do such a thing, though it did not take long for him to come up with a plausible explanation using his imagination. Is it because of your crappy stats? You're scared out of your wits right now, I presume? I bet you pulled out of the fight with young Master Xian at the last minute. Ho ho. Qin Feng ignored the manager's disrespectful words. Since he was already here, why not fight a few matches before leaving? Qin Feng had been running short on liquid assets recently, so with his abilities, he should be able to get a sizable amount of reward by the end of the day. With this in mind, Qin Feng submitted his application. Ding dong. Your battle number has been logged into the combat pit. Currently selecting an opponent fighter. Since the manager had completed the arrangements for their match, an empty stage had been reserved and was ready to be used. Coincidentally, an opponent was matched with Qin Feng not too long after he put forth his submission for a new match. Your class is F6, tier. Ability rating, hero class. Your opponent is also an F6, tier participant with 4 consecutive wins. Your enemy's battle number is XXXX. Each victory will grant you 1 point. Reward for the first match is set at 5,000 yuan. Your assigned stage, number 3. The reward was mediocre. In fact, it might even result in a net loss for Qin Feng. He still had to pay for occupying the stage. No matter how long or how short their match was, the participants still had to fork out 10,000 yuan for using it. Even if Qin Feng were to win the match, he would face a loss of 5,000 yuan. Leaving the Great Hall, Qin Feng, with Bai Li trailing behind, walked over to stage number 3. Perhaps because of the special treatment of Xian Jiaxing by the manager, the first 10 stages were the type that was 20 meters wide. Qin Feng did not have to wait long for his opponent to arrive. He was a burly-looking man with a grim look on his face. Clutched in his veiny hand was a giant axe that shone with a purple hue under the arena's lighting. Just a glance was enough for Qin Feng to deduce that his opponent was an ancient warrior who engaged in parallel training. However, his opponent's raw strength remained unknown. Still, Qin Feng took note of the fact that the man already had 4 consecutive wins under his belt. One more victory, and he would be able to challenge higher-tier fighters, and thus reap greater rewards. Too bad. His opponent of today was Qin Feng. Engaging. After you. Qin Feng unveiled his own blend of ancient warrior combat tactics. With just a few swift steps, he dodged a wide-arcing attack of his opponent. Qin Feng's speed in the ring was exceptional, owing to his absorption ability, which boosted all of his stats equally. Dodging the attack, Qin Feng went straight for his opponent's exposed sides. Raising his hand, a fist then traveled through the air with such speed that a sonic boom could be heard as it barreled toward the opponent's waist. The sudden attack startled the man, who underestimated how nimble of a fighter Qin Feng was. He quickly withdrew his arm, and, drawing out his internal strength, he focused on increasing his own speed. In just a split second, the face of his giant axe came down to block the attack. Clang! The axe that was struck by Qin Feng's fist rang out like a metallic drum. The formidable internal strength of both fighters clashed, resulting in ripples forming around the area of impact. The burly man could physically feel a massive wave of energy surge into him through his axe, almost overwhelming him. His hands, which could not withstand the entire force from the impact, tossed aside the axe. Such a powerful force. Come on, let's go again, Qin Feng said with a slight grin. After crushing a series of rookies for the past few days, he had finally stumbled upon an opponent that could take all of his force, an opponent that was worthy of his powers. The opponent, Qin Feng, started releasing, bit by bit, the powers contained within his body. He was desperately thirsting for some exercise to warm up his body. It soon became clear after the battle had started that the match was entirely a one-sided fight. Qin Feng threw 10 or more punches, all of which were taken without resistance by the man. Qin Feng had not even reached 20 moves when the man was beaten out of breath. "I give up," he shouted. He knew that Qin Feng held back his punches. If not for that, he would have been dead after the first blow. Still, if he had allowed the match to continue, even the softened blows could result in internal injuries that might potentially cause his death. As such, it was a wise choice to tap out. The man could only take this loss as a sign of him having a bad day. Congratulations on your victory. You can pay 10,000 yuan to continue reserving this stage for the next 30 minutes. Would you like to continue with a new fighter? Without any hesitation, Qin Feng accepted. Ding dong. Your battle number has been logged into the combat pit. Currently selecting an opponent fighter. Although the combat pit was a popular spot in Xinjiang, it did not mean that anyone on the streets was eligible to participate in fights at the arena. Qin Feng still had to wait for an opponent that possessed strength that was on par with his. It was then that the manager's call got through to Xian Jiaxing. Young Master Xian, the brat that you wanted to teach a lesson to is now on stage. Would you like me to teach him a lesson? As the manager was not present when the incident unfolded, he thought that Qin Feng was the one who backed out of the challenge, and that young Master Xian saw no meaning in fighting such a weak challenger. Now that the brat was on stage, the manager thought that this was the perfect chance to show how dedicated he was to Xian Jiaxing. Xian Jiaxing was already in his vehicle, ready to head home when the call came. Hearing what the manager had said, his nose wrinkled out of anger. He was not exactly going to walk away from the challenge and forget about the whole matter as if it did not happen. No, he was just performing a tactical retreat, which would allow him time to coordinate a plan using his family's power in order to fight Qin Feng from the shadows. It did not, however, cross his mind that Qin Feng would have the balls to not run, but stay on and fight more matches in the combat pit. This alone inflicted the greatest damage to Xian Jiaxing's pride. Within the span of a second, feelings of humiliation and rage swelled up in his heart. However, a new opportunity has finally presented itself, thought Xian Jiaxing. Since you're so adamant on staying there, then don't even think of leaving this place alive. Find someone, make sure he's dead by today. Don't let him leave the stage alive. I'm coming back. Arrange a private observation room for me. No problem. Enjoy the show, young Master Xian. After saying that, the manager shifted his focus onto Qin Feng. A new plan floated into his mind. This time, he would arrange for a higher-tier fighter to face off with Qin Feng, one that was powerful enough to kill him with a single blow. By then, a new fighter had been selected by the system as Qin Feng's opponent. Looking up at who this opponent was, the manager's jaw dropped. What the hell? Why was he matched with Zhang Tian? This Zhang Tian man was a freak for fighting. He was a frequent visitor of the Colosseum as a participant, which was why his face was so familiar to the manager. However, for Qin Feng to face off with Zhang Tian, that must mean that the brat was an F6 tier aptitude user. This man's an F6 tier user? The manager doubted his own eyes. The situation was not as simple as he had initially thought. As such, he quickly checked Qin Feng's battle number. From what was displayed, Qin Feng's abilities reached the tier of F6, and it did not just end there. All his stats from the machine's analysis were hero class and above, which caused the manager to break out in a cold sweat. What was he supposed to do now? He had just guaranteed to Xian Jiaxing that this brat would be dead by the end of the day. He definitely did not expect Qin Feng to turn out to be such a strong fighter. The manager had definitely screwed up big time. Gritting his teeth, the manager hurriedly dialed up a handful of veteran fighters of the Colosseum. Big K, I need you to fight a match at the combat pit. I'll make sure that you're well compensated after this. Door God 1, you resting today? There's this pretty good fighter that I need you to take care of. Ratman, hurry up and come over to the combat pit. A series of phone calls had successfully summoned veteran fighters to the arena. Some of them liked fighting just for the sake of it, while some enjoyed the challenge of triumphing over a worthy opponent. Only after hanging up the final phone call could the manager sigh in relief. Soon, Xian Jiaxing returned to the combat arena and entered the private room. When focusing the internal force in his eyes, the wide area of the private room allowed him to see Qin Feng in the ring below. Of course, if someone did not want to use their internal force, there was also a large screen in the private room that allowed the user to switch to whichever combat platform at any time. Qin Feng was on stage number 3, which was not small, and it was surrounded by quite a number of spectators. Qin Feng easily defeated his third competitor, and the spectators grew ever more excited, while those who were lower-rank aptitude users drew close, hoping to learn some combat techniques. The Colosseum's biggest benefit came from its expensive ticket prices. Many lower-rank aptitude users could use combat competitions like these as a good learning platform. This was the essence of the big city. 3 consecutive wins. Amazing. Those moves and reactions, that's inhuman. His stance seems to be the Spectre motion steps. How is it so strong? Isn't the Spectre motion steps only a stance with E-tier potential? Maybe it depends on who's using it. People were discussing amongst themselves. Qin Feng proceeded to challenge his next opponent. After facing 3 people, he had yet to face a strong opponent and only had been warming up. Within the private room, Xian Jiaxing sullenly said, "These were the people you looked for. Nothing as good as me." A pile of waste. With cold sweat dripping down his forehead, the manager quickly said, "Fret not, young Master Xen. Even you know that this person's strength is not bad. Nobody in the same rank as him could face him, but since he's winning so easily, he definitely will take the rank bypass challenge. Then, we will send someone in to stop him. This is completely justified." Xian Jiaxing's expression did not improve, but instead his bad mood seemed to have gotten worse. How could the manager not, at this time, understand that Xian Jiaxing had realized that this person was too strong, so he escaped? Now that the other party was getting stronger, how could he not feel jealousy and anger? This really was a hot potato. On the third ring, Qin Feng surmounted all of the obstacles. Every fight lasted no longer than 5 minutes. The remaining 2 F6 tier fighters were both defeated by him. Congratulations on your 5-match win streak. Double your rewards, double your points, and continue to challenge. To win 5 matches in a row, the rewards were 5,000, 10,000, 15,000, 20,000, and 25,000. It just so happened to be a reward of 100,000. Continue. Qin Feng did not hesitate about his choice. At the same time, the broadcast around the arena had also garnered more publicity. Ding dong. The third ring has achieved a 5-match win streak. Ranked bypass challenge incoming. There were announcements like this every day, but whenever there was the call for a rank bypass challenge, people would pay extra attention to it. The audience were attracted one after the other, checking the news update on the third ring and seeing that those defeated ones were F6 aptitude users, which made them all excited. The largest form of income for the Colosseum was the tickets, which were worth 5,000 yuan each. It was not cheap, and most of the audience were aptitude users who had come to watch and learn from the experience of their seniors. Now, there were more and more people spectating Qin Feng's ring, and his prize money had increased tenfold. The sixth match started with 50,000, then 100,000, then 150,000, 200,000, and 500,000. Ding dong. Your battle serial number has been inserted into the ring. After seeing that Qin Feng was continuing on with the challenge, the manager was extremely excited. Big K, get him. The manager had already made preparations and rigged the battle serial number to match the new challenger's serial number. Qin Feng very quickly welcomed his new opponent. Boy, prepare to die. This person's attacks were fierce. It was as if he really did want to kill Qin Feng as the battle started to get intense. Qin Feng also got pretty angry. It seems that you really do want to kill me. He let out a frosty laugh as he approached his opponent while using a voice that only the two of them could hear. Big K grinned. Who asked you to offend someone you should not have offended? Qin Feng was enlightened by his words. He seemed to be Xian Jiaxing's people. Perfect timing. At that moment, Qin Feng gave the man a smile. In Big K's eyes, that smile made his heart get this weird feeling, and a chill ran down his spine. It was as if he was being stared down by a massive feral beast. Murderer, murderers will be killed. Qin Feng violently struck out. Asteroid assimilation. Before, Qin Feng had been holding back. He did not want to use asteroid assimilation, but since this person wanted to kill him, Qin Feng decided that he was going to be merciless. The move burst out, and a large wave of absorption power came out from Qin Feng's hands, pulling at Big K's body, making the man feel as if he was getting electrocuted, trembling and shaking with no power to resist against it at all. His internal force was under the control of asteroid assimilation, and his limbs could not be controlled, only bending to the other's will. Arg! Big K screamed in horror. His internal force had been drained away. It was too late. Qin Feng relentlessly absorbed the other party's internal force, the F7. Tier Big K had 7 groups of internal force mist, and each one was very solid. This kind of solid energy also allowed Qin Feng's own force mist to increase rapidly. Repulsion. After the absorption was completed, Qin Feng did not hold back and killed Big K. Pooh! Big K spat out a bit of blood, let out a gasp, and collapsed onto the ground looking very much dead. The attendants around the ring quickly rushed up to drag Big K's body off the ring. In the private room, both the manager and Xian Jiaxing felt a chill run down their spines and a cold hand grasping their hearts. Qin Feng continued the challenge. 6th match, win. 7th match, win. 10th match, win. All the matches were won by Qin Feng. Among them, Qin Feng would compare notes and battle tactics with those randomly matched against him. But once he learned that someone had entered with the intent of killing him, he would not hold back. Therefore, everyone that the manager dispatched to kill Qin Feng were all killed by their target. Find someone else, Xian Jiaxing said with a fierce expression. Qin Feng's strength made Xian Jiaxing extremely wary. Such a force was to be reckoned with and should be smothered early before it could cause future problems. Yes. The manager wiped sweat off his face and found another group of people. This time they were F8 tier combatants. Actually, within the Colosseum, there were not that many people like that. Only with the manager and Xian Jiaxing's intervention, Qin Feng's battles kept on going. After killing several people, Qin Feng's body was full of internal force. His opponent's energy was all absorbed away by his ability, recovering his body to a state of full strength and not feeling even the tiniest bit of exhaustion. The 11th match. Qin Feng's body was like that of a beast king's. His internal strength was invincible and 4 times stronger than the average F9 tier aptitude user. It was just that mechanical estimation had its limits. Qin Feng's invincibility was not just within the F6 tier. F8 tier challengers were no match against him. While his opponents were indeed getting stronger and stronger, Qin Feng seemed to be getting more and more carefree. Victory. Another victory. 15 consecutive wins. The group of people spectating was pleasantly surprised. It seemed that the ticket they bought this time really was money well spent. Qin Feng's skills and resilience really astounded them. Now, Qin Feng's prize money had reached up to 11.1 million. Challenge round 16. This time his opponent was F9 tier. For him, There was no difference between someone in F8 or F9 tier. His opponent was taken down and killed without a moment of hesitation. First, second, third. Qin Feng once again won 3 matches in a row, advancing forward. When it reached the 4th round, time dragged on, but the next challenger was nowhere to be seen. The manager was drenched in cold sweat and looking like he was about to cry. Some of these people were gold medalists in the combat pit, and some were personally invited by him. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng did not hold back and had managed to kill off all of them. His huge network of people, all of it for this Xian family, had folded in on itself. He was regretting his move. Young Master Xian, there's nobody left. I have nobody left, the manager said with a trembling voice. It looked as if Xia Jiaxing had gone mad. Elder Tao, Xian Jiaxing gritted his teeth before angrily calling out. The manager was confused, but in the next moment, a person suddenly appeared in the private room. Tao Shichong, the honored elder of the Xian family, was a servant of the Xian family during his early years and was favored by the family. Now, he had gained the title of an honored elder, albeit still doing what he did when he was a servant. He was assigned to protect Xian Jiaxing, the most promising member of the current generation of the Xian family. Elder Tao, this person must not continue on. Xian Jiaxing was actually fretting deep down. He was unsure if Tao Shichong would take action because of a trivial thing like this. However, Xian Jiaxing felt an unprecedented sense of danger. This opponent was too strong. His potential was too great. Seemingly indifferent, Tao Shichong, who had always been in the dark, also felt the same way. Young master, be rest assured. This old one will take action. After saying that, Tao Shichong suddenly pulled a leather mask over his face, turning his face into that of a middle-aged person's. He was a senior citizen and had a special status. For him to face off against Qin Feng was too unreasonable. The rank bypass challenge was not too difficult to achieve. Some children of the rich families could do it. However, for the F6 tiers and other weaker tiers, 3 rank bypass challenges was unheard of. Not only that, Qin Feng went through the rank bypass challenges in one fell swoop. 18 consecutive wins was shocking enough. Even the top-ranking people of Qingyang City had taken notice. They were using various image-projecting devices to keep track of the situation in the Colosseum. Not only that, there were still some people trickling over to watch. Qin Feng had been sitting in the ring for 20 minutes, and after looking at his watch he realized that it was nearly 8 o'clock. He had not eaten dinner yet. If nobody were to show up, he was going to just leave. At that moment, a short and thin figure appeared in front of Qin Feng. The man had a very ordinary-looking face. When thrown into a crowd, he would be easily lost. However, he had a pair of eyes that gave off a chilly aura. This was probably an expert killer. Qin Feng's face finally became serious. Finally, someone that looks promising. Qin Feng stood up. Your potential is incredible. What a shame. The person said. The tallest trees would be toppled by gale force winds. Qin Feng chuckled. Someone had told him something like that before. Now, he did not feel like saying anything back. Come at me then. Tao Shichong nodded. And in the next moment his body became an afterimage, and what felt like a strong gust of wind suddenly appeared. With the gust of wind came the cold glint of a poniard, rapidly approaching Qin Feng's neck. Qin Feng was shocked. It was too fast to defend against it. Boom. A loud explosion rang out. A huge burst of flame rose into the air. Runes were flying about as the shockwave pushed the two apart. It was Qin Feng's fire ability. The spring hunting ground was not without its benefits. Qin Feng's consciousness level had increased exponentially, to the point where he was able to remember every single thing he had seen. Once a power had been released by someone, as long as he could see it, he could mimic its properties and do the same. This move was indeed the fire impact ability. Whoosh! Tao Shichong was flung out, bouncing across the ring a few times before reaching the edge of the ring, avoiding the huge runes. There were surprised shouts from the stands. An ability. How? Isn't he an ancient warrior? A double cultivation of ancient martial arts and abilities. Everyone cried out in excitement. Wow, that's seriously amazing. Tao Shichong had been following Xian Jiaxing the entire time and knew all that Qin Feng had tested. Although consciousness could also be used by gunners to reach the level of hero class, that was something only ability users could achieve. As such, he remained guarded whenever around Qin Feng. Qin Feng also put on a serious expression. It seems like this time, I need to get serious. He looked at the silver glint of his opponent's poniard and raised his hand. The verdant Emperor saber appeared in his hand. Those people before were not worthy of the verdant Emperor saber, but now he really did have to get serious. After all, those people fought like they were trying to take down an enemy. Tao Shichang fought like he wanted to kill. The situation was incredibly dangerous. After seeing Qin Feng pull out the verdant Emperor saber, which looked like a similar silvery rune equipment that seemed to be giving off a faint golden light, Tao Shichang's eyes narrowed, and he was more alert. The two of them were staring closely at one another, as if trying to find the other's flaws. In the next moment, the two moved at the same time. Whiz! The two flashed toward each other. There was no sound of weapons clashing, and they both reappeared at the edge of the ring. Qin Feng's bangs seemed to be blown aside by his breath, lightly fluttering to the ground. Rip! There was the sound of fabric tearing, and a scratch had appeared on Tao Shichang's waist. His clothes had been damaged, revealing the silver inner armor underneath, and the armor seemed to have been damaged as well. The corner of Tao Shichang's mouth twitched, and because of the human skin mask, the movement seemed very unnatural. The cheering crowd went pin-drop silent and quietly looked at the two people in the ring, feeling that the tension in the air had gotten so thick that they had to hold their breath. The murderous atmosphere made it extremely hard to breathe. Qin Feng carried himself even more seriously now in the ring as the two launched another assault. Clang clang. The dual sounds of weapons clashing reverberated throughout the pit, slashing at one another as the bodies wielding them shifted and rapidly struck out. The two of them were getting faster and faster. Qin Feng felt as if his entire person was in a moment of extreme crisis, but his muscle perfection exercise allowed him to surpass his previous offensive methods and achieve 100% of his combat ability. It was like dancing on the tip of the saber of death. Gradually, the recently learned moves of the Spectre motion steps became more and more familiar. Not only that, Qin Feng's body seemed to be slowly shrouded in a dark shadow, causing his aura to pulse. Even his murderous intent began to converge. Tao Shichang's pupils dilated. The killer and target had suddenly swapped places. Originally, he had been chasing Qin Feng, but it was now Qin Feng who was chasing him. His sight could not keep up with Qin Feng's speed. The situation was getting too dangerous. Stab! Tao Shichang's body was once again wounded. While the wound was not fatal, it severely damaged Tao Shichang's spine. With this thought, Tao Shichang suddenly became fiercer. In his other hand, a black device was revealed. Tao Shichang was a person that hid in the dark. Assassination was his strong suit. Fighting in the ring meant that he was at a disadvantage. I didn't want to use this, but there is no other way. You have to die. Tao Shichang suddenly poured his internal force into the device, aimed it at Qin Feng, and pulled the trigger. The moment Qin Feng saw what he was holding, his body became highly alert. Fescue needles, a concealed weapon. Among ancient warriors, there were some special magical armors as well as weapons that brought great harm. In particular, when these weapons were injected with internal force, the effects would be horrifying. These were all rune weapons, not something that could be compared to ordinary firearms. Qin Feng had been around for quite some time before his rebirth. How could he not know the power of such things? At the moment, the release mechanism was activated. Qin Feng called upon his consciousness. Then, a dark drizzle was sprayed toward him. Asteroid assimilation. Qin Feng pushed forward all of his internal energy. This internal force combined with the previous absorptions meant that its mass was at least 100 times bigger, 9 times the number of the other parties. Repulsion. The huge wave of force was sent out, curling wildly toward the fescue needles. The tiny, hair-like needles were used to break the internal energy's protection on the body, but Qin Feng's asteroid assimilation was able to absorb existing internal force. The internal force within the needles were swept up and sent back to its sender. Poof, poof, poof. Tao Shichang's face was then covered in tiny red pockmarks. When he looked closely, he realized that they were pinholes made by the fescue needles. His aura had been extinguished. Qin Feng's absorption ability began to activate and devour the other party's internal force and strength. Tao Shichang died with his eyes still open. It was not until Tao Shichang was killed that the audience around him started to breathe heavily. as if someone had been strangling their necks. Qin Feng sat cross-legged without hesitation in the face of many onlookers and adjusted his aura. His inner power was out of balance. His face was pale, and he seemed to have exhausted a lot of energy. His forehead was covered with sweat. Everyone else also thought that he had used a lot of his energy. In actual fact, while he had exhausted a lot of his energy, the harvest gained was even bigger. Since Qin Feng's meridians had been engulfed by the internal force he had previously absorbed, the recovery speed was extremely fast. The originally exhausted internal force was restored. With the addition of Tao Shichang's internal force, Qin Feng's dantian felt like it was boiling. Maybe it was when he was in G tier, he trained himself well, combined with the 40 solid mist groups from before. Qin Feng's dantian was able to keep itself stable. At this time the dantian was filled with mist. A quick scan, and one might realize that there were now 74 new clusters in the newly added mist group. Ability Absorb. Qin Feng called on his ability and frantically devoured the internal force. Soon, a part of the internal force expanded his meridians and the other part was returned to the dantian. After such a long period of use, Qin Feng knew that after each absorption the return was about a quarter or a third. This time the weakest challengers were still elite F-tier ancient warriors. The internal force that was returned was more than 30 clusters. The internal force of a standard F-tier in their peak was only 10 clusters. Qin Feng's was now 7 times that. Not only that, with so many people slain, especially Tao Shichang being the last one, Qin Feng's body had also begun to experience changes. F7 tier. The audience erupted into uproarious applause and cheering. An on-spot tear up. Everyone that was around were extremely impressed. While it seemed that it was easy for Qin Feng, in the eyes of the others it was an extremely difficult task. Moreover, every step of the climb took time and effort, unlike Qin Feng, who, within a few hours of combat matches, had teared up in one fell swoop. Of course, the tear-up would not affect Qin Feng's winning streak or raise the requirements. According to the rules of the combat pit, Qin Feng could even take a day off after 5 matches and then continue the next time. As such, being able to tear up within a week was normal. Otherwise, having to fight 15 people in a row would be extremely exhausting. Qin Feng exhaled. He opened his eyes. The surrounding audience watched him with eager faces as if waiting for him to continue on with the next challenge. What they did not know was that in that period of time, there was a hidden silver light floating around the area. Bai Li had created a space around Qin Feng that separated him from his surroundings. If anyone were to enter that space, they would be decimated. It was a good thing nobody approached him. Will he continue? Everyone was asking the same question deep down. It was at this time that Qin Feng's communicator made a beeping notification noise. Serial number XXXX challenges you. Rank F9 can be added to win streak. At this time, a figure was already standing at the side of the ring. Qin Feng, how are you? I'm Cheng Zhou, an ability user. I was wondering if I could spar with you? Of course, I will try my best to interrupt your streak. I hope you would not mind. The voice of the person beside the ring naturally came into Qin Feng's ear. He looked to the side at the other person, realizing that this person's aura was slightly cold. The way he spoke was also very stiff and his pupils were a dark iron-like color. Not waiting for Qin Feng's reaction, the people around suddenly screamed. Cheng Zhou, the Cheng family's youngest generation prodigy. He's already reached F9 tier at 20 years of age. An ability user who was on the cusp of becoming E tier. It was known that combat was usually carried out among ancient warriors. The number of ability users was low and they were a rare breed. They were also not good at close quarters combat skills. Gunners facing off against each other would also use a lot of bullets, and their battles were too destructive. This required large venues as the local tyrants liked to play sniper, but it was all for entertainment. In the words of the poor, it was like using money to light fireworks. As such, gunners were banned from combat pits and ability users would not participate in them. It was just that Qin Feng's 18 consecutive victories had caused a stir in Qingyang City. Of course, after killing Tao Shichang, it was already 19. After seeing Qin Feng release his ability, Cheng Zhou wanted to compete with him. Qin Feng also understood the meaning behind Cheng Zhou's eyes. This person probably was not sent by Xian Jiaxing to embarrass him. If so, then Cheng Zhou could directly match up with him whenever he wanted to. Thinking of this, Qin Feng simply nodded. Sure. Qin Feng pressed the confirm button on his communicator. Cheng Zhou, outside the platform, finally had the right to step into the ring. I will apply for a venue. A place like this is too small for us, Cheng Zhou said. Qin Feng also had no objection. Qin Feng's effective range was within 300 meters, meaning that Qin Feng's abilities could be extended to that far of a range. In the beginning, he could only use his Hellfire Carpet to cover a small street, which was spectacular enough. Now, what he could do was 3 times that of a school's track and field runway. The two ability users' attacks would not be intentionally huge and exhaustive, which was a wasteful use of their consciousness, but it was definitely not something the current combat pit could accommodate. The audience in the stands felt a slight quake, and the stands began to recede back. Steel plates on the ground layered on top of each other as the ring quickly expanded by an extra 100 meters. The battles on the other rings had already stopped. Everyone's eyes now fell on the two of them in the ring. Nobody had expected to see a battle between two big shot ability users. In the private room, Xi and Jiaxing saw that Cheng Zhou had stepped into the ring, and his face became pale. Tao Shichang was dead. Xi and Jiaxing was already at a loss for words, and now Cheng Zhou had arrived. Qin Feng looked like an arrow at the end of its flight, at least to everyone that was watching. Cheng Zhou would definitely win. After all, he also had a hero-class consciousness. He was a true genius among the 4 major families. Younger and stronger than Xi and Jiaxing. How could something like this not make him uncomfortable? Now, even if Cheng Zhou were to defeat Qin Feng, Xi and Jiaxing would not be happy. This would become Cheng Zhou's prestige, and it would have nothing to do with Xi and Jiaxing making his reappearance. No matter what, Xi and Jiaxing felt suffocated, even with the wide ring. The distance between Qin Feng and Xi and Jiaxing was incredibly short. It would be best to give me your all. Of course, I hope that you will use your abilities to face off with mine. I'm pretty sure yours are not weak, Cheng Zhou said as a large glove appeared beside him. The gloves could almost wrap around the entire arm. Under the control of his consciousness, it levitated in the air. After Cheng Zhou put on the glove, the red crystal on the back of his hand shimmered with a ray of light. Metal rune. F9 steel torrent, a silver light rune equipment. Qin Feng sheathed his blade, hanging the verdant emperor saber at his waist. You have a metal-based ability. In this case, you might lose, Qin Feng said, raising his hand to summon the Scarlet Fire Claw. Easier said than done. In reality, Qin Feng had to stay vigilant. Ability users hardly dueled. Their destructive powers were terrifying. One false move or a misstep, and the results could be yards of devastation. Qin Feng equipped the Scarlet Fire Claw on his left arm, and his entire body ignited with flames. Cheng Zhou seemed to be well informed. Your flame seems to be a mutated version. In that case, it is indeed stronger. Still, my strength is stronger than yours, so we're evenly matched. Qin Feng nodded, and since the other party did not mind, the battle could begin. Both of them immediately backed away from one another, jumping back about 50 meters. With the confirmation that the battle had started, the two of them raised their hands. Fire runes and steel runes leapt from their arms and began to condense. The shimmering images were more than 3 meters high. Steel cannon. Black steel quickly condensed and was shot at in Qin Feng's direction. Fire impact. A large burst of flames exploded from Qin Feng's hand, forming a straight line of fire. The attacks collided against one another with a loud bang. Looking closely, it seemed that the two abilities were comparable in strength. Sparks floated down to the ground, burning the steel, and the ground was splashed with layers of molten metal. Condense. Spear. Cheng Zhou's consciousness shifted, and so did the molten steel on the ground as it rushed toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng took a step and instantly hopped in another direction. The large, roaring steel cannon was like a massive dragon snaking its way toward him. Not only that, the spear that was made out of molten metal was nailed where Qin Feng originally stood. Hellfire Carpet. To not reciprocate was against etiquette. Qin Feng sent a wave of hellfire rushing toward Cheng Zhou. The hellfire's area of effect was very big. Cheng Zhou wanted to dash out, but he would end up eating a full brunt of the attack. The ability user's body was weak, so that meant that he would definitely get injured. Cheng Zhou was a genius ability user. Maybe it was because of age, or strength, or combat experience. He thought of a way in an instant, pressing his hands to the ground. Suddenly, an iron pillar erupted from the ground, shielding him from the fire attack. Qin Feng's consciousness was also very fast, as the flame wrapped around the pillar like it was a large fire snake, rushing toward Cheng Zhou as if trying to swallow him in a single bite. Condense. Cheng Zhou quickly formed a meter-long metal disc near him and stepped on it. He swiftly evaded the attack with the flight of the disc. Qin Feng let out a laugh as his consciousness surged. There was an ability that allowed gunners and ability users to snatch objects out of the air, so the ability users could control anything that was in flight, even people. The fatal flaw was that if the opponent's consciousness was higher than his own, he would be robbed of the control over the object. Just like the time when the 4 major universities were fighting over the conscious fruits, no one could be his opponent. Cheng Zhou knew that Qin Feng was strong, but he thought that Qin Feng's consciousness would not be able to match his own, which was why he flew up. But was Qin Feng really unable to match that? Cheng Zhou's consciousness may be of the hero class. Qin Feng's talent potential was already at the SS tier and was able to have more acute control. Fall. Qin Feng's consciousness struck out, instantly striking that metal disc. Cheng Zhou was stunned and rolled off. Fortunately, he was only 2 meters above the ground, and he even rolled to break his fall so that he would not suffer much damage. He had also left the effective range of the Hellfire Carpet. Copper Wall, Iron Bastion. With one wave of Cheng Zhou's hand, a 2-meter-high wall was erected in front of him, and at this time Qin Feng happened to send out his fire beam. The beam impacted against the wall, and if Cheng Zhou had done it any second later, he would have been hit. Such a pity. Qin Feng smiled. He did not mind much. He could see Cheng Zhou's position clearly because of his perception, and the flames condensed again. In an instant, the flames fell from the sky and surrounded Cheng Zhou. Cheng Zhou raised his hand, and the previous steel wall immediately extended horizontally over him to intercept the fire above his head. This time Cheng Zhou was completely safe, but he also felt like a tortoise retreating into his shell. The battle of ability users was a dazzling mess for the eyes, but it was a dazzle that you could not peel your eyes away from. Not only that, the battle confirmed one thing. The lethality of the ability users was tremendous. One man who could take 100 was not an exaggeration. From the beginning, the battle between the 2 people only had Cheng Zhou attacking once and was forced into retreat by Qin Feng. There were only so many available runes. Before mobilizing them again, they would have to take their runes back, then launch another assault. Things like this took time. However, those with many runes in their hands could unleash tens of abilities and had no need to recycle them, making it difficult for people to fight back. The battle had only gone on for 10 minutes. Even people who did not understand could see the difference between the two. Qin Feng is actually pushing Cheng Zhou back. He's got more runes than Cheng Zhou. How can this be? They could not believe what they were seeing. With how talented Cheng Zhou was, who would have expected such a twist? The battle raged on and both of them had reached the battle's climax, but Cheng Zhou's forehead had begun to sweat. He had expended too much energy. Qin Feng's face had also turned a little pale, but there was still energy left in him. It was entirely possible that the other party's abilities could be avoided with the use of ancient martial arts. Before fighting, Qin Feng did not exactly promise that he would not use some ancient martial arts at all. Otherwise, he would have had a lot of chances to defeat his opponent. Humph! Cheng Zhou suddenly called back his consciousness, and his ability had even stopped moving. I admit defeat, Cheng Zhou said, leaving everyone bewildered. Admit defeat? Qin Feng had already expected this. If they were to continue fighting, Cheng Zhou would have had to pull out his trump card, but since there were too many people around them, he did not want to do that. There was no grudge between the two, so there was no reason to fight to the death. I accept your admission to defeat, Qin Feng said. I hope there will be a chance in the future where we can learn from each other again. Cheng Zhou went over, taking off his rune equipment and reaching out to shake hands with Qin Feng. Qin Feng's right hand was not wearing any rune equipment. He directly extended his hand and shook hands with the other party. It would be my pleasure. The two of them had smiles on their faces. Battle was one way of getting to know each other. Cheng Zhou confirmed his failure on his communicator. Then he exchanged communication numbers with Qin Feng. At the same time, a loud voice was broadcasted in their surroundings. Ding dong. Ring number 3 achieved 20 consecutive victories. During the broadcast, there was a cheerful sound effect as well. Qin Feng had actually won 20 matches in the blink of an eye. After having followed him closely for so long, the crowd of onlookers gave him a standing ovation. The battle really was fantastic. Not only that, they felt as if they had witnessed the birth of a miracle. 20 matches in a row. In this coliseum, this rarely ever happened. Qin Feng became famous after his first battles. Do you wish to continue? Qin Feng raised his hand to choose no. After all, if he were to challenge again, he would have to face off against an E-tier aptitude user. Even if that were possible, no E-tier aptitude user would show up in this combat pit right now. It was at this time that a group of people began to rudely shove through the crowd until they had reached the edge of the ring. Not only that, they even began to surround it. These were all F-tier ability users. They were being led by an E-tier ancient warrior, but Qin Feng did not recognize the person. He did notice that the other person next to the E-tier was none other than Exine Jiaxing. Qin Feng furrowed his brows. Qin Feng, the head of Fengli Colony? The E-tier person said, looking directly at Qin Feng with fierce eyes. Shouldn't you introduce yourself first before asking people their names? Qin Feng asked coldly. The man suddenly sneered. Looks like I'm talking to a village idiot. There aren't a lot of people in Xinjiang City who don't know who I am. At this time, the manager of the combat pit looked at Qin Feng with a fearful gaze that had a trace of anger. After all, Qin Feng had killed many of his men and severed the connections he so painstakingly built up. How could he not be angry? Qin Feng, this is Exine Guang, the sixth son of the Exine family in Shenyang. Oh, Qin Feng nodded, then said, nope, no idea who that is. Of course, Qin Feng did not know him, and before his rebirth, Qin Feng's path was not in Xinjiang City. During that time, Xinjiang was just a small city. The ups and downs here did not have much to do with him. There was no mention of a Exine family in the previous world either. Even if he ranked 6th in the family, he was nothing more than Exine Jiaxing's uncle, and he did not seem to have any title nor hold any sort of power within the city. They had done some digging on Qin Feng's background. The Exine family was a brainy bunch. They would not send anyone with real power over, otherwise it would turn into a scandal. Qin Feng, being the mayor of his colony, was acknowledged by the mayor of Xinjiang after all. Exine Guang was indeed not a famous person. He was said to be the 6th lord, but that was just a respectable title. His strength was marked as the 6th in the Exine family, but he was not part of the main one. He had no power, and had to do all of the hard and dirty work that fell on him. He was instead infamous. The death of Tao Shichong, a F9 tier aptitude user, was a huge deal for the Exine family. Even if the general public did not know who Tao Shichong was, that did not mean that the family did not. If such a thing were not handled and their honor not protected, then would that not mean that any random ruffian from the streets would be able to bully the Exine family? Qin Feng had to be killed. The chicken must be killed to warn the monkeys, so that the rest would remember the prestige of the Exine family. It was just that none of them had expected Qin Feng to respond the way he did. You are just the mayor of an up-and-coming colony, and yet you dare diss the Exine family. If I don't teach you a lesson, that would mean disregarding the prestige of the Exine family. Exine Guang's eyes exuded a strong, murderous intent. Qin Feng then understood that this person was here for revenge for the other person that had the fescue needles. The prestige of the Exine family has nothing to do with me. If I don't recognize you, that means that I don't give a damn. What great honor your family has. The others in the audience were dead silent, but they thought that Qin Feng was not wrong. In fact, the Exine family gave people the feeling that they were too domineering. You know what I mean? Exine Guang said with a growl. Of course, he could not say that the person that had been killed was a part of his family. If not, they would become a joke to the people around them. What do I know? Your young master acted obscenely toward my girlfriend, challenged me in the combat pit, ran away with his tail between his legs, and then sent a large group of people here to try and kill me. I don't know anything. Qin Feng looked at Exine Jiaxing with a disdainful look. Exine Jiaxing looked flushed, but he was furious now. Qin Feng, don't be so smug. Didn't you want to fight in the combat pit? You can keep going, my 6th uncle will fight you. I want to see if you have the stuffing for it or not. Sorry, I'm tired, but if you still want to fight, please be early tomorrow. Qin Feng said as he wanted to step off the ring. Yet in the next moment, the light dome on the ring was removed for a split second, and Exine Guang leapt into the ring. Obviously, this was the handiwork of the manager. You think you have a say in this? Xin Guang sneered. Qin Feng was expressionless, but everyone close to him knew that he was extremely angry. He turned on his communicator and chose to continue the challenge. All right, perfect timing too. One more challenge, and I'd get to go home with 100 million. In fact, after 20 consecutive wins, Qin Feng's prize money was 111.1 million. The 21st round began with 100 million, and after 5 rounds, it went up to 1 billion. It was just that there were not many people that had managed to reach this far before, especially when one had to jump over such a big hurdle. Oh, Xin Guang let out a frosty laugh. Do you really think that you can still win? Qin Feng replied, It's my business whether I win or not. You can challenge me, otherwise I can cancel my fight with you. I am the head of a district, and I don't like dealing with unknown people. Xin Guang was suddenly flushed with anger. What Xin Guang said before had only been smack talk. He did not have special treatment for others, and did not care much about someone like Qin Feng. Now he was actually truly angry. Xin Guang quickly grabbed his communicator and punched in his serial number to enter the ranks of the challenge. Qin Feng heard the prompt and grabbed the verdant Emperor saber to unsheath it. I only need one cut to end you. Xin Guang laughed sardonically. He reckoned Qin Feng was only bragging, but the latter had swiftly unsheathed his saber. Qin Feng's motion was nothing spectacular, but the saber was overflowing with internal power. An unseen force of conscious energy had quietly locked on Xin Guang. In the next instance, blinding radiance emanated vibrantly from Qin Feng's verdant Emperor saber. The fire from the saber soared to the sky ceaselessly. Sky-burning sword style, blazing sky. The flame escalated by more than 20 meters. The suffocating aura coming from the sword style shrouded the entire arena. The heat from the flame struck the audience without any reserve. Even the audience could clearly sense the killing intent hidden within this looming strike. It terrified them greatly. None of the audience dared to move an inch closer as the scorching flame might incinerate them instantly. Qin Feng did not hold back on this one. He came to the arena because he wanted to do so, but he could not tolerate being cornered like this. It disgusts me the most when I am being forced to do something against my free will. It was just like when he was saving people during the Han Town tragedy. He could be ruthless when it came to people that were not worth saving. This guy was asking for it. He had had enough tonight, but these people just would not let him be. Blazing Sky was an otherworldly skill that demanded a lot of energy. Its power was enough to exterminate an F-tier beast king. In comparison, an E-tier aptitude user might not necessarily be able to defeat a beast king single-handedly. Thus, it was not difficult to guess the outcome of Xin Guang after he was hit directly by the blazing sky. As the flames slowly dispersed, gray ashes seemed to be carried upward by the dissipating heat wave. The crowd soon realized what had happened when they saw that Qin Feng was alone on the battle stage. Those ashes were Xin Guang. Just like Qin Feng had claimed, he only needed a single strike. Anyone else? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and looked imposingly toward the crowd. None of them dared to meet his eyes. Even Xin Jiaxing was trembling as he looked at Qin Feng in horror. He cowardly bowed down his head when Qin Feng turned toward him. Qin Feng sneered. No one else. He walked down the stage and ended the challenge. His bank credit instantly increased by 200 million. All right, I got my 20 straight wins. I believe the points I have collected are enough to exchange for an E-tier Beast King core, right? Qin Feng's gaze fell on the perspiring manager. The manager almost stumbled. His mouth was twitching as he answered reluctantly. Yes, you may. Then get me one. Remember, fire type, Qin Feng commanded. Yes, mister. As you wish. Please come this way. After Qin Feng left the scene, the crowd slowly recollected themselves from the startling encounter. Lingering terror could be seen in most of their eyes. They had gathered to watch Qin Feng because he was currently owning a colony. The colony, despite still being small in scale, was a gold mine with great monetary potential due to its proximity to Qingyang City. It was not surprising for an F-tier colony leader to die accidentally in this tumultuous era, but now they know that it would never happen to Qin Feng. No chance at all. Qin Feng was capable of instantly killing an E-tier aptitude user. Such terrifying strength. Qin Feng left immediately after he collected the money and the most valuable piece, an E-tier Beast King energy core owned by the arena. He knew he was being followed by two men after he had left the arena. However, they did not say anything and showed no hostility. Even so, Qin Feng did not like being followed. He did not mind killing a few more daredevils. He actually admired their courage to still do this after he had demonstrated what he was capable of. Qin Feng held by Li's waist and boarded the hovercar with her. He did not start the engine immediately. After a while, the stalkers hesitated and walked toward the car. They were wearing the uniform of the patrol unit. One of them knocked on the window. "Mr. Qin, this is your first time here in Changyang. To ensure your safety, I and my partner will be your guide in your subsequent tour around the city. Is that okay with you?" Qin Feng glanced at them. Apparently, the superiors of Changyang had noticed him. Nonetheless, he welcomed such an arrangement. There was not much bureaucracy left in the authorities after Doomsday had taken place. After all, the position you were holding today could easily be replaced by a stronger candidate at any moment. The limited resources in today's world would always go to the one with the bigger fist. The two members from the patrol unit were not exactly here only as Qin Feng's guide. They were more like pacifiers. First and foremost, they were around to protect Qin Feng from being harassed. At the same time, they were also tasked to keep an eye on Qin Feng so he would not go killing randomly again. Lastly, they were there to warn the Xian family that had offended Qin Feng not to do anything reckless. It was killing three birds with one stone. Qin Feng had no reason to reject it. "All right, first, lead me to the marketplace under the Wanzhong organization." Sure. They reached the marketplace faster than expected, being convoyed by the patrol unit. Qin Feng contacted Sun Yu and asked him to recommend a manager from the auction house. Sun Yu was pleased to help, but at the same time, he was a little dejected. The shops in Qingbei were too small for Qin Feng after all. Qin Feng's power had grown exponentially by the days, and the items inside Qingbei could no longer satiate his appetite. On the 25th floor of Wanzhong Auction House. "Mr. Qin, welcome. My name is Zhongwei. I am happy to be at your service." "Good day, Mr. In." Qin Feng shook hands with the middle-aged man, while the patrol unit members stood guard outside. It was a private conversation, and Qin Feng did not wish to be overheard. He went straight to the point and made his request. "I have some materials to let go and would like to order a few types of equipment. Let us go through the materials for your equipment first. I heard that Mr. Qin has gathered a lot of materials from Han Town during your last trip. It will take us some time to check all of them. Thus, I suggest we start with those for your equipment so that it could be processed and delivered to you as soon as possible." Qin Feng smiled and was amazed by Wanzhong's intel network. He delayed no further and nodded to Bai Li. She proceeded to take out the packed materials. It was the steel broodmother's 8 giant legs and its silk sack. Everything found in and out of the broodmother was valuable materials, including its blood. But Qin Feng did not want to attract too much attention. Thus he burned away everything. Nevertheless, the size and abundance of the remaining materials collected by Qin Feng were still pretty astonishing. Steel legs from the broodmother and the silk sack. The manager was obviously amazed. Qin Feng nodded. "The steel legs are to be melted and mended into armor. For the silk sack, please use it to make a net gun. Please knit the remaining silk into a dress. Here are the designs for the dress." A white color frock appeared on Qin Feng's communicator. It had nothing to do with battle, but it looked gorgeous. The dress would be even more stunning after being decorated by the silver silk. Qin Feng wanted to give it to Bai Li. He not only wanted Bai Li to wear a human gown, but also planned to let her obtain tier certification since she was no different from a human now. Still, the making of battle costumes for Xiao Bai came first. Though Zhongwei was taken aback by Qin Feng's decision to waste the valuable materials on the gown, he abided by the customer's desire. This was not the first time he had seen a man spending generously to please his lady. They finalized the design of the remaining equipment and moved on to other materials Qin Feng wished to lay off. The variety of cores and materials Qin Feng had collected from Han Town were valued at 300 million per market price. After deducting the 100 million expense on equipment production, you may opt to use the rest on F-tier Beast King cores. On top of that, Qin Feng added another 200 million to purchase a total of 6 Beast King cores. Prioritize my order. I wish to see it done within 2 days. Please don't worry. We will have our best smith on it. It will be perfected in no time. Qin Feng nodded and left the auction house very much satisfied. In the next 2 days, Qin Feng, and Bai Li did not take another step outside of their hotel room. They did not even go out for meals and ordered food through room service. All the F-tier cores had been given to Bai Li, while Qin Feng saved the E-tier core for himself. He won it from the arena. Absorb. Qin Feng gripped the crystal core tightly, and energy within the core flowed into Qin Feng rapidly. Cores would usually disappear instantly as soon as Qin Feng had triggered his ability. But this time the core shrunk at an observable speed. The mass runes merged steadily with Qin Feng's conscious realm. Qin Feng was prepared for it, and hastily fused the incoming rune into his gem of darkness. The gem promptly stained the runes and transformed them into mutated hellfire. Those were then imprinted on Qin Feng's own diamond core. The influx of runes created radiating stripes on the core. The entire process lasted until Qin Feng had absorbed about 100,000 fire runes. Throughout the process, Qin Feng's consciousness was also strengthened continuously by the incoming energy. His conscious energy had made a huge leap thanks to the E-tier Beast King core. He reached the next stage with ease. F7 tier, then transitioned smoothly to F8. Without any delay, it burst right through the F9 tier barrier. It stopped right in front of the E-tier gate. His journey to Qingyang and the battle experience he gained through the spring hunting ground had no doubt accelerated his conscious energy way past his physical strength. Bai Li had assimilated 3 Beast King cores by the time Qin Feng arose from his meditation. He stopped her from feasting on the rest. He would not forget the overpowering aura she released when she first attained the F-tier status. It was best not to alert anyone while they were still here in Qingyang. 2 days later, the Wanzhong organization had delivered the equipment as promised. Qin Feng had made himself a battle suit. It was silver in color and looked no different from a normal outfit. However, it would only deceive the eyes of a low-ranked monster. An aptitude user or an intelligent beast could instantly tell how luxurious the suit was with the number of runes emanating from it. The suit came in a full set encompassing the shirt, gloves, belt, pants, and boots. Runic equipment were usually made in the form of inner wears like vests or leggings, a compromise between maximum protection and least material usage. However, since Qin Feng had more than enough to spare, he converted them into a complete battle suit. Moreover, there were 2 extra inner vests, which Qin Feng intended to give to Zhou Hao and Wang Chun. Wang Chun was no doubt a commendable subordinate. Qin Feng planned to mold him into one of the major leaders of Fengli in the future. He envisioned that he would at least become a general. Qin Feng finally decided to leave Qingyang after he had spent the last 2 days being confined in the hotel room. The 2 patrols that followed him were equally excited too. Qin Feng's departure meant that they had accomplished their mission. There was too much uncertainty in guarding Qin Feng. Anything could have happened if Qin Feng were to suddenly act out of the blue, or those from the Xian family were to come to take revenge. The hovercar left the city and went up the highway quickly. After Qingyang City was out of sight, Qin Feng took a sharp turn and disappeared into the woods. Dark fogs began to rise around them. Nobody could see the hovercar now as it had been shrouded by the mist. "All right, you can consume the core now," Qin Feng said to Bai Li. She was on the verge of promotion. Since there was no safe place for her to absorb the core in Chongbei as well, it was best to just wrap it up here. Bai Li wasted no time and absorbed the remaining cores. At the same time, 20 kilometers away from Qin Feng's hovercar, 3 E-tier aptitude users were hiding at the side of the main road. Why is there no sign of him? Has Qin Feng figured out our plan beforehand? I don't think so. Stay alert. I wonder whether he is as strong as the rumors say. He left the arena immediately after he killed Xian Guang. That skill was indeed powerful, but it must have taken a toll on him. Otherwise, why would he hide inside the hotel for the last few days? Just be careful. The 3 of them dared not take Qin Feng lightly. One of them was an honorable elder of the Xian family. His position was like that of Tao Shichong, but had an even higher reputation and final says in the family. The other 2 were mercenaries hired by the Xian family with a huge bounty on Qin Feng's head. If they managed to kill Qin Feng, 100 million would be awarded. Even if they were to fail, the Xian family had promised to compensate them for their effort with 10 million. They happily took the offer because sometimes it was easier to kill a man than a beast. No matter how powerful Qin Feng might be, he would not be able to take on 3 E-tier aptitude users at the same time. After all, Qin Feng was only at F tier. They believed that Qin Feng would not survive their concerted assault. Unfortunately, Qin Feng did not show up as expected after 20 minutes. Just when they thought that their hidden ambush had ended in vain, a terrifying aura befell them from afar. The pressure from a beast king spread across the atmosphere and destabilized space-time. Some small spatial rifts began to emerge around them. Their faces turned pale instantly. E-tier Beast King. Even 100 E-tier aptitude users would be wiped out in an instant by such a horrendous beast. The three of them were restless. Qin Feng must have fled. There's no point waiting any longer. We should head back. The elder from the Xian family was clearly terrified. The other two had no reason to object, and they headed back to Qingyang at once. In the wild, no matter how hard Xiaobai tried to contain her power, the Emperor aura still leaked out profusely and startled the beasts around them. Moving creatures near them had all fled for their lives. All right, let's get back on the road. Qin Feng turned back to the road and dispelled the dark runes. The car sped up steadily on the empty road. Qin Feng did not even realize it when he passed by a car from the opposite direction. However, those three in the car had noticed Qin Feng. The car just now. It's Qin Feng. Turn around and follow him. The elder braked hard, made a U-turn, and stomped hard on the accelerator to chase after Qin Feng. Qin Feng, who was driving leisurely up to that point, noticed the pursuer immediately and scanned the car with his conscious energy. His face turned wicked. You have a death wish? I will grant you that. Qin Feng stopped his hover car abruptly. The three men behind him did not understand why he did not run for his life instead. They did not hesitate for long and quickly surrounded the car. Qin Feng came down from the car confidently. Bailey had come down from the other side as well. Unexplainably, the three pursuers suddenly felt a sense of chill as if a giant beast had just laid eyes on them. Give them what they came here for. Be careful not to taint the car, Qin Feng said lightly. The three men did not understand why Qin Feng had said so. They were expecting him to plead for his life. Before they could make sense of what had just happened, a silver radiance flashed in front of their eyes. In the next moment, they could no longer feel their legs, and they crumbled to the ground. Arg! The three of them shrieked in pain and could not believe what had just happened. How is this possible? Their limbs had been detached in an instant. They did not even know who the assaulter was. Qin Feng sneered and paced slowly toward them. I did not expect someone to bring me such a great present as a parting gift. 3 E-tier ancient warriors, not bad. Qin Feng raised his hand and placed it on one of the ancient warriors' dantian. Asteroid assimilation. The victim's internal power was being sucked out rapidly. My internal force. The Xian elder rounded his eyes in shock. The disappearing internal force was hard-earned through his 40 years of endless training. But even with his internal force intact, he would be no different from a wasted man with his limbs torn off. Qin Feng showed no mercy and snapped his throat after he was done with him. Die? He killed the other two the same way. Burn now. Hellfire appeared out of thin air and burned the corpses down. Qin Feng spared the spatial runes and took it as a windfall. Let's move. Qin Feng got back into the car. Bailey followed suit and acted serenely as if she was not the one who had just cruelly torn off 3 people's limbs. She had used her spatial ability just now. Actually, this could be defended if the opponent was prepared for it. But who would have thought the fragile-looking beauty was actually an E-tier humanoid beast? Qin Feng set the car on autopilot and entered meditation. He added another 10 internal power mists into his dantian. I have 83 mists now, and I need another 17 to reach E-tier if the tenfold rule still applies. Qin Feng contemplated where he could get these 17 forces next. He could buy some chakra pills to boost his internal power, but this item was usually restricted for military use. He might not get sufficient supply since he was not on the front lines at the moment. More importantly, Zhengyang would be keeping a close watch on him for sure. On the surface, Qin Feng was an ancient warrior that had reached F7 tier and was entering E tier soon. He was growing into a huge threat to Zhengyang at this rate. As such, he probably could not get his hands on chakra pills at Qingbei now. Then I have only one place to go to. Qin Feng had the next destination in his mind. Fu City, the Dark Mercenaries. It was the core where the person Qin Feng had contacted came from. The car entered Qingbei Colony, and Qin Feng noticed that the billboard of the skyscraper had changed into a new objective. Reclaim Hantown. Qin Feng was intrigued and slowed down his car. He read the information carefully. Though Han Town was under Fu City, it was not too far away from Chongbei Colony. Such a huge war was usually accompanied by great rewards and ample resources to loot for. Besides, there would be plenty of beasts around, and it was a suitable place to achieve promotional missions. The government had even brought down the mission quota to encourage more soldiers to head to the war. Before this, the quota was 300 G-tier beasts in 3 days. Now, only 240 insectoids would suffice. It's worth a visit. Indeed, no other news was bigger than this in recent months. The effort to reclaim Han Town had become the hottest topic among the aptitude and ability users nowadays. After he had attained E-tier, Qin Feng would need to go further if he wished to continue strengthening himself through the absorption ability. Fu City would be an ideal location. After he had made up his mind, he steered his hover car toward the aptitude certification hall. His grand battle suit and the gorgeous dress on by Li attracted a lot of attention. The onlookers bowed down as soon as they had a glimpse of the person walking by. Qin Feng. He is the mayor of Fengli Colony. Why is he here? Why else? He must be here to get certification. They were paying Qin Feng a lot of respect. F-tier was equivalent to a troop leader in Chongbei and possessed substantial power around here. Not only that, Qin Feng was an admirable mayor now. More so, some of them paled in comparison to Qin Feng's achievement. A month ago, these people attempted to invite Qin Feng into their teams when Qin Feng had obtained his G-tier certification. Some of the large company leaders had even stayed in this hall for several years at the same level. Nobody could have foreseen such a huge improvement in Qin Feng in just 1 month. F-tier certification for me. She is taking the examination to obtain an F-tier badge directly. Qin Feng was communicating with the counter staff. It turned out that this was not the first time someone had skipped the G-tier certification and went straight for F-tier. The staff confirmed their identities and directed them to the examination room. Attack power test. Number 413, please step up. It was Qin Feng's turn. The candidate of F-tier certification should know how to use their internal strength by now. They would pass the test if the attack power exceeded 5,000 points. Qin Feng punched the instrument. 5,001. The number stopped there precisely. Qin Feng passed the test unquestionably. He did not use his internal force at all. The number would be much higher if he were to unleash his full force. It was Bai Li's turn after Qin Feng. Xiao Bai, come. Remember not to hit too hard, Qin Feng instructed. Okay, Bai Li nodded. She poked the instrument lightly since Qin Feng said so. The surface of the test instrument sank rapidly. Bai Li's light force almost penetrated the machine. The number on the machine increased rapidly. Attack power, 10,040. 10,000. The examiner and other candidates in the room exclaimed out of astonishment. Such attack power was close to F9 tier. Some rubbed their eyes and could not believe the outcome. This is the power of that skinny girl? All she did was give it a casual poke. Qin Feng could hardly hold back his smile and ushered Bai Li to the next examination room. Unlike Qin Feng, who had reserved his power, Bai Li had no idea what the numbers stand for. Qin Feng was initially afraid that Bai Li might not be able to pass the test if she were to use too little force. His worry was proven unnecessary. As an E-tier beast king, her strength was off the charts even with just a slight push. That day, the news that Qin Feng had brought along a mighty female warrior to the certification center naturally spread through the colony like wildfire. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.